saying that. We're live?
We're
I'm on
live.
National UWP. Want to go on right We just gotta get like a bunch of Illinois and Wisconsin teams and then we'll have enough votes. Oh.
One of those.
I mean, East Coast has a lot of good, but what's the closest one that's been right here? This one is.
I heard
You heard.
a lot.
You just need to.
I feel great. I wanna do it all again today.
If you told me there was more games, I would play.
Yeah, I mean, I would.
I don't know, maybe I just need to throw more or something, but I don't feel it's great.
That'd be awesome.
I'm hoping it's in that.
You just build different.
It's not gonna be moving.
Guess so.
Oh, really?
Got my notepad, my laptop,
Plat was only an
I
hour.
got this massive list of
Is it really that short?
for recruiting.
Depending on where.
Yeah.
Like check marks are done.
How,
And then
you
there's four
guys
pages.
just gotta like set up a table, get an okay, set up a table like this.
Did you, like,
Honestly, I had this idea, I wanna go to a football game and just hold up a sign.
Like
right
Yeah,
outside.
spent a little bit, during the
Yeah, let's go through this.
past
go through all
semester,
the
just thinking,
tailgates.
okay, what can I do?
Good luck with those.
What is there to do? So
I have to have you send it to me.
Yeah, there'll be two drunk pregame.
They don't know.
I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff where it's-
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this you might have thought of, and a lot of the things are not specific, like, I have to deal with the future college football, but it's translate that into
Alright, so when do you want to start?
deal with everything.
Yeah, okay. It's on one of the accents. And
Yeah,
Impressive.
I've stolen ideas from people that I've listened to. Yeah,
they're like a standing.
this is like just what it's our space oriented. That'll get bigger as.
Yeah.
Are you guys Wisconsin fans? Yeah, no. Oh, no, their offensive line's the best, like, every year, because they just get it fun.
Badgers just breed linebackers too.
Yeah. They do.
The Watt brothers.
Yeah. Well, one of them went to Central first. JJ Watt.
JJ.
He's tight end.
Yeah.
Went to Wisconsin. You know, actually worked. Made a million to the scene. What?
That looks weird. Probably.
It's all metal.
No, I didn't bring. There was a lot of, I was stealing from you. I thought you guys saw every.
I think we're gonna update my rendition of the national anthem for the first two. It'll be good. Well, it'll be bad, but in a good way.
Starting to feel my shoulder blades now. Alright, you guys ready?
Sure.
Hello, and thank you for, I guess I should stand for the people online. I'm sitting down. Thank you, everybody, for attending the 2023, oh my God. Kevin. Thank you all for attending the 2023 Leadership Conference. This is pretty much just a bunch of old people trying to tell you guys advice on how to be better at running your clubs, and you guys collaborating and talking to each other on some strategies that you may not have thought of for your own school. I personally just kind of view this as a big hangout for all the captains or leaders in the NCDA, and I hope you guys feel that way about it as well, and I hope that we present that atmosphere throughout the day. We're planning on going until 4. It just really depends on how long the group activities go. If we end earlier, then we get to go home earlier, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, just be ready to talk to each other if you're not awake. Maybe slap yourself a couple times, wake up. But just get right on into it. So if you don't know me, I am Dylan Greer. I'm the president of the NCDA. Just put it on the list, I suppose.
I'm Eric, the treasurer of the NCDA. I've been with the league for several years now, so.
I'm Kevin Bailey, apparently I'm director of marketing, so I changed my title, so I guess that's what I am now. Joe Paddock, director of officiating.
And also on the board currently for another 6 days is Wes Peters. He's our director of league expansion. If you're unaware, the fiscal year of the NCAA changes on July 1st, and that's when the new board members will be introduced. And Wes and Becca below are both exiting board members. Also with us, if you can hear me, Catherine Mays, if you don't mind introducing yourself. She's attending virtually.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Catherine Reed, I'm Director of Internal Affairs, and shifting over to, negotiation.
She should also be speaking on mine. Why is she not? Okay, we'll just make that work for as long as we can deal with it. I think that just the audio switched when I started presenting for some reason, so it's not going through my overhead. I don't know.
We could all hear Catherine easily.
Yeah, it's fine.
Never mind, so that's how it was.
Yeah. Nothing I don't do.
Anyway,
Teams that are with us today, if you are Akron representation, please raise your hand. If you are CSU, please raise your hand. Welcome. We also have Kent and WMU. Cool guy. Virtually, we have Rennie from BGSU who is here virtually. I'm sorry. Matt was just so excited, he just gave me this grin, so I just got distracted. Virtually, Rennie is online as well. We also have Connor Engel from UMD, and planning to attend is Miami and Stony Brook as well, who are not yet in Conroe. Like I said, we're planning on going till 4, hopefully we get that a little earlier, we'll see how that goes. We're gonna go through just a bunch of different topics, really just to give you guys some ideas on strategies for recruitment, and just several ways to, help new people get into your club. We're gonna go through some women's involvement, why getting women on your team is important, and hopefully trying to get you guys to think about starting a women's club. Go through some social media concepts and ideas, why it's important to have social media accounts. Talk about fundraising and budgeting for your clubs, so it's easier to travel, it's easier to get people on the team, so they don't have to pay $1 million when they're broke college kids. Talk about the upcoming rule changes for this year. As a reminder, if you have not submitted ballots, they are due tonight at midnight, and I think most teams have. So there are some finalized results that we can discuss, and unmute myself. Am I quiet on yours?
You were muted. Yeah, you were fine.
Okay. Then we're gonna go over some gameplay strategy, and you guys can discuss drills amongst each other, give you guys some new ideas, and how to be involved with the league, and how to stay involved after graduation. This is the quick agenda for the recruitment section. I'm not gonna go through it. We're gonna talk about some current teams and potential new teams, and just talk about ideas for how to recruit and retain members on your own teams. So next year, we are planning on having 2 new teams. We have strong interest from Stony Brook University and NKU, Northern Kentucky University. And Ben Sonnet and Will Strong are the 2 leaders on those 2 clubs that plan on starting, so hopefully they come in next year and get teams throughout the whole year, which is very exciting.
Stony Brook, New York. Yeah.
That's a good question. So we also have a rejoining club, University of North Texas will be planning to join us again. They were a club back in, if you guys remember,
2010, 2011, 2012 maybe.
13, 14, I actually played against them back in the day, so.
Oh, really?
They never attended nationals, but they were an active club.
Okay.
They brought like 3 representatives my freshman year, they were ran the team together.
Pop quiz, any idea, why North Texas may have stopped being a club? Thank you. Why?
No, because no one else has a team in Texas, not just there. You gotta reach out and add more teams. It's his fault. That's rough.
Some other interested teams that may be joining us in the next year or 2, University of Toledo. We have a retired, BGSU alumni, Gabe Carrington, that is interested in starting that school. It is very hard to start a school by yourself. So if anybody lives around the Toledo area and is interested in helping them get a club running, reach out to somebody on the board, or if you know Gabe personally, reach out to him and say, hey, I'm in the area, I may be interested in helping you start this club because it is a chore to do it by yourself. And same thing for all these starting clubs. If you're near Northern Kentucky ever, or if you happen to go to New Jersey near Stony Brook, just reach out to somebody and say, hey, I'm interested in maybe attending one of their practices or helping them recruit for this weekend because I just happen to be here. Or if you want to make a trip there, we can also discuss that possibility as well. So just painting the possibility of helping start these new schools with the NCAA and with these people.
We'll get into it in the recruiting and retention section, but like early in the fall, if your team does like even an exhibition match where you're taking a trip as a team, and it's the whole team, it's the varsity team and then your JV or B team or whatever, like doing that is so valuable to retain all those players. So like even if a team from Ohio decided to like take a trip to do an exhibition tournament / just practice with the Toledo team, it would benefit them obviously a lot, but then it also could benefit you a lot, like the fall semester, we'll get into that retention thing, but there's definitely a huge benefits to you as well to do that, like if Grand Valley, when Western was just starting, brought their whole team there for like practices with Western, it's gonna help them loads, but then it's also gonna get GVSU's B team players to stick around, which is massive. So it's just something to like think about, is how it can benefit your team to go and help another team out in starting their club. So,
Really quickly, while Kevin was speaking, it just came to my mind that it may be hard to hear him online. So can those attending virtually, say something in the chat or speak through voice to say if you can hear us okay? Before we get too deep into the conference. Okay, can you also hear Kevin clearly when he was speaking?
Catherine says yes,
Where did you type that?
she texted.
Oh, well, that's helpful. Okay, thank you, Connor. Other interested schools, RIT, Eric, I think that you also are helping with this, do you mind saying just a little bit about RIT?
Yeah, so they used to be in the league, I think back in 2015 is when they like dipped out. They're up in New York, upstate New York, about 2 hours from my hometown. They currently have a team, they play foam and they showed some interest in trying to convert over and rejoin.
Very nice.
One of my former players, he lives up in UW Stout. He's trying to go on campus there to just get emails to start a club that way. And then at UW Oshkosh near Green Bay, I got a contact for the sports director who's actually willing to help us get it moved out at their campus. So we're working on that too as well. So.
Awesome. Another interested school, Georgia Tech. Admittedly, I don't know much about this league. Kevin, do you know about Georgia Tech?
There's just the person that started North Georgia, he's a graduate now and he lives in Atlanta, and he's been trying to start a team there, hasn't been able to generate loads of interest, but there's potential with a few people from Virginia, like you said, that might be going there. But yeah, he's just hasn't been able to generate interest, but he's like started the social media channels and all that, which is, once you're an alumni, that's a good way to stay involved, so I'm happy he's trying. But yeah, we'll see how it goes this fall. It is just crucial to get in during like the fall recruitment fair, so I think that's when we'll know whether it's gonna work for him or not.
Yeah, super excited to get all these new teams into the league. Nobody likes to travel 8 hours for a tournament, so getting new schools around and closer to other existing schools is very key for the league, because otherwise it's very hard to retain a club when you can't travel as easily as some schools in Ohio, for example, that have 5 schools within an hour from them. So props to UWP, honestly, for being as active as you guys are and for always traveling, 20% minimum more than other schools, and that's going to 2 tournaments.
Nebraska traveled the most miles last year.
Yeah.
Shout out to our U teams this year as well, so that's awesome that we got 2
Yeah.
guys, so Connor, CW and Illinois, that's awesome that we got some closer teams to us, so we're excited to keep working with them, so.
Yeah, we have some others that like reached out after Michigan State won, like some of that stuff just went semi-viral, like the tweet about Michigan State winning got picked up by a lot of people. But anyway, then we got just some random like messages from a handful of different schools. So there's others besides the ones on here that there's potential, but we just haven't been able to pick up steam enough to where it's validated enough to put it on here, so. Ideally, we can start getting like 5 new schools every year, but we just gotta build up momentum on that front. And put more effort into our recruiting side, which we'll talk about more later.
So unfortunately, we have some struggling programs as well. UNG, who attended nationals last year, that was their first tournament of the year. Really happy they could come out, but obviously they need a little little bit of assistance, and they are far away from a lot of programs, so, trying to build schools and fill the gap between UNG and those other East Coast teams is really key to helping them stay alive as a club. Also, if you see them you guys are all in the Discord, I'm assuming, if you're here, or if you're on live, obviously. Just like staying active with them in conversation, giving them new ideas on how to recruit, how to retain members, and, just ideas for them to, grow as a program are really key. Similar with Central Michigan, they were not able to come out to as many tournaments, last year as we had hoped. I think they attended,
Peterborough?
sorry?
The Peterborough.
How was it?
You made it to two.
Doctor. Yeah, the Dr. Peterborough Classic is the one they went to.
Yeah, CMU went
I think they went to NGC.
Yeah.
Did they?
So they went to 2 tournaments?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And they tried to do another, but it was a snowstorm, so they couldn't.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they were somewhat active, like most of their good players were graduating unfortunately, so this next year's kind of the fall.
Yeah.
You wanna keep them in the league as much as possible.
This program, I think, hurt the most through COVID because they graduated so many people, like Kevin said, so just, trying to get them back in the league is really important with just being a team that has so much history, having a national title. We'd really like to see them stay alive. So if you are ever in the CMU area and you want to attend a practice, just reach out and say, hey, I'm interested in attending. All their players could probably use some help from more experienced members, so that would be really great. Towson last year, their club went under. They had some leadership issues, I believe. So just trying to get them involved as well. We don't have any East Coast teams in here besides Connor. So I guess speaking directly to Connor, if you are ever interested in, reaching out to Towson and attending a practice, or if you're ever in the area, that would be a wonderful thing to do, even though it's certainly a hassle. But just mentioning these schools because we want to help retain these clubs as best as we can, and we certainly need help doing so. All right, going into ways to retain members in your club and, help keep your club on top of organizational management and retain a good leadership, board and all that. How many of you guys hold annual elections for your board?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Do the rest of you appoint members? How do you do like executive board positions within your clubs?
At Nationals, Clay Anderson just came up to me and said, you're vice president.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much Clay right there,
Interesting.
and that's kind of how the rest of it went.
That's how it works for Western. Well, Peter came up to me last national and said, hey, it's your club now. And I was like, okay.
We typically, ask for nominations, or we tell people to nominate their teammates, and then if they accept, then we move on to the next process to vote on them that way. So that's how we kind of do it, it's that way you're,
Let them give a speech and then we vote.
guarantees that if they say yes to the position, that they're actually interested in doing some good work. So that's how we try to, do our elections every year, so.
We also explain the position, what it entails, so that they know what they're getting into, type of thing.
That, what you guys just said is what I would highly suggest you all to do with your clubs. You may not know who is interested in a leadership position until you offer it to the entire club. Also getting them engaged in voting just lets them be more aware of, how things are done in your club. It just kind of gets them more interested in being an active leader. And it's something that Ohio State used to, or still requires, is that we have elections in our club and we submit the results to Ohio State so they can keep track of clubs that are being suspicious, I suppose. But it ended up just being a really good thing to retain members. Every year we have like 8 or 9 kids that are interested in leadership positions, and because we have so many people interested, the Ohio State club will just continue to make executive board positions, because why would you turn down help in running your club? And that's what, the second bullet point here says, expand your board beyond required positions. So, if you have standard like president, vice president, treasurer, and maybe like a social media chair, then you can expand it to a fundraising chair, you can expand it to a equipment manager, just make up positions for people that are interested in helping the club, because it really helps you guys grow and takes a little bit of the responsibility off of the president or just the smaller board group that you guys may have currently. So it's just something that I very highly recommend, as UWP said, ask people if they're interested, take nominations, have an actual like election form, and have every member of the club vote on who is going to be the next board. It's awesome for engagement, it's awesome to see who's interested, and just growing the leadership and growing the connections that you guys have together.
The number one like factor that like to be able to tell if the club is gonna end up going defunct is if there's a small amount of people that are doing all of this stuff. And the number one factor to tell if the club is like gonna be long-term successful is if is the number of people that are like very invested in it. So if you're a team that you're doing all of the work, or like 2 or 3 people are doing everything, you're setting up the people after you for failure.
Strong club for 4 years, but then that's it.
Right, exactly. It's a short-term success. The way to set your club up for long-term success and also short-term success is to have as many people as possible invested in it. So having a big board of like 7 people, a secretary, a treasurer, like you said, all these different things, that's how you actually get your club to be successful. It's more than one person that, like if you're doing all the work, the rest of the people are just, it's a thing on the side that we do while we're in college. If you have 7 people that are part of the board, and then a bunch of freshmen and sophomores that are looking up to them and want to be part of the board eventually, and that's like in their future plans, then you have a bunch of people that are actually fully invested in the club, and it's a bigger part of their college experience than just like a thing that they do, but isn't something they're as invested in. You want to get as many people fully invested in the dodgeball club as possible, so.
Part of the thing that we do as well is that every year, I make sure that there's a freshman or a sophomore in that position, starting off as a simple, like a secretary or a chief of content. Then they move up through the ranks as each year goes by. That way you're always having a good flux of good experience with younger experience, that way you're constantly teaching the next person how to do the next position.
Yep.
So it's the thing to remember is doing that. And when you do your elections, discuss with your teammates if that person should be a good leader. So we usually have the nominees leave the room and we discuss who should be the best option to be in that position. So that's something that we do that I highly recommend.
We also have the old board member teach the new board member what their job was, in case our description wasn't thorough enough.
Right, that's very.
So like the treasurer, we gotta do Excel stuff, whatever. Hey, this is the documents that we use, blah, blah, blah. Shared files, give them access.
Do your guys' clubs, you go ahead.
We have the ability to make everyone a Google Drive for if they want to have the league store keep their information. If they have like files, like I would highly suggest each position like make a file, like make a document, like what do you do for your job, your position, so that the new people could just have access to that and see what they need to do, how the chain of command works at their school specifically and everything. And you can put that on a league account, and it just exists here forever, so you don't have to worry about losing passwords or someone not turning it over in the next years and stuff. We talked about setting up proof drives for each team, so.
Yeah, and that's something that is part of the presentation a little bit later, but I highly suggest getting involved with the NCAA, Google Workspace, just so we can help you retain information for years to come in case something happens to leadership and you lose passwords or you lose documents. We can retain it all ourselves and help just maintain that. Because I know there have been clubs, for example, Akron, who had
We're going strong now, though.
Yeah.
Still don't know which one it is. Which one is it?
The cool one.
The one with the most followers.
Are you raising your hand?
Yeah, I think one more thing, like, being active within the league, I think since this is my first year, I wasn't very sure about tournaments and stuff, but, one thing that definitely helped was reimbursements. If you can get your schools to reimburse you for trips, so then not only can you do longer trips without having to worry about losing the money that you spent on it, but also just in general, being able to go to other tournaments, being active within the NCDA.
In other words, just like host fundraisers, try and build money for your teams, company yourself a lot. Use donations from companies.
How many of your guys' sports clubs department have like a heavy list of requirements that you guys have to do with sports clubs? Like Ohio State, we had to submit a year-long projected budget. We had to submit our elections, like I said, for example, we had to attend all these meetings. There's just a lot of stuff that we have to do through the club and not just, there are more responsibilities outside of just running our own club individually. So do you guys all have similar stuff with your schools?
Yeah.
Well, you raised your hand, I thought it was.
I thought it was just like, raise your hand, it's a lot, talk about it.
It's fine. Are you just saying yes as well?
No, I can say some things. Like we have to make sure that we have at least 3 people from the club that are first aid certified. We have to participate in some volunteer events every now and then, like every club has to, and can. And then there's just like a list of requirements. You have to have a club mission statement and a club contract and things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
So I bring that up specifically because all of those requirements are most likely told to you or presented to you from the sports club department, but it is very beneficial if the previous club leaders pass down the information before they hear it at those meetings. Because it shouldn't be a surprise if you guys have to submit all this documentation or, be CPR certified. So if you're thinking about it before you're in that position, or if you know that's a requirement of the position, it'll really help you guys during handover. And if you have just like, when I left the club, I made a long handover document of just all the information that is important that they have to submit from the club through sports clubs. And now each year when they transition people, they'll update that document to kind of show what is all done. I think you guys explained all your positions as well. That's really important, just because it gives the new leaders a resource to find out how to run the club or how to be a leader and what all the responsibilities that you've got. So I highly suggest doing that if you don't already. Something else that I wanted to mention that I forgot. I would also suggest, so what do you guys use to communicate on? Do you use Discord? Do you have a group me? I think the group me is king right now. So if you have a small group me with just your leaders or board members, I would highly suggest to have only the necessary conversation in that chat. And if you're talking about things that could be shown to the rest of the club, talk about more stuff in there, like fundraising ideas. You don't need to just talk about that with your leaders. Recruitment ideas, you don't need to just talk about that with your leaders. This is a lesson that I learned, honestly, very recently, and it's something that I did poorly when I was a leader of my own club. I just talked about all these ideas with the board, and there were 4 people, and there are so many other players on your team that could have more ideas, they could have more resources for fundraisers, or just talking about it in a public setting may make them interested in helping and doing that stuff for you, and it's going to get them more excited about being a future board member as well. So really just saying, keep them in the loop with everything that's going on from the leadership side of things, because if they're just players and they just show up to tournaments, then they don't have as much of a reason to stay, or they don't have as much of a interest in being, a future leader of the club. You guys hold regular board meetings?
Once a month.
just social media and play, so.
Okay. Are you guys planning on changing that next year?
Yeah.
So, like, to start the year, you guys can elect a board or something?
I mean, right now, we have a group chat with the captains that we've been sending a lot of stuff in, but we
Okay.
definitely, we're thinking maybe have someone to sort of be in charge of like fundraising.
Yep.
And then I put in my notes the like sports equipment manager, that seems like a good position as well.
Ohio State also introduced the streaming manager a few years ago, and that's gonna be really important, in years to come. And this year, it's important now.
There really are a million roles, like, at Grand Valley, we would have 2 treasurers, we would have one that was like a senior, junior type, and then one that was probably a freshman that we would vote in for the next year. So like, as UWP does it, to like, develop that person into it. It doesn't need to be like the best players on your team or like any of that, like your e-board doesn't even have to all be people that get playing time on the team. It could be like the worst player on the team, but they're really committed and they care about it, and they can be a board. So, don't limit yourself, and just anyone that seems invested, you need to try and make space for them to be able to have an impact on the club.
And Eric just made a good point in the room that we need to keep the virtual attendees a little bit more engaged, so if you guys ever feel like speaking up on any of the questions, just type something in the chat and you'll have room to speak, or you can type your ideas in chat as well. Just wanna make sure we're giving you guys attention as well, so if you guys have ideas for, how to set up your board, or board meetings, or maybe a position that nobody else has thought of, feel free to type in chat, or if you would like to, you could just speak up, and you'll be heard. Good call, Eric. Next bullet is maintain a visible budget. We'll talk more about that later. It's very important to understand what funds are coming into the club and how you guys distribute them, in case some schools have court fees or can buy jerseys, etc. We'll talk about that a little later. Recruiting is a year-long task. Don't just rely on the recruitment fair. I'm assuming every school has one of those. Don't rely on that fair to get all the members for your club. There are more sides of recruiting. Get into that in a little bit. Stay active within the league is pretty obvious. Get in the tournaments early on in the year. The sooner that you can plan a tournament, the sooner you can get the freshmen to stick as part of the club. If you guys don't participate until the spring, what do the freshmen have to look forward to at practice? It's a long ways away, and just keeping them more engaged is very important. That's part of the reason why Ohio State started hosting the Buckeye Showcase as one of the first tournaments of the year, because they want to get their freshmen to stick and be in a tournament so they can see what real competitive dodgeball is like. And coming to that tournament, I think, has been really big for a lot of other schools as well, because then you're creating some sort of bond between you guys traveling to the event, and just, again, letting them see what the competitive aspect of the sport is like, because you don't really see that at practice.
That's always a big shock.
Yeah. Everybody remembers their first tournament, just walking in, seeing all the other teams, everybody in their jerseys. It's just a really exciting moment.
And for all the freshmen, it's just massive to like, you need to connect with your teammates outside of just throwing balls at each other for an hour and a half a couple times a week. Like, traveling to that first event and like actually forming those friendships. These are a bunch of people that just got to college. Like, if you can get that within the first month or two, that becomes their friend group or one of their friend groups, and then they're invested at that point. If it's just them walking to the rec center a couple times a week, they're not as likely to stick around. Like, my freshman year, we had a tournament that we traveled to Bowling Green. We brought a full B team and a full A team. And it was like, and we got so many freshmen to stay, because at that point then we were all invested and friends with each other, friends with the upperclassmen as well. And it wasn't just, I don't even know all these people on the team still. I just show up to practice twice a week, don't talk to any more than like my clique of like 4 people. is so huge, and what would really help is if you can get a tournament where your B team can play. Because anyone can get, I say this, but not everyone, but most teams can get 30 people to sign up for like their first couple practices. If you say, hey, we're going to this tournament that's an hour away at Kent State in a couple weeks, and all the freshmen will get to play because we're gonna have a full B team that competes, that's gonna get so many more of those people to stick than if you don't have any B team tournaments and all they do is show up to practice, get hit by the upperclassmen, and then leave practice. So it just makes an insane difference in the amount of potential you have to retain those people. It's crucial. I think every team needs to have a tournament within the first month where they travel a couple hours with a full A team and B team. And everyone will have clubs that are double the size of what we have right now. So.
Yeah, I think a really big aspect of retention is being friends with all of the members of your club and all of the new people coming in and trying out the team. Learn their names as early as possible. When I was the president of my club, I would try to learn everybody's names in the first couple practices. I wouldn't really ever play because I was just trying to talk to them and get them interested in staying on the team. I would go down the outline, shake every one of their hands, and get their names, and then do it again, and make sure I remember them. If somebody that's a leader on the team knows your name, and you're a freshman, you're much more likely to come back because you feel like you're a part of the team. If you're just another face in the crowd, then you don't have any, I don't know, connections there. You need to make friends early on, and as a leader, it's your responsibility to feel them, to make them feel like they have friends in that atmosphere.
Plus, if they know you're in a leadership role and they get comfortable with you, then they can be more willing to ask you questions.
Yes.
Which, just getting them to talk about it is huge.
One of the years we would, it was like the second or third freshman practice, and we like slowly cut down the amount of people that stuck around, but we still had a good amount. And we just had, pretty much, they would practice the entire time, and then the captain and assistant captains were off to the side, and we would call one person at a time over and have a 5-minute conversation with them about where, like, be super upfront with them, where we see them on the team, do they have a chance to be on varsity, and like, for the most part, we would be optimistic with them about their chances, but even like, for example, Alex Janauskas was not close to being a varsity player, and he didn't look good his freshman year. But we were like, hey, we really want you to be part of this club, and like, we had that conversation with him, whereas he probably knew, he was like way down on the pecking order in terms of all these rookies, so he's just a face in the crowd. But when you take that time and all of the leaders on the team are spending like 5 or 6 minutes just talking just to that person, telling them all these reasons why you should be on the team, that's gonna get that person to stay more than just, hey, I'm Kevin, nice to meet you, what's your name again, every single practice. That doesn't work, but actually investing time into them in those first couple of practices is gonna make them actually feel like they're part of the team and be valued.
Yeah.
So, well, I have two things to say. The first thing is, yeah, also, I don't know if this was mentioned before, but, when you're in like the dorm rooms and stuff, and you know that there are also freshmen, like incoming freshmen in those dorms, go around each dorm room, be like, hey, we got this dodgeball event, do you wanna go? And you can get a group together and walk down there as a group, so then you can spend that time and really get them invested, like, wanting to do that. And also, since I'm gonna be an RA next year, this coming year, I thought why just talk to your RAs as well and get them to make like board events, because they have to do that, like they have to make boards and all that. So to have them make an event, be like, hey, there's this dodgeball event that if you're interested, I have a group set up. Go.
We actually started encouraging the freshmen and sophomores, because at Platteville, they're required to be in the dorms. So we encouraged them to, if they're in the same dorm, to walk to practice together, walk back to practice together, that type of thing.
Yeah, that's huge, because it just gets them committed to going. Catherine used to do that with some of the players on our team, and I think that's part of the reason why they stayed.
The, absolute cheat code is if there's like, on-campus dining place near your rec center, just tell everyone that we're going to eat right after practice. And convince as many as that, that's what we did, like, every single practice, we would go back to the freshman dorm area and just eat our next meal there, and all of the freshmen would go there and eat, and we just, hey, come to our table, and then we would get to know them, and make them stay, so, like, right after practice, just do that, it's worth it.
Yeah, we have a thing going where every Monday and Wednesday from like 5 to 7, we go to study in the library. So then we can have that, the upper leadership, because like, they know those classes and stuff, so that we can help them. So then it's not just about dodgeball, it's about your academics as well, and making sure you're doing good in school.
We want our guys to stay in school.
Too many of them failed on us, so I started. implementing so,
COVID was rough.
I was gonna make a comment about UWP being a bunch of nerds, but you guys are just trying to survive.
Which you get from a bunch of engineers.
And
Yeah, so really, all that's just a bunch of advice on how to make friends, because making friends is important to keeping them on the team, because it feels like you're just hanging out. In a similar fashion, make friends with other clubs, and that was part of the reason why we have been pushing Discord participation so much in the last year, because creating a community space for all the other teams to collaborate and discuss ideas. Just the leadership conference 24/7 was the idea of the Discord. And you guys are all in there, and I think you guys are all mostly participating, and it's just a wonderful thing to see everybody coming together. So there is more friendship than just the people within your club. And that's important to grow your school, and it's important to grow the league, and it's just a good feeling all around. Joining the NCAA content team is another plug on here. If you wanna be active in helping the league grow, if you are at all interested in being a part of the dodgeball community in a volunteer fashion, just reach out to somebody and you can be involved.
Just a real snip about content, we started doing in the last year or so, rookie of the year, or not rookie of the year, rookie of the month. So we pick one rookie, voted upon, say, hey, this guy stood out this week, or year, or month, and then we wrote an article about him. We just had our content guy ask him non-dodgeball stuff, and then at the end, okay, what's your favorite ball color? You know, silly stuff like that. But then we post it on our social medias, get the parents involved. That's another big thing is, like, let the parents know their kids playing dodgeball. Because then they also encourage them to keep going.
Yeah, that's huge, actually.
I actually get my players' parents' emails, so I could email all our schedules and everything that's out, so that way they know what's actually going on with their kids, so.
That's a crazy idea.
That is.
That's awesome.
Wait, what was that?
I get my players' emails, their parents' emails, so I can email the schedule and what's going on, so.
And then their parents can nag them about it.
Yep.
Like, oh, you're
That's
in a
like-
tournament? I just got an email.
We just, yeah,
you better go to that. You better see you on the line.
because if they get a heads up,
Send them the links to the screens, all that kind of stuff, so.
yep,
that-
they got donations.
We did have donations.
We
for
probably had
nationals.
300 from the parents last year.
So, that was bad.
I know my mom said it's 100, 150, something like that.
Your club needs to just write a document on what you do.
Yeah, honestly.
You're doing everything right.
Yeah. Imagine if there were 20.
Imagine if there was
Yeah.
It's getting there. But, you know, because we're a smaller school, we have to think outside the box sometimes to keep players and things like that, so.
Yeah, especially since most of our athletic people go straight to like football, basketball, wrestling, yada yada.
Yeah.
We have to think of other ways.
Yeah, we don't have MSU, 50,000 students, so.
Yeah.
We pull from literally anywhere.
Honestly, that's the same issue, there's just so many ways to be involved. Why would they join the dodgeball club when you could go play baseball, which you've been doing your whole life? Or you could play any of the other sports that are available, and there's an infinite number of members that the clubs can have. We can talk more about this later, but just a quick point, we give the club baseball's list of players who didn't make the team, like the cuts from the team, and we try to get them on the dodgeball team. Reach out to the softball team and see if they have cuts as well, to get women on your team also. Really easy thing to do. Also, an easy way to just make friends with another club at university, because all the other sports clubs at your school have to do the same requirements as you. Like at Ohio State, for example, we have to submit a projected budget, we have to attend all these president's meetings, there's like huge list of requirements. And all the other clubs have to do the same stuff, so making friends with them is important as well. I don't want to get too much into that, just quick, but this slide has lasted us like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how much, we might skip through some of this other stuff. Yeah, recruiting is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. Go to practice. Have handover information ready. Good stuff. Alright, group activity. We're gonna split off into smaller groups, and the people online, there are 2 participants plus Catherine. We might just pair you with a few people here. We have 6, no, that's 5, 9, 10, 12, 14 people plus 3 board, 17 plus 3 online. Do 4 groups of 5. Okay. You can talk.
Yeah, so
You don't have to say anything out loud.
Yeah, so what's going on right now? I stopped paying attention 5 minutes ago.
Okay. So I would like groups split up into different schools. We have 4 from Akron and 5 from UWP. So if you guys could take, like, we're gonna have 4 groups, I think, is the best way to do it.
And they could just be group online. Captain could lead them.
Yeah. Connor, Rennie, and Catherine. You guys can just hop over to voice chat too and be a group, and then I'll join you guys virtually. And then we'll make some other groups within the room, and we'll just come back and share some ideas that we talked about. And so 3 groups in the room. I'm just gonna go around.
Figure it out.
Okay, nice, good job.
It's bad.
Man, this doc, this doc is growing.
I know you have a big guy, that's what I'm here.
What I've got right now.
All the answers for us is yeah, this Matt doesn't like it.
Matt,
he's
going to
Yeah.
the only.
Yeah. All it is up here, you feel like you need to.
Just speak up.
Like it's got a highlighted part.
Alright, let's do this.
It's highlighted in one of these, so I have to wait on someone else.
Catherine's in it. She's got lots of work.
Then, other things. I think I have 11 or 12. Really? That's
We got awesome.
We only lost 2.
We started groups of 4 or 5.
For which thing?
For like board
At
members,
usually we don't bring a lot of people that want to be board members, so it's kind of, whoever we can get into the position, to put into the position, and we have to fill the remaining positions we have to have with, just people who meet like the GPA requirement. So, I think we've had our president over every semester for the past like 3 years.
so a new president was the best odd year.
Major engineering, we have a ton of engineers on the team, or like baseball in high school, when you're not playing college,
The
like
president role
or in
this
dodgeball,
semester,
and then
and
we're planning on,
we just kind of pick out
once
some
we
people that are like recently involved and
and
have them looking for the position, and then once they get selected, all of them gonna try to have them discuss amongst themselves if they want like secretary, treasurer, vice president.
Yeah, so what we do,
Not too bad.
We have, our party, they all prepare.
and we just have,
And then.
we have the nominations like a month prior to the end of year party. And then at that party,
So this
we
year,
do
we're actually planning on.
like give a speech on why you think you want this role.
Right, well, right now we have,
And
we
do
used to
the,
just have a, tribal board.
have them
and then
go off
Yeah.
into the house, because we usually party outside.
a couple of guys in
And
New
then
Jersey.
we do the vote, and then.
This year, we're
have
trying to
them
get
back,
it so we can get a little extra space,
And then move
so
on to the
that
next.
there's enough space behind our table that we can.
But I think
the
the point that they made during the meeting of like, create roles, so like having the social media person, having the equipment one is kind of an interesting one.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Cause for us, it's just like, alright, everyone's gotta grab the ball. We actually let the captains kind of carry the equipment, cause we know that they're
They'll
sticking
be there,
around.
yeah.
Yeah, so, and they should be,
Yeah.
that's one of the things we iterate, it's like, okay, if you're on the board, we would like you there every day. So, that's why the captains are almost those for sure people.
Also, we just.
So, like, we have
Good friends.
cones that we like aim at,
Someone.
the yellow line, it's like a roll out line, whatever. So like, so we play different court sizes.
Yeah.
So we just kind of, all that equipment's in the ball bag, so we just have the captains bring it every time.
I think a position that could be added, depending on team actually values it or not, but statistician.
I thought about
Yeah, one of our teammates is an RA, and last
I've been.
semester, he had, it wasn't his
I did it
program,
for
it
like
was another RA, like, we have to do a program, every year or whatever, and their program was like
We
dodgeball, and
Are you
I
talking
wasn't
about like,
after that practice, but,
what's on the
and
roster
none of
for
them
every
around,
team?
but I definitely.
like stat check, like watch it back and film little.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, like,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
plus
yeah.
you need someone who's super committed,
Oh, right.
like,
Well,
a
you
freshman
guys-
would never
You
try.
guys had like this guy on the court with
Yeah.
a laptop.
Yeah, he's joining the team next year,
Okay.
so hopefully he gets that set up and like, it'll make it a lot easier, but.
But that's so.
Yeah.
I can only imagine, cause like reffing like the MSU.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think.
exactly. It'll be just as
valid.
Games,
It's like
I don't
ball,
even know what
ball,
we're
ball,
talking
ball,
about,
ball.
So it'll give us a base to
on,
like compare.
on our team, what
Right.
Sunday, we had like our board and stuff, and we had
So
a
do you
QR code
guys
to the
have
Instagram, which we
websites?
want people to check that out, but I definitely wanna put a QR
Now,
code.
is it
for
school
people.
related or on
Because we
the
tell these
dodgeball?
people like, oh,
I
we're
believe
practicing
that'd be a
next
question
week on
for
this day, we're
Alexis
gonna
if
join
she's
it next
wanting
month.
to make
Oh,
on this
so
day.
we
We
have,
gave out
like,
some papers, but
we
like,
have a-
I remember my freshman year,
school
I didn't do everything
for,
else,
like,
and I
to be a
didn't go
club
through
type of
anything
thing.
else like that, so having
It's
them
called
go
Irish
straight to
League.
the group meeting,
And it's
because even though,
basically like,
I feel like,
okay, this is where you
if
report
I was a
your
freshman
pressure
going around to all
to
these
your
people, even if I didn't go to
vice
them, join the club, I just feel
Okay,
obligated to
so
join the group
we
meeting
have
and then maybe leave, but even if they join
And
and
then
then we send all this information,
Do you
but
have some
really like the
updates?
concept of where they're going, cause I know as a freshman, you're nervous
Okay,
about
I do
getting
a lot
places
of
and stuff,
things
but
right
see,
now.
get them to the group and send all the info that was out, like, be a good way to get it set up.
It's a good idea, because like, the
Right.
thing with you is at the
That's,
projections,
that's one of the things that,
Yeah.
like, we make sure.
Yeah.
So we have a president and a vice
We don't-
president.
we don't-
So the president, he has all that list of duties.
It's fun watching.
And then he's like, all right, I need you to take over this, the vice president, do that.
maybe another one in like a month.
Yeah.
I need to make
No,
these
sure.
videos.
Because
He's very dedicated.
like they're actually getting notifications on the phone.
Yeah.
Seeing.
Oh, when you have to have the issue of the president, you know, the
Yeah.
president does.
Yeah.
They write it down.
So you write it down or we have like a form.
So we kind of, we're very much in the thing he's talking about, where if you have a small group of people who are dedicated and no one else, the club will die. We've just been very squeaking by with getting a new person to be dedicated.
Yeah, I noticed that too, because when I
Over
got
time.
the email list,
Catherine's
and I was
great.
like, why do you not say
Catherine's
lots
great.
on the phone?
It's very good.
A lot, yeah.
I'm gonna try to.
But they do,
Just makes sense. If you're bottom of the team.
They still try to, with the new people we got, we try to recruit people, rookies mostly, or people who were just rookies, so that they're gonna be around long enough for, to pass on information, help new people win. I wanna try to actually distribute
We also have,
this time.
we have a wall, and we were in a room of like
Do
just.
you have anything set where like
Someone walked in and like kind of asked.
I was treasurer last year, so I have an Excel sheet that I'm tracking, all of our expenses with. And I was trying to get, our other members to,
There was a.
keep the notes on what those funds are already.
Well, there was an old.
That didn't do it.
We have
Something very
Now
much
we're
about
talking
it.
to,
Ooh. I've also started
I saw Dodgeball.
keeping track of emails or
And Dodgeball.
Because, well, I mean, obviously, that's
So I actually signed up.
big deal for some you
We've done,
an hour, but,
just where we bring in,
that's one less thing that you really kind of have to have. Oh, we stayed at this hotel, it was good.
I was,
hey,
It has
like I said, like one
blah, 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 just like some little notes. Versus, yeah, or, man, we hated that, that was sketchy, let's never stay there again, so we kind of put that on the list.
Make a new board. Coach down there.
I mean, I guess still like a secretary.
It'd be easy enough.
Do you guys have, you wanna have the funds that you get reimbursed or something? Yeah.
Last year, we actually were in the negative.
Okay.
They like don't reimburse us all the off sometimes. It's fucking weird, I don't understand how it works. Fully. But like, you like get a certain number of points, and I got all the points, but I still.
Yeah, I
don't get my money
joined
back.
because, it's like my second night on campus, they had this like late night progress event. And there was dodgeball game going on,
You were
and
Rachel?
I played all. And it was so much fun, and I didn't know anyone yet, but I met.
Oh, do you have a
And,
club
then a couple
advisor?
days later, I went to like the club fair, and I didn't
Yeah,
see the
so
dodgeball.
technically, our
I
club
was-
advisor is
I went on
Peter,
the club,
so I'm making it
all
Peter.
the list of all the clubs on the
But like,
website.
we have
And I was like,
a club sport guy,
Highlights, like, cool, like,
it's Kyle.
I wonder if that's
Uh,
really
he's
nice,
new.
like, definitely got it, and I
He's
should have forgotten.
new in
all
like
these guys,
December.
like,
We kind of
row
doesn't know
walls,
what
and I
he's
had to
doing.
fill his nails off, so like, the
Yeah,
first
you can
year
make
was
like
scratched, and
playlists
then
on YouTube.
somehow we got.
There's like two other people above him I can contact, so.
We, I remember we have our
Like,
club advisor.
on one laptop. It's like,
She,
I was on the
like,
way
through
to
the
the
summer,
exactly.
because every club has an advisor on campus or
And,
whatever.
and everything, I was like, oh,
And
I'm
it had to be a
gonna
staff
pay
member
it.
or whatever, so,
A little bit.
basically we go in there whenever we have questions about reimbursements
And I was the only one pitching, because I'm only about 10. And I remember
sometimes
one
we
person
actually
say,
have them.
I can hear the ball leave his hand.
Hey, 2 more minutes.
We have a club,
2 minutes.
club account, so we actually will have
So
book
real
the
quick,
club
the,
account, so that
physics
our
student,
students
my
don't have
freshman
to
year,
put the bill up.
second semester,
So then
Josh Zaki.
the reimbursement is through staff member and rather than a, yeah, so like it actually goes through the school, so they probably, they'll get their money a lot faster than a student. So like, if you had them do it too, that's hotels, it's $400 you can
Running the club now, being Cooper, he's very laid back, and I don't know how he was able
So
to do
just
so
using the
much,
staff,
but,
staff members.
I, with our club director a lot, and I have a lot of questions. I
See
just
it,
got,
see
I
it,
wanna
Cap?
send him,
Yeah.
just about the like
We've got
requirements
this
for
number
the
back
club
center
and
that
all
we
that kind
talk
of
to
stuff.
for, any questions and anytime organizing events. We got a couple of different forms we can actually,
Oh, that's another thing we have to, whenever we host an event, we have to, through that pioneer link that I mentioned, we have to update our statuses or whatever. Anytime we host a fundraiser, we have to put it on that page, so that they know we're,
Did so well.
you know, it's legit and fundraising.
to do a
That's, so one of our teammates, Zach, he works at Culver's, and, they gave us $200. Just cause there was a form and we had our vice president fill it out.
Nick works at Culver's.
Yeah.
What farm is it? I'm gonna-
Yeah. So we literally just filled out a form and it just gave us $200. We didn't have to do anything. Local businesses is another one, like the smaller ones, so we have a pop money wheels on like our main street. And we started a fundraiser.
So that's where you guys are seeing that sort of
Like $70. And we typically do it like, so you go there, you buy popcorn, the proceeds go back to us. We do it during our home tournament. So whenever parents come down, hey, stop at our fundraiser, and that's how you get the parents involved. Cause I think
that's something I definitely.
that is really huge.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, I couldn't get her.
Cause I don't know if your parents could have been so now, hey mom,
Check his emails.
I know you go to the stop because Bible's kind of one of those things like we have a lot of people that are still 3-4 hours away, like from Wisconsin. So like they still their parents still have to travel. So while they're there, get them more yeah. What their parents they have right.
Yeah, she's like actually helps us crazy. She's not like super involved in the really on the aspect of like communication.
Yeah, we had 2 people in charge of
Oh,
after and then 1 left in the spring.
We can make a person back. I don't know why they did that. We need to text him, tag him on Instagram.
It was, Abby. You ever?
She's very stressed, and I'm like, no, we understand that you're stressed.
From this year?
We didn't want to, she stopped.
We wanted it to seem legit.
Okay, wrap this up, and then we're gonna start again.
Sole members.
Just to you two specifically. I wanna do a scrimmage early about this showcase.
I was thinking that.
I'm open to it, and I'm not sure I can get
How far are you from more?
about
20 minutes.
20 minutes and then 45 minutes. So the 3 of us can do it. But if we do it in after.
Would be for us.
And then like, how far is UW?
We had 3:25.
3 and a half, or 3 to 4, depending on how, you have to go through Madison, which is, depending on when you go, that can add like 20 minutes. Yeah, and then like, so. I guess Madison would be an hour. So
An hour.
But, even though you get to Madison, doesn't mean it's gonna be, like, you still have to go across town and get to the event. Because Madison is just like a huge area. It's like Chicago, like, oh, I'm in Chicago.
Yeah, and you're just.
Yeah. So like, you gotta go 30 minutes to go.
Play dodgeball. Like 3 people can get their name down.
If we're gonna be doing so,
Printing the packet.
yeah, we should have at least people to be where it's like,
I agree, 100%. I actually would prefer that, even if we don't auto scrimmage and just do a mixed practice, especially because like, we're trying to get that high school level practice in, so anybody can show up for free. We can do big groups. That'd be a Thursday 6 to 8 thing, we might be able to move around time, depending on what your guys' schedules are. Do you know when we're looking to?
Giving out flyers.
Yeah, practice times are likely gonna be the same, Wednesday, 7 to 9, Friday, 6 to 8, that's what I was hoping, so that, but no confirmation. That's why I had it still on.
Yeah,
Like walk
that'd
around
be
with
good.
dodgeball even and like.
Do you know when you guys are trying to practice?
Like have more people than just.
Yeah, I know, that's terrible. But, once again, Thursday, I know it's a drive for you guys, but if you want to.
Wrap it up, wrap it up.
We're done. Thursday 6 to 8.
Thursday, 6 to 8.
We also have
Yeah, like, you
Mondays
don't want
for
that,
those
it's
you
just
have
too
to.
late. So you don't wanna have like a group of 8 people that's more nice to approach, you want it to be more approachable. Get a few people in front of the table.
Students.
I think the highlight video helps, cause it's like a talking point.
This doc is growing so fast.
Having like the dodgeball there is obviously key.
Like,
So,
my
like,
kids.
I thought it was up to me, I
Oh, yeah.
thought you.
And then the pitch just has to be good, you have to tell them what it is to join. You don't actually have to play dodgeball before they join the team.
Well, obviously, there's no high school dodgeball. so-
Yeah, did you play baseball or softball in high school?
Let's go.
Okay, that's pretty much it. Anyway, so.
That's what I'm saying, like, we wanted to host like that.
How was that tournament?
It was interesting, we were outside.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, it looks like it was fun.
Oh, yeah, it was interesting, that's the first time that I've had, honestly.
Oh,
Like, when they got.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, so.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Then they have like some like little like entry fee if you want to do it.
Just to promote.
All right, I plan on doing very little talking, while this slide is on the screen. So please share what you discussed, within your smaller breakout groups. If you're online and you would like to share, I think it'd be easiest if you guys wanna go first. If you wanna talk about some things that you talked about your clubs and maybe some new ideas that you didn't think of before, or whoever wants to speak up.
Can you start that, you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just gonna mute her on this one. Just one moment. Okay, talk again.
Sound okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Cool, thanks. Basically, we were talking about how a large amount of our recruitment efforts at our clubs have been from like our student involvement fairs. And just trying to make that as successful as possible with, posters and sign-up sheets. And if we have club banners, using those. Specifically, Connor was talking about trying to pull together like a highlight video so that when people are walking by, they're seeing the sport in action. Or Brenny mentioned that, they have the space available within their school to set up a net and a ball. And whoever could throw the hardest, like from the radar gun, was able to like not pay dues or something that semester. So just trying to find little ways to keep, show our club, pull people in, and keep them interested in the sport. But, also just want to emphasize that recruitment is a year-round thing. It doesn't just stop this involvement fair, so trying to find other opportunities, on campus or, through your club sports department, or even setting up your own types of, activities like your own tournament, is another way that we can, kind of push this recruitment another way, so kind of our discussion.
Awesome, thank you for sharing. Anybody wanna build off? Sorry, if I, 1 second. Does anybody have dietary restrictions? We're gonna order pizza for the people in person. So if you need like a vegan option or anything, we're doing a couple pepperonis and a couple cheese pizzas. Anybody have, complaints or requests? Okay. No?
No.
Okay, moving on. You had your hand up, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a big thing we do at Akron with the Instagram is just DMing people, telling them about the club, and then we go off of the Akron class of 2027 Instagram, where people will submit a picture of them and a whole bio, like their major, and just like fun facts or whatever. And a lot of people mention sports they played or stuff like that, and so, we've been really specific with it this year, and been like, oh, like, hey, saw you played baseball in high school or whatever, you'd be good at this, or we always end up with a lot of engineers on the team, and so we would say like, oh, I see you're an engineer, you're gonna really enjoy this group of people, we have a lot of engineers, seem like a good fit for the team. And then can I share, I had an idea off of that, I know it's like a couple questions away, but should I just share it
Keep
now?
going.
Okay, we are also thinking of anyone who responded or liked our message, or we're gonna send another message once we get our confirmation for our court times and stuff, to tell them, like, hey, we're practicing these days, whatever, come to practice, just to remind them again, 'cause some of the people we DM'd in like April, so just send out another round and bug them about it and keep it fresh on their minds.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Having a clear space for announcements is really important. So if you're going to make announcements to all these people, where should they expect them to come from? If they're all in the group meeting, if you're sending out emails to all these people. So if you're announcing club practice times, how are they going to receive this information?
Yeah, and I was also thinking, at our like club event, when everyone sets up their boards, we always had, or I only did it once, but we had our, QR code to the Instagram, and that was cool, people would check it out, but I was thinking I'll put a QR code just straight to a group meet, because people are going to all these clubs all day and gonna be getting all these emails and all these papers, it would be cool to get them just directly in the group meet, and then we'll send a message about practice, so they aren't, if, in case they don't check their emails or they throw away the papers they get, they'll at least have another source of information for it.
Yeah, that's almost like a necessary thing. Ohio State did that last year. They just had a very large QR code, and on top of the paper it said, group me. And people would walk by and just join the group me and not
Yeah.
say anything. So you shouldn't have to invite everybody, you shouldn't have to, make them go through extra loops. We had, I think, 200 people in our group me after the involvement fair, but only, a handful of them stuck. But just the fact that we had that many people and then you could come back and check the group throughout the whole year, because if you're in the group meeting, what are the chances that you leave? I think
Yeah.
we had like 130 people at the end, so it seems like 40% of the people leave. That's still a pretty low number for what it could be. So 60% of these random people just happen to see these dodgeball announcements on their group meeting whenever they go in to message their other friends or whatever. So yeah, get as many people in the group meeting as possible, because that's just the easiest social space for college students. Any more ideas for recruiting, just in general?
Well, what we did was we have a thing called Bridge Fest where like we have a bunch of clubs come out and like present
Put on
their
through the
club.
school.
Yeah, through the school. And I wasn't a part of this because that was my freshman year and that's how I got involved. But what they did was they had, somebody sitting out in the grass and they told them like, hey, if you can throw this ball and he doesn't catch it, you got something or other. And then after, so then we have our sign up kind of thing and give them an email. And then, somebody would send an email out, and be like, hey, we have a thing going on today at like 4:30 for like a game. So you can get a taste for what dodgeball actually is.
One thing that we kind of were talking about was, I mentioned the club advisor is a great resource for information similar about like events like that. Like she helps us get a booth because there's only so many spots. So just using your resources on campus is also as important, just because like they can get you those spots.
It's available all year long.
Yeah.
You can do it anytime you want. If you want to put a booth out and recruit people, there's almost no chance that your sports club department or whoever you have to go through will deny you.
We probably talk to our advisor once a month at least. And that's also for like SUFAC, which is basically like funds through the school.
Reimbursement funds.
Yeah. She helps us with those meetings and questions.
More recruitment fair ideas, Dylan, you said that you want to talk about it a little bit.
It's the next 3 slides.
We would, have like flyers that we would hand out. And we would, like I was talking about, just a bunch of ways to attract people that are like looking to be competitive or like take it seriously. And one of the ways to do that is just even as simple as on the flyer, call it a tryout instead of just open practice or, hey, come to our practice. That isn't gonna entice like those people that are gonna wanna be super competitive or committed to it as much as if they hear like dodgeball tryouts. I think I'm good enough to do this. And yeah. So, I mean, that was just one of the like many ways that we would try and attract like the target market that we're actually looking for. And then at those first handful of open practices, we would have like a printout of like all the info about the club, so it would be like a 3-page like thing that I would print out, staple, and it would just have like all the info, when are our practices, all of that stuff, and it would just be like a physical copy that they could have, that they would bring back with them after that first practice. When are our practices, what's the season schedule look like, how much are dues, like how do you join the club, all of that, what are the like preseason rankings, all that stuff is a good idea to put in there too.
We put links to our social media.
Yeah.
In the, like, some of the QR codes.
Yeah.
QR codes are huge.
I was also gonna say like, cause like I'm in charge of like sending out the emails to everyone, and at the end of every email, I put like, hey, if you wanna like check more about Dodgeball Club, here's a link to all our socials, and I'll like just kind of plug your socials anytime, any chance you get it.
Anything that gets them more familiar with what they would be getting into is gonna make it more likely for them to come. If I have like minimal idea of what the rugby club actually entails, or whatever it happens to be, I'm not gonna be as likely to join. So watching like a broadcast of a game, like all that stuff is how you get someone to actually be comfortable with what they're jumping into and more likely to actually stick.
The last bullet is important to me. Does everybody have a board position, like a recruiting chair? If you don't, that's something that I would highly suggest having, just somebody that is solely focused on recruiting and retaining members. And for yes, or
So, no, like, that's actually my new position that I'm going into, and
Awesome.
I was curious as to, as a, like, recruiting and, focusing on, hang on, focusing on, like, making your club stand out in comparison to all the other clubs that are gonna be talking to all these people, because they're probably reaching out in similar ways, like looking through, your, college's club pages, or pages for new students. They're gonna target people who are like into athletics, and same thing with recruitment fairs, like we were talking about, they're gonna see like 20 to 50 booths in like the next hour, so how, or are there certain points or certain things you feel like you generally have to talk to them about, so they can come back and you can maintain that retention, rather than just ending up with a list of like 200 names where you have 2 kids show up one time and then they're not really interested?
Platteville, first practice of the year, we will sit outside the dorms and be like, hey, first practice is in 20 minutes down at the basketball courts. Stick here and we'll go down, we'll walk down together. We have board members, physically bring people to those practices. But as far as like the booth, I think engaging them with, like, bring a ball. You know, have them throw it, if you have a net, so catch it, that's great. So you got them engaged, and then I think just have, if you have like a tablet, we have the NCDA top plays. I sent out to, we're trying to get Stout, I sent out those links to that. But for the booth, just actually have it up and just kind of show them like, hey, these were our top plays. So I think just engaging them and showing them like something similar, visual like.
Yeah, because to me, like, it seems like, at least in the booth setting, or like, you're messaging someone you have no clue, like you don't know them, it has to be relatively quick, because they're moving through, they're in a process of doing this to all these tables, and it also has to be informational enough that they get an idea of what it is. So like you were saying, I think some sort of demonstration, or like, if you were to have a radar gun and like a net, you could set up a like mini throw booth, something like that, and then give them a feel for what the sport is, and like just an idea, without taking up a ton of time and making them stand in a huge line just for an opportunity to do something they might not want to do. Like, I feel like, like you said, that physical engagement as well as just a quick explanation, and also walking with them might be helpful as well. So that's definitely helpful.
yeah, I don't know about all you guys, but at Ohio State's fair, there are so many people running through all these booths that it is impossible to get everybody to look over. So we bring out pretty much the whole team to stand in our booth, and we just yell at people. Like, we'll see a crowd of tall, athletic-looking kids in the back, and we'll just start yelling at them and like heckling them to come over to our booth and try to get involved. And like this with women as well that are walking through, we getting them to come over and look at the booth, and like you're saying, they're not gonna wanna stay and talk at your booth for the whole time because they're overwhelmed with all the different options they're looking at, so just making them interested and making them aware is really important, and putting a QR code up with the group me, and then sending another big, long message or a focused message with important details is huge as well, because after the involvement there, they may forget about you. So how do you get them to remember that they saw the dodgeball club after the fair? And it's just by getting them in your community somehow, and GroupMe is one of the best ways to do that, so they have something to look
I
back to.
started asking the girlfriends of the players to help with the recruitment of women. It's just having a woman talk to another woman is a lot easier.
Yeah, having Catherine at our booth, I think, brought a lot of women over, because they saw that,
It was co-ed.
yeah.
Also, if teams need help recruiting women and they need women, if I'm within 6 hours of a team, I'll drive to a recruitment fair to come help recruit women. Cause I know it can be really hard for a group of guys to try to talk to women and then actually go to the practice afterwards. From what I've heard, Ohio State's not known for being great at recruiting women.
No comment? Okay, Kevin, do you wanna take over some slides? Talk about recruitment?
Still talking about it?
Yeah. This is like one of the biggest parts of the conference.
Yeah, sure. What else? What do we gotta talk about? What's next?
Everything on this side.
Okay. Okay, I'm on the same slide. Fall and spring student org recruitment. I think the fall is just super crucial. That's where you're gonna get almost everyone. When we would do one in the spring and January, like, everyone's already got their friend groups, or they have their time allotted to what they're interested in. Like, you've gotta get the freshmen or new students, whatever year they are, during that first like month before they have their, you know, their priorities in place for what they're doing in college. You gotta get them to make your club part of their college experience, because that's all gonna get determined pretty quick in their first year. So I think the fall was just, I know that we've talked about how recruiting is like a year-long thing, but you're gonna get almost all of your people during that first couple weeks, so. Leading up to it, going around the dorms, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to wait for the student org thing, like recruitment fair, and that isn't the only way, but like go around all the dorms, like be super creative, honestly, is write on like, use chalk and write on whatever the sidewalk if you can, if you're allowed to do that. I know GVSU is kind of like, didn't let us.
Yeah, you actually have to look that up, because
Yeah.
I found that out while I was doing some research.
Yeah.
Not every school likes that.
Yeah, but be super creative with it, try and run like a charity tournament for like, during welcome week for the, freshmen or something if you can, like contact, your people over the summer and see if you can set that up. Hang flyers anywhere possible,
Kevin, I'm gonna jump in and talk about the, like, charity tournament thing.
yeah, go ahead.
This is an idea that I've had for OSU for a very long time, and it's something that we've just struggled to do at the beginning of the year. A lot of freshmen coming in to school are looking for ways to be involved, and they're looking for activities, especially in the first few weeks. So if you're able to reserve a weekend for a freshman recruiting tournament or a fundraiser tournament, just say dodgeball club tournament, and just have that be a flyer that you're hanging around the dorms. We haven't actually done it, but I believe that you'll get just a ton of people signing up because they wanna find a way to be involved. They wanna find a way to make friends, or, you know, do something with their friends that they came to school with. So, and just getting them playing dodgeball in an actual tournament style event would be a huge recruiting tactic.
Use your RA.
Yeah.
Yeah, try and set one up where it's like each dorm gets to create a team, and it's like a dorm versus dorm tournament of some sort. Like, it would take some planning, but you would have to work through the, insanely impactful. You get a bunch of people do that.
And a quick note on flyers, Ohio State has a service that if you give them a big packet of flyers, up to, I think, 350 or something, they'll distribute them across all the dorms for you.
Wow.
And, I told that to Wes last year, and he reached out to UC, and he discovered they do that as well. So just something to think about, if you didn't know that was an option, your school will most likely do that for you. You just have to find out who to reach out to and who to ask. We have to submit our flyer, and they give us permission to hang it up, and then we bring all of them in and they distribute them for us. So it's a lot easier on you to just print them out and hand them, rather than walk around and distribute them yourselves. So if you're not aware of that resource, look into it.
So at least at your guys' schools, who would that be, who you guys are contacting, so we would like know who to look into to see where we want to talk to about that?
What's the role?
Yeah,
Or the
yeah,
title?
like the role of the title of it.
Barda's does like, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's Red Light.
Check your school website
Mhm.
and search, search Res Life, but also like, ask your advisor.
Okay.
Cause your advisors, if they don't know, they will find out. I think printing services, I think is actually what it's actually called.
I just walked up to one of the people at the front desk of the dorms and said, I wanna hang up some flyers, where do I go? And they gave me the resource. I don't remember what specifically they were titled, but,
Yeah, I think ours was printing services.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna walk up into a random dorm and do that.
yeah.
Cause every dorm has an ungodly amount of flyers.
Yeah.
So where did they come from? So obviously dorms probably know.
No problem, for sure, thank you.
Sorry for interjecting, Kevin, go ahead.
More outside the box ideas and see. The radar gun thing, we talked about that might have been a small, I don't know. But the radar gun thing is a really, really good idea, if you have space and they allow it. Just have like some sort of reward for the 3 fastest men, 3 fastest women. We did that a while back and gave them like t-shirts.
These things cost like 10 cents if you buy them in bulk. Just give them out to everyone, says team, dodgeball, whatever, free market people love them.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. Let's see, the on-campus tournament thing we talked about, we actually would always volunteer help with one that was run by like a sorority that had like every fraternity competed in it, and like we would recruit kids into fraternity. It's tough because they're already so committed to that, but we would get like 1 or 2 people from the fraternity to join the team, maybe once every couple of years. But it also just helps to like get more connected with that and the fraternities to know that that's a thing. But yeah, connecting with like other clubs or like student orgs. We also did a thing where we did like a fundraiser, and then like the Greek life organization that had the most people attend one of our tournaments, that was a home tournament, got like $200 to their organization. And so that got like a bunch of sororities and fraternities to show up and spectate our games. Let's see, ask your professor for 2 minutes at the start of class. I don't know whose idea that is. That's interesting though. I've actually done that.
More towards the fundraiser aspect, but.
Yeah, there's sometimes, I don't know how you guys structure for this class, but, our interface was you had access to everyone's email within your class. You could just send an email to everyone and then, hey, time for this.
Spam them.
Yeah.
Using your social media obviously is key, especially like leading up to, I know it's the off season, but in August, before people are gonna come back to campus, you can get a good amount of like reels to post on there, just like make a post that honestly just one graphic that has all the info someone would need. Cause you're gonna have people just lurking your social media that are freshmen, and they're gonna find it, and if you have enough enticing stuff there, and then like one thing that says like how much are club dues, winter practices, all of that stuff's right there, then they have all the info without even having to find you at a student fair. So I think that's important too. But yeah, like highlight reel videos and all that is a huge plus.
That's the nice thing about some of those social media sites is that you can post all those highlight reels and then have the information ones that are pinned at the top, so if you go and look at your account that's the first thing they see is the, information.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely would be helpful by like August 20th or whatever, before all that starts. Next slide, what we got? Yeah, I feel like we've already talked about all this. I think honestly, Ohio State, they say they bring everyone. What we would used to do is only bring like the captains or board members, and like the people that, honestly, the people that we thought would be best at like recruiting people to join. And, I don't know, we just brought the people that we thought would entice more athletic, competitive people that want to play dodgeball, and, the most like well-spoken people on the team. And we would send people not just to stand at our table, but to go around and try and find people and tell them, hey, go find a dodgeball table. And they would give them like the flyers that we had. We would print like 500 flyers to hand out. And we would walk up to people, give them a flyer, also tell them go to booth, whatever, 205, and find dodgeball and talk to them. The biggest thing that I was talking about in my small group was you have the one laptop for the emails, but then you also should have one that's playing video, whether it's a broadcast of a game or highlights or something, because that's a good conversation starter, but also, like I said, that gives them like a way better idea of what they'd be getting into, and if they think they would like it, and you want people to be as comfortable with what they're getting into as possible, instead of just trying to picture it with, while all they've done is talk to you two guys from UWP, and then you have a dodgeball in your hand, and that's it. You talk about, yeah, it's fun, come join us. If they get to watch like a broadcast or something, then they're more likely to, have a good idea if they want to do it.
I'm gonna ping in here real quick. Another idea besides laptop for emails is just to have a QR code to a Google form that they can submit their emails themselves. That way you don't have a line of people waiting, typing their email, or if they're just walking by and they wanna do it when they're going to their next booth, they can on their own.
It's kind of like what we did for the radar at the last national. You just had to fill out their own information.
Right.
Sent it to us.
Yeah.
I feel like also if you have people doing it like that on their own device, it prevents any like technical issue that you may have, like if something dying at a recruitment event, or just like Wi-Fi's not working for you, then like, at least for me last year, my first time doing recruitment, at one of those like school run events, we ran into a lot of people who would come up to our booth, be very interested, and then we'd have like, as soon as we have like 2 or 3 up, then you get like a line of people who kind of stand like a couple feet back and like observe, and while they're typing, they decide that they're like, I'm gonna keep walking after a while, because they're not actively up talking to us.
Yeah.
So I think doing something like that may help with that.
Yeah, that's why it's also helpful to have not just people standing behind the table, but out there talking to people that are maybe waiting to go up and type their name. We would always make that a priority too.
Certainly don't have them write it down and you can transfer it.
Yeah.
Catherine also just pinned in the chat, I'm gonna say it, she just said, get club apparel and wear it.
Wear your jersey. Honestly, what I think works best is to show like your variety of different things. If like 3 people wear a jersey, one wears one of your club shirts, another one wears a different one, and then I'm walking by and I see like the dodgeball club's got all this cool gear. That's just another added perk. It's small, but it's kind of a cool added perk if you got like 8 different t-shirts and jerseys that you got.
Yeah, I used to bring my old jerseys and put them on the table as well, just to show variation.
Next slide. Yeah, we talked about a lot of this. The early tournament thing we already talked about with like the B teams. I think that's so huge, and we've talked about it with like alumni, but I think like the depth, like the talent on teams right now, and depth and all that would be way better if clubs were larger. Like back in the day, we had like 40 people in our club, and it like got to the point where if you're a freshman, you're not getting any playing time on varsity unless you're super talented. And like the lower end players on each team right now are like freshmen that just learned how to play dodgeball, whether they're super talented or just like the decent freshmen. And like back in the day on like certain clubs, Central Michigan, Grand Valley, JMU, it was like we had like 40 people, so by the time you were good enough to be on varsity, you were like a junior that's already played 2 years worth of practicing like multiple times a week, and you're a very, very like smart player and all that, and it just boosts the depth of your team and the skill level. So if you wanna be the best team, the cheat code really is to just have a B team that's competing all the time so that you can retain a club of 40 people. Because if you don't have a B team, you're not gonna be able to retain those people because they don't get to do anything besides practice. It's just very, very difficult. But if you have a B team that gets to travel and compete and all that, you have 40 people in your club, it just increases the odds that your top 12 to 18 people are gonna be better. And it's just a complete cheat code to be the best team, is to have as many people in your club as you can to a certain extent.
Practices are more effective.
Absolutely, yeah, that's another thing. And your
12v12
arms-
is a lot better than
Yep.
4v4.
or
Yeah.
8v8, whatever.
Yeah, and we'll get into more of the practice stuff in a minute, but another thing, like, we had enough that we would have like 3 teams at practice. And we would do a thing once a week on like Tuesdays, we would call it tournament practice. And like the captain and 2 assistants would draft teams at the start of the semester, and that would be their team for the whole semester for those Tuesday practices. And you would accumulate points based on, you do a round robin just over and over until the 2 hours of practice are up. You would accumulate points based on your wins. End of the semester, whichever of those 3 teams had the best points got a t-shirt. And it was just like, it created a atmosphere of competition in practice that was like higher than most of our games. And it got each of those teams to be more tight knit, and those like groups would, like that would also help with retaining those players because they got drafted into a tournament practice team. Like, it makes practice more fun for the players that don't get to play against Michigan State and Grand Valley next weekend because they aren't good enough to make the top 18. And you don't want to limit it to just 18 people in your club that get to benefit from stuff, so. But we'll get into that later, but there's so many ways to retain, but I'm telling you, like the B team thing, if you can get a consistent B team that's playing and stuff, you'll have 40 players in your club, and then your club is just set up for long-term success.
Move on.
Yeah. I feel like we covered this stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we covered like all this. Non-dodgeball related activities as a team.
I was gonna start doing like, going disc golfing, going bowling,
Yeah.
literally just having a Super Smash Bros. Tournament, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Actually put it in our calendars, like, okay, we're gonna do it.
Yep, I like that. I will say, like, from a social standpoint, you don't wanna be the club that's like, one weekend be like, hey, come to our party, and then, because, I mean, there's benefits obviously to like, the social side of it, and getting people to become friends, but you want this to be, you wanna attract the people that are gonna take it seriously and wanna like, win and be competitive and all that, and to do that, you don't wanna right off the bat just be like, hey, look, we're just a social thing that you can be part of. You wanna treat it like it's a team, like, there are those like perks of getting to hang out with people and stuff. There's ways to do that where it doesn't turn your club into just a, oh, I wanna party with this group of friends, and dodgeball's like the thing that we do on the side. That's what Dylan was talking about, that's what Ohio State sort of used to be like, right, Dylan?
Yeah.
And you don't wanna approach it like that. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but if you wanna win, I think that you don't wanna approach it like that. You wanna approach it like a team that takes things seriously, and then also you're a team that wants to hang out together and do that on the side.
Even a small thing, like at the start of practice, having your upperclassmen warm up with freshmen and stuff, like that just divides, get rid of the lines of, you know, the top end people and the bottom end people. Like, you don't want freshmen to feel alienated from the rest of the team. Go, as a captain, go warm up with the freshmen, make them feel involved.
Their names. Eric, where do you go? Stay here,
Eric's
second.
pizza.
Alright, well, I'll tell you. Yeah, that's great. Honestly, I think we're at a pause, we can do a quick bathroom break, get some water or something, and then we can go into the women's involvement thing. Break time.
Greg says bathroom break, I see you, buddy.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I was.
I would rally stuff down, but also like, I'm in no leadership position outside of class. This is all.
I'm gonna appoint you to something.
I was already thinking about it. It makes sense.
I switched my hats like 25 times.
Yes.
Cause I got some wires. Where you wanna go?
Was it, who was it?
An email address.
And you take those pictures of Dylan?
Yeah.
The stage is real. Just wait for the next one. Him leaving. Well, now he yells about it.
I switched my hats so many times, I'm like, why am I?
Oh, I like how we're not able to.
I can't take it off because my hair's atrocious.
Oh, yeah, it's not good, no.
One thing that, yeah, I noticed that I'll do is wanting to create a calendar. Like literally, like I'm getting, so like the Discord has the
Next year presentation.
posting
Yeah.
hashtag, what do they call it?
Disheveled. Sleeping.
Get those dates,
AM.
put them in a separate calendar, one that
The
you can
PC
all
cameras
add
are
add
uploading
to
now,
type of
because I
thing
finished them
for
over.
board members. And then,
So wait for days like tournaments, practices or what?
yeah, well, so what we do is we just put, together our Tuesday, Thursday practice, put that, so it looks like there's something.
Yeah, so there's always gonna be something.
Yeah, something on the calendar, and then we put, so right now, we already know Platinum is gonna go to 3 tournaments.
Yeah, I was like, I got there and I was like,
Should
there's
already
no
have that
answer. Oh,
date.
good luck.
We talked about it in our board.
Alright.
We had that date, the next tournament, we had like 3 tournaments.
Sorry, I just saw someone going on there. What happened?
Pilot game out. I wish I
Nicole wants to leave,
But yeah, we just had that calendar that we go over every board meeting. Like, hey,
Do you also use that to like set
I
up
also
your meetings?
use it.
Or is that-
Yeah, well, so we talked about the next one.
Okay.
Like, all right, hey, so what we did was we had a board chat. We use Messenger. For the board, so we actually have a messenger chat for the board. But then we have a Snapchat.
Are you driving back or
We have a
something?
Snapchat for the team, but at least for me, I have my notifications on for Snapchat and Discord, so if we did something that was on one of those, I feel like I missed too much stuff. So that's why I wanted to get something set up.
Right, so.
Not what it looks like it.
So what we do is
It just needs to breathe, give it a second.
So one
Figure it
of the
out.
things I started doing was.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a fun.
Hey, we need you guys to do this. Give me a thumbs
Yeah,
up
like this
once
message
you've
sound
done it.
like that.
Give me a thumbs up once you've done it. Because now you can give that
Yeah,
message.
it's just.
That is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
So-
about that.
You think that's,
But
that's actually really huge.
Oh, I believe it.
Because then too, now we know at least you are participating.
And at the very minimum, you know that, or I can register
All I
that
know is
all
that
of my
every time I
captains have seen
work
this
out,
message,
I get it.
or already work page, and knows that this is, even if they forget, they know that this is.
And consulting.
Big thing.
The thing they do is they tell other
What I
ones how they.
So we're also putting those.
I'm incredibly productive.
Yeah.
with things like this.
Oh, yeah, like this all.
Scott does it.
And is that like a calendar that's just available to anybody?
Yeah,
Something to come up
exactly.
to like recruiting as well, like just a little tentative calendar.
So
I
Steve,
mean,
I'm
now,
just-
no one's thinking what's the difference from-
Works with the floor, so we're gonna have the calendar.
No,
for the
full
board.
board.
Yeah,
But then we make like a separate one.
like a copy that's not modified, it's just like view only.
A
and
Bobby
you can have
Devlin?
it, like
I
open to
didn't
the
come
public,
here
like
because I
along
wanted
with
to
that
do
QR code on your thing. There'd be like another section like, look at our schedule of all our events, tournaments, and practices.
Oh,
Yeah, so body doubling, so I'm uploading these.
Yeah, very similar to that, like you're saying,
Like they don't need to know when our next board meeting is.
Yeah, exactly. Just like all that stuff that would be pertaining to anybody in the general public who's not.
Right.
Alright, we're gonna take another pizza break, so let's get started.
No, we gotta wait for Xander anyway.
The big thing
We can
is,
go like back.
knew about tournaments.
Yeah, but I wanna.
But not well enough in advance.
Yeah, like
So,
prepare.
cause a lot of people gotta get off work.
Dylan was the
Because
first
for us, it's a whole, okay, you're gone Friday, because you're driving.
There was a whole,
You're
like,
playing Saturday.
There's a lot of distance.
You come,
Really,
right,
Lantern
you come home Sunday.
articles on it. That was
So
our-
like you have to have Friday, Saturday.
Who was the
off
first
work.
ever
A lot of shit college kids do, they work
Really?
Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
Because they're
No,
in school.
no, because Central
At least
had,
like next semester, all during the semester, I talk and feel like I'm just gonna be working Fridays and weekends, so I'm just gonna take off anytime I have a tournament, and then other than that, I'll be working.
I also think it's important
you were a coach for one.
to have a meeting. Do you guys have meetings like?
There
For
is-
announcement right before practice starts?
I'm not gonna lie to you, there's been probably about two genuine meetings, like, they say stuff in the entire time.
We usually do it at the end.
Practice, whatever, but not really discussion.
So, we're talking about these tournaments, this is what we do.
That's
You
not it.
wanna go, let's just say
And then tell them.
Oh,
they should
shoot.
do it. Also, even though you've already been to 4 tournaments, we still need your dues. Because they,
This year with jerseys, we gotta hold the jersey.
oh, we're holding jerseys and not allowing people to play until we have one.
Well, you guys are.
Of that and keep it forever.
No.
Someone wanted to.
We have a decent amount of people, like, I think recruiting this year will be really nice too, like,
Picture
just
that says Jesus.
student involvement, when we have like.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because you guys are working on year 3.
Yeah.
Let's be honest,
There's
there's
some-
Yeah, year 3.
No, we got that one.
You gotta tell if it's gonna.
He just like
Yeah, just at least like,
brings about every
this
once
year,
in
we had a lot of
while,
new people
and
coming,
shows
just
up
like
and
for quite a while.
leaves.
Not everybody did tournaments and stuff, but just like practices built up pretty large early on, and then later on, there were some people who like, during exam time, kind of phased out, but
No.
I feel like overall, at least compared to when I first joined, like my
Yeah,
freshman year and at the end of my freshman year versus this year, this year just happened. I feel like there's a lot more retention for people and just, oh, we have 44s at practice, you know?
I think switch to
Oh,
doing like the
Reading the
informational part
on
and
the
then
white
make it
things.
into
Yeah.
practice. Just
Whoa,
because.
whoa, easy,
Rather than just go right into playing or just like, all right, everyone,
Better
everyone,
structure our practices too would be better for us.
yeah, everyone at the baseline. We wanna make, and then have your captains. Or if, like, let's say you're the group of guys, you have an announcement and then.
Yeah, for sure.
And talk, yeah, that's, get out of there. So,
Yeah.
that's.
There's definitely a difference between that, like, just perspectively of you speaking towards somebody versus you speaking from a central location or at one point, well, at one. I guess, it's weird, but.
Dig
it's
in,
one of those
pizza.
psychological things.
Right.
Everybody thank Eric. He bought it with his own money.
Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Glad they'll pay for it. I'm just thinking.
Oh, sure.
You're just paying us to be your friend. We get people.
I don't need friends.
Don't worry, Eric, we know.
Well drafted team of like pretty good.
Oh, is it Pep Sardine?
My hands felt swollen when I was there.
Still, it's kind of like.
This is sad.
But it's against. It's like
Big no.
My thought process, when I was speaking about the draft and that type of stuff, since I didn't know if you have something to do something like that at practice, as well as like with people not being there.
I think we got two for everybody at least.
Each captain drafts like 2 to 3 rookies, and or like who are gonna play tournaments, and whoever has like the most kills or like most catches or whatever stat you wanna choose to track, whoever has the most perfect performance in games that they go to, we can give them some sort of prize. Out of all the captains, whoever the team is. Yeah.
TOT is one of them, one of each. Think it might be that.
I'm gonna do POTTY, so it's just high.
What is this?
I don't know, it's funny, 'cause it sounds like.
Just in lowercase?
Yeah, like very small, in parentheses.
That'd be great.
And then like you get your name written on the helmet, like I try to use the time, yeah. We did something like that at my high school.
What's your problem? It's not a problem with me.
I'm gonna have to go be a debt collector if somebody keeps the helmet. I'm just gonna show up at their dorm, like bust their door down like the Kool-Aid man.
We did those.
Oh, yeah, give me that.
So the idea, my idea was that,
I saw you pick up
Like,
two,
because
and
I
then
don't
you pick up
follow
another
the
one.
days that really are stressed because
We should definitely plan something for like early
I
mid-September.
already
where you-
talked to him.
Okay, with like the three
I let
schools,
everybody
we
else-
definitely.
Yeah.
Preferably Thursday at Central Howard, because then it's obviously they have farther drive to Cleveland, so if we could do,
But even if we plan like a Saturday scrimmage,
yeah.
you might have
In
to just
August.
like direct message me.
Like, guys, we're trying to.
Discord?
Because I'm just pretty.
Yeah, we were basically saying like,
Social.
varsity players were
That's
not-
how I feel when anybody tries to talk to me, or like, I'll go back to the sport after a day and a half, and I just see like, all the messages, and I'm like, I didn't get pinged.
you guys do like a first practice, do you do like a?
Yeah, like definitely get together for practices, but
Play.
if we plan early in the season a scrimmage, like I know we did that last year, but maybe we can try to get something earlier. Something to have, so we can try that at like the recruitment fair.
So we would explain the main rules to the big group, and then have like a versus a quick like point.
As far as practices and stuff.
That everyone can see what
They should also like working
And then
playing games for.
divide up.
We definitely,
Into three
ours
teams.
aren't super structured and they should be.
be.
Yeah, we kind of just, we'll go through phases where we do drills for a while and then we kind of stop, and then my freshman year, we like
Was that?
did some conditioning for a little and then didn't do that, and I think that's something we want to do more.
And then once the
At least for us,
first
we pretty much
tournament started
all
coming
of
around,
our
we're like,
practices
okay,
are
so
just-
there's some more rules that.
Yeah, that's what
My first year, occasionally we'll do some drills or something.
Like, we don't need to-
And stuff like that, but for the most part, it's like just scrimmages. And
Yeah.
I noticed that like in tournament, like, at least for me personally, when I don't focus on my cardio, I play a lot worse.
Mhm.
Like, if I'm not focusing on my breathing during games,
Yeah.
I'm not, and it genuinely affects me, so I feel like it has to affect my show.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something where it doesn't have to be a big part of your practices, but just like.
Just like, if you're gonna practice better, do a couple warm-ups.
More or less just to slightly be your little adjust, so like you're not playing full energy in practice, because you're not.
Or like the losing team at that point, or that's 3 points, whatever has to do suicide, like, that's not quite sure.
There's a point you lose it.
Yeah.
It'll also weed up people that don't really want to be part, you know, but for practices it can, Wednesdays are drills, only drills. Friday is fun, only fun. I think it's a good enough system, I mean, because we need, we really need those Fridays to be fun, so that people actually show up. That's what we really needed. Just because, well, we've been in shambles for years, you know, the first year it's gonna be good.
Are you a senior?
Finally, it's picking up.
I know. Might as well go to grad school for something I'm not gonna do.
Like, this is not edited.
You're a junior?
It won't be next year either.
Yeah. But I'm hoping that it'll just stay very strong after I leave.
Yeah. You guys have those strong,
No one graduated from like before year at least. So I'm the only one that's gonna leave, everyone else is gonna
That's
use
good.
that time to mesh together.
How do you guys feel about the?
And most of them have 3 years, not 3 full years left. They're crazy. I'm so excited to see what this year can make. Listen,
Yeah, I'm excited.
At some point, maybe trying a shorter ball type of thing in the NBA.
Someone never said an idea, I can't remember, it might have been Austin.
Burden with one person remaining.
yeah, I really wanna get two tabs before.
Yeah.
Before we wanna leave.
Some of these, you know, the really good teams play this.
Sunday.
I'm sure
It's
like
working.
have the average team all three, because team actually don't have, just keep going, I'm like, I'm gonna let them go get water. We're getting them ready for E16.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I don't know if that would. For the championship. You guys are gonna say a little bit more. Or the rest of
Is it a normal experience after that? Every single level, or like, my fingers.
This is something that like,
I'm
going into it, like you guys.
My hands bleed.
When I was like washing my hands and back, my hand was like
Like, I don't know if it's how I release it or what, but the outside part of all of my fingers, it's like,
Yeah, probably how you do you play?
Yeah.
So you play at nationals?
Maybe it's just going to visit friends. In my last year, it was just casual, but my hands just, they don't feel that inconvenience. They're great. Like,
Yeah,
I couldn't throw a ball, I couldn't I couldn't physically.
that was mine too with my hand, like, my arm was fine, but my hand was.
Like, I felt like I walked out of it. SLC with arthritis on just my right hand.
I really wanted to play that. We had a rough. How do we actually frustrated?
Well, we tied them first time.
No, really, just.
And it was so hot in there that even the ones that were like okay, it was so hard to hit.
When you slip out of your hand, it really just slides, especially the ones that are really dry, so it's like got that deep texture.
Yeah.
And then you break it. I went to backhand, and it just was completely that hot, like, I just not doing that again.
How do you guys all respond? Do you do like the, rub it on concrete or?
I use sandpaper, that's trying to survive.
Okay, so I've heard the normal.
Usually I just inflate it quite a bit, like above what I'm gonna do, throw open a bit for a while, so it kind of stretches it. After that, I'll let some air out, and then.
Yeah, cause I need to think about that because, I feel like it's the first practice with all sorts of new people. The balls are terrible and they hurt your hand, why would you go back? Yeah.
And I would just throw them straight up.
Because I know a good amount of us will be, these are gonna be, we're moving into our house in Akron on the 17th, so that's like 10 days before school starts, so 2 weeks, or 10 days before, oh yeah, it's first day classes, so 10 days before first practice, and then there's gonna be other people around, like if we get balls, I'll probably see if we can just send them out to everyone, tell everyone to go and do all the little tricks with them, so that they're once you play for a while, you get used to breaking in new balls at practice, but people who it's their first day, are like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You're really doing something intricate opposite.
Really?
And it's a training.
I don't have any time for that
Well, last night we were on Maddo and was at our hotel, and both people are in it, and I was like, well, might as well just, when you're sitting around, start pinching with your left hand, because then once you can work out and stuff, you can start going, but you might as well get your pinch down.
Like, I feel like actually performing a throwing motion was the thing that felt weird at first, but like,
Yeah.
after just like feeling like super light, I was like, I actually don't feel like it feels like a normal motion.
Yeah, and I remember when I played, yeah, when I played lacrosse, when I was like, yeah, when I was in middle school, you did too? What did you, what position? I was a goalie, it was interesting, I played some field, but I remember in middle school when they were having this stuff pretty left, I was like, this is like stupid, I would never be able to do this, and by high school, if I was playing field, I would prefer to do it with my left hand, you just have to like, work on it, and then.
It would probably be possible, and it's like one day,
Yeah.
it's just like, why does this not feel weird?
Yeah.
You need one that.
Sometimes 11 group tied to play dodgeball games,
Especially for Andrew.
Yeah.
yeah, kicked out. Then transferred me to a different.
We should-
play dodgeball, like.
We literally lost like
16 years.
for 1 point.
Where are you guys all like originally from? Okay.
Next time.
Hey, we should start in the next
Mhm.
5 minutes, so just.
Next
wrap it
2
up.
minutes.
Anyway, I don't know if you guys are,
Yeah.
Is kind of shitty.
That's,
Like, come on, this
Some of these, like, the red stuff, like, post-tournament type stuff, she means like, other teams, like, how much they.
yeah. Well, at least like if you wanna do some kind of tournament, like there are 3 teams, like if it's like we're struggling to get court space, Central Howard club is so easy, like I feel bad bringing other teams in, but like you guys have you been to Central Howard Akron? It's like our shitty gym, but like I know, like Ryder and Austin. Huh?
is that one where you?
Yeah. And so you've been there, and so I know like your teams, if you needed space for just a scrimmage with the three of our teams, like Central Hour would be easy for us to book, cause I don't think anyone is actively trying to get that on a Saturday willingly.
But that's like, not even keep them like formal teams, like
Yeah, that would be really fun, like, that would be a lot of fun.
Fundraiser where you like, everybody from the team pays $10, you get to go there, and then it's like, whoever the people are split for their program respectively if it's low, but you go and you like pick one captain from each team, and then you draft players from every team.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, I remember at the leadership conference last summer, I thought it was like, I guess we didn't really draft, we were just picking out of the hat, but just having teams mixed at schools, like, that's so cool. That would be a lot of fun, just to, yeah. And especially if like we do a scrimmage and we all kind of have different numbers on our teams, that would be really good to just mix it together. That'd be really cool.
I stand by what I said.
Plus you get a chance to smoke.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah, it's good to do.
I didn't say anything inactive.
I feel like I suck at catching when I start, like, know it's coming and I know I'm about to catch, but then the second I have no idea I'm getting thrown at, I hit like the most insane catch.
That's what we were talking about, trying to figure out stuff.
Yeah.
What's our group scan in here?
Yeah, that's probably.
It's down the hall that way.
I already might, I'm already mining. Yeah, that's the next thing.
Nope.
Yeah, that's all. Not even a reader, yeah. That's all. All of our tournaments are in the footprint of where like our people are, so people can host. Which is nice, like, we don't get set up to be less and less people.
We're from 10 to midnight.
Because it's something I'm we pay for the work.
No chance.
So they,
Once every tournament, I think
say, allow those clubs access to the facilities, but not until it's open
or
yeah.
Sure, that was frustrating.
We had 18 people on our team this year, but then, we just kind of.
So, when we first started, was it good? It's, like 5 to 7.
I did not. Number one, I got harassed by this.
We actually had practice outside. It might be actually like, we just had it, hey, I didn't know you had my shit ready anyways, so we started the first practices outside, also that's it helps us, because people are watching, like, the park area. What, 5 to 7, we made $23, okay, classes typically get shut around 4.
Yeah, I can just feel it out every time I see it.
Some of them do have, like,
Join the NC school.
tests during, like, what, 5 to 7, some people have tests around that.
Hey, let's all get ready to start the conference again.
We just figure, okay, they're just gonna go for one practice. So it's not that easy. I did 5 to 7. I didn't grab water.
I'll talk to you later.
Could go earlier, we've done 4:30 before, but that was because we're running out of daylight.
Yeah, not drinking those every day.
When we go.
When there's a lot of getting centralized, like where my skull turns into my.
We offer extra practice.
I don't wanna, I don't wanna start something.
Oh, it's hard to start.
Playing basketball.
I have no idea what we're talking about.
Neither do I, honestly.
Dodgeball.
When did you get here?
And dodging, like an hour ago.
I didn't hear you come in at all, so like it scared me when you started talking because I was just.
I'm like the G in lasagna, I'm moving silence.
You come up with that yourself?
Yeah, that
Probably
definitely,
not.
that's definitely something to keep just thought of.
I almost guarantee I
I
saw
wouldn't say
somewhere, I don't know
thought
where.
of, cause I don't
Hey,
think.
if these are anybody's sunglasses,
I'll take them.
get them. If not, don't
I
be a
mean, they
thief.
will be mine if nobody finds it like at the end of the hall.
Oh, wait.
I know they're.
Yeah.
I don't stream videos.
Well, they'd appreciate it. I should have done it on the recording though. Or the Facebook Live, whatever.
Yo, are there any moms on that Facebook?
Any moms on Facebook Live?
You didn't actually?
No.
Okay, let's, start with that, Kevin. All right, Eric, wanna go ahead and talk about coaching?
Sure, so, I think, having a coach, for your team is a really important thing that you should have. How many teams here actually have a coach? Akron, Platteville, Western, and Kent have a coach, and, Ohio State as well. What do you guys like about having a coach for you guys personally, Western?
Western. When Peter shows up, he's pretty intense and he likes to show up before tournaments. And he brings the intensity. If we mess up, he makes us run. So it kind of gets us ready for a tournament. I know some people don't like it, but I find that it helps.
Kind of along with that, at least to me, having an outside perspective of what you're doing wrong, why you're getting killed, what mistakes you're making, especially from somebody with a lot more experience and time in the league, can be very beneficial to a lot of your newer players. And when you're going into tournaments, they can tell you what you should be focusing on. They know a lot about other schools, so they can tell you, like matchup wise, you guys are gonna need to prepare to play very good in transition. Don't get killed on stupid stuff like where you're just not looking on a cross. Like, I feel like they just offer perspective and ability to let you know what you need to prepare for a lot better.
Yeah, I think, Connor has taken a break from virtual attendance. Rennie, if you are, here as well, feel free to speak up if BBSU has a coach. I know that I've seen, Tree, for example, be at a few tournaments, but yeah.
Akron, you wanna just give your input too, just so everyone can hear, just why, what you like about having a coach?
I think it helps the transition between people who like in high school like played sports and had a coach, like having someone there who is like a coach, like a dedicated coach. It's like recognizable and feels familiar, so it might help them stick around more too. Whereas instead of just like people who are like your own age and helping you, like having an active coach can stick around.
Well, I like the fact that it's somebody's always on my ass about doing stuff and getting stuff done, like assignments, like they're always on my ass, making sure I'm keeping up with classes, but I'm also getting better as at the sport.
It helps with the transfer of like board positions. So having Eric helped transfer like from the president, like Austin to Nick, and from Nick to me, being vice president. So it helps a lot with the structure, keeping it together and not losing any information or resources and all that, and kind of how we have to.
CSU?
I really like them for learning mechanics between having Leo for learning catching, and then we had Jason out on this last thing at Colfax's for throwing mechanics. Both of those were very useful.
Dylan, you coached for years, what do you like about it, or why do you like doing it?
Pretty much a lot of what you guys said, like, there's a bunch of different roles your coach can hold, and I see, and I think your school sees, your club sport as like, this should be more student run, and if you have a coach, they should be more of the playing and teaching side, and they shouldn't be running any real administrative things, and I think a but it is super nice for, like, it says on here, and if your club gets in a dire situation, to have just a constant person that's been there, maybe they were the president of your club, or they know how everything runs, so just having someone there that's not going anywhere, or is invested in the club, really helps.
To touch on that, certainly that was the main benefit of our coach, Rylan and Austin. They were like our only lifeline to what Kent used to be. We didn't really have any sense of how the game was meant to be played. If it weren't for Rylan and Austin kind of teaching us everything, then we certainly would have gone under.
Experience.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things about having a coach is just having an additional set of eyes during tournaments. When I was a player, it was very hard for myself to coach my team while I was on the court, and that's something that I've had to do pretty often. So just having somebody who's not playing, I can watch all the players and how they are performing and figure out who to sit, give some advice on strategies during the match. You know, call timeouts is a huge thing as well. That's one of the biggest benefits when it comes to tournaments.
Substitutions.
That
Makes
too.
it a whole lot easier, because if you're a captain, you're focusing on that. Oh, you only have a short amount of time between points. He's already thought about it, you know, and he's already made that decision, so that's one less thing, you know, as a player, you have to worry about.
Yeah, for me, I like it just because it also allows you as the coach to be hard on the players, whereas sometimes it's not as easy for the captains or not as comfortable with that, whereas I really don't necessarily care about your feelings, because I'm gonna tell you what you need to get better at, because I want the best for you as a player, because why play if you're not gonna get better? That's part of why I'm a coach, is because I love teaching the next generation of players how to play, because someday this tour will be huge, and I wanna be a part of that. And everyone up here that's why we're here, and why we're helping and putting so much effort into this, because we actually, that's what we believe in here. So that's kind of why we love to coach, help out as much as we can. I really highly recommend most of you, once you graduate, to also get into coaching. It's just a way to keep clubs sound and structured, like they were saying. You know that if you have a coach back every year, there's a good chance that club will survive, because that coach will make sure that whoever is left puts in the work, or knows which players would put the work in to keep that club going. Like my brother said here, it's nice for me, when I was a captain, I didn't have a coach, so trying to sub, 6 different players and get an 18-person roster while playing, you're exhausted, you're not thinking clearly, so it's nice to have a coach on the sideline to do that for you. That's some of the benefits there. As well, the coach knows the players throughout the league, because they've been there for years, so they can give you good input on how to attack this person or that person, what you're doing wrong in your blocking technique. It's a lot easier for them to critique you than for you to watch yourself, because you're almost looking for what you do well at. So that's kind of what I like about coaching. And it's just a nice way to continue to meet people if you do get into coaching. That's kind of what I look at as coaching. It's a great thing to have. If you look at most of the successful teams in the league, they have coaches. So it's highly recommended that if you don't have one, look for someone. And if you're unsure of who to find, ask us. Maybe we can find someone in your area that can help you be a coach. So if you're ever interested in maybe having a coach, let us know. We can maybe find someone who lives in your area that's actually played before, that's willing to actually do that. Because there are people out there that want to, they just don't know how to get involved, so.
It doesn't have to be a huge time commitment. I think Peter, how often is Peter at practice? Once a week? Once a week? Yeah, so once a week, once a month, right before a tournament, whatever it is, like, they wanna come and just help you once the whole year, who cares? Like, have your alumni involved, you should have like a group where alumni exist and can like still be part of your club, and ask them, if you wanna have an alumni game where you play against the alumni, and then ask them if anyone wants to be involved with the club or help out or whatever, and use those people as your resources.
So I had some players that just graduated this year, and a lot of them live in Green Bay. So I'm asking their help to help me once I get some interest up there to help kind of be well, you just show up one day of the week, then you can show up another day type of thing, just that there's someone there to kind of teach them the game and really keep going. I know I'm really involved with the Dodgeball Club. I'm there besides every practice. I do off training practices with my players, but that's what I like to do. I assume your coaches from Kent, they're a little more active too at times, like they're there at least once a week, I would assume, so like, it varies on how much they wanna be involved. So it can be as what he was saying, or like me, I'm there constantly just wanting to get my players better and be there for them, so. That's mostly what I have for value coach there, so. Any questions or anything on coaching, anything like that from you guys? Anything from the online audience at all?
My last point was to just reiterate what Dylan said, create a way to stay connected with your alumni, because it's easiest.
We have a Facebook page.
Well, UWP does everything right.
Invite your alumni to practice. There are people that are good, that play dodgeball before them. They can play, there's more people, more bodies to play against.
Playing against more good people just has such an impact on how good you're gonna get.
What I like to do is always, we host 2 tournaments a year, and I message all my alumni, former teammates, people I've coached, to have them come back to give them an opportunity to play against our current players. It's just a great way to keep them involved and keep interested in the club. So it's kind of, and it's, my players really like it because it's fun to see the old timers come in and try and take them on, that type of thing. So definitely recommend that in the future if you can get regular games or like once a semester and invite alumni back, because they really love to play, they want to play again, so.
So as far as like league expansion and when it comes to trying to start a program at a new school, how important would you guys say, like previous alums who maybe moved out of the area, like how much of a role do they tend to play when you're like talking to a new incoming student who's wanting to start a team somewhere? Like you can say, hey, reach out to these people in this area, they may be interested to come help you and explain like what it actually takes to run a team, what you're gonna need like financially, funding from your school, who you'll need to talk to, like how important are those alum and previous people who may be coached in the past to starting a new program and expanding the league?
They are the most important resource for those new clubs. And most clubs that we get that are new originate from a previous alumni or a student transferring to a different school, somebody that has already been in the league and has that experience, so they have all of the knowledge for how to run a club where all these new students don't have any.
So, we're trying to get Stout, school in Wisconsin, and Jacob Spronick, he's kind of our alumni representative. I guess we're calling them ambassadors. Anyways, we had him go to the school, set up a booth, do some recruitment type stuff. But what's also nice is he's keeping in touch with us, me and Eric, and we're helping him get, like any resources he needs along with the NCAA board. So just that having the network is important. Plus, with starting a new school, it's kind of the same process. Like you need 3 members, they have to be a board position. Like almost every school has that rule. So like, we already know how that all works. You need a constitution. Well, we could almost copy and paste just about any constitution. Well, that alumni rep should be able to, get all that, make it as easy as possible for those students that are technically the ones that should be starting the club. Like, just as a resource, person.
Yeah.
Mostly the ones that have been successful, the reason that having a coach there, alumni in the process, it makes it so that person that wants to start the club doesn't feel alone there. So they have someone that they're constantly talking to. So like the new teams like Connor Dodd's there, he's had me and Wes and like even his coach now, so like we're, and Chris over here, talking to them all the time. So like they love dodgeball, so they have someone to talk dodgeball with all the time. That just makes them feel like awesome, this is fun, I wanna put the work in. So that's the big thing, I think why we're trying to push having coaches and have alumni start teams, is that makes that person not feel like they're by themselves doing all the work.
That's why there's a thread in the NCDA, Discord, like recruitment tips, stuff like that, because it's a resource.
All right, we need to move on, we have a lot covered, so. The next part is women's involvement, and Catherine will be presenting this virtually. Catherine, are you still with us here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, you sound great. Just let me know when you want me to go through slides and I will.
Alright, yeah. Cool, so just starting with an overview and some background. We launched the women's division this past season. Our first tournament, ran concurrently with an Ohio tournament, and then we had the first women's only tournament at Bowling Green in the spring. With the inaugural season last year and kind of some lower numbers, we inevitably had some teams made up of several schools, but we really want the women's division to run similarly to pitch in terms of having individual school teams. For every school with, an open pitch team, we'd love to see a women's team as well. Women's is played with no staying balls, 6 players on each team. We have a separate rule set on our website. And the long-term goal is to have a women's national title and eventually separate women's clubs. I want to emphasize though that, while there is a distinction between ball types, pitch is an open division, and women can play both pitch and no sting. Having a women's no sting division ultimately just opens that opportunity for women to play and win the sport. Next slide. I won't put too much into the recruitment since we just had kind of a lengthy discussion on this, but I wanted to kind of highlight how women have found their respective dodgeball clubs so far. Because if we want to continue growing women's involvement in this sport, then let's use what works and kind of grow upon that. So a large amount of women currently in the clubs have found dodgeball through these recruitment events, fairs, and being approached by club members. Everyone kind of has like their own unique story as to how they found their club dodgeball or their club. So I'd encourage you to ask your teammates how they found your club and just kind of build off of that. Okay, this is kind of out of order. I'll hop over to that. So just kind of highlighting women's involvement.
Sorry.
Actually, yeah, go back. No, it's okay. Go to retention, actually. I'll do that one last. But yeah, in coordination with recruitment is retention. We sent out a survey last year asking how communication with their teams went, and we used a 5-point scale, with 0 being no communication from anyone on the team in initial practices, and then 5 being full inclusion and communication. And 50% of people responded with a 2 or lower. If we aren't actively engaging women at these initial practices, then they're not going to feel like they're part of the team. They might feel like they shouldn't be there. It immediately can introduce some bias and influence value to the team. Like Dylan was saying earlier, a lot of people join clubs on campus to get involved in something that they're interested in. So we need to do our part with both men and women who are coming to our clubs and want to be involved. So some specific women's recruitment strategies. Again, just like we said, communication is our best resource. We need to pitch women's involvement the same way as any other interested member. We want every member of the team interacting with new recruits, engaging with them at practices. I'm sure all of us have found lifelong friends through this sport, and it's exactly the same thing with female teammates. Remember personal information about them, establish a point of contact, find ways to involve them outside practice. At the initial practices, you're trying to get people involved, maybe take a step back on the court and make them feel more engaged in the game. Push them up to throw, set up a team throw with them. These little things can go a long way. Additionally, we want to follow up, again, just like any other recruit you're trying to hold on to. So get feedback from them, see how you can include them better. And of course, if you see something, say something. Yeah, so kind of going along with that last point, we do have an anonymous reporting system for any kinds of issues. This gets submitted and reviewed by the NCAA board, so I just wanted to call out that this exists. And can you hop back to that club involvement one? Yeah. So finally, just highlighting women's involvement within their clubs. Over half of all women in this league have run for a voted position and serve as captains or club officers. Our goal with this league is to get more female voices in leadership. We want existing teams to welcome, accept, nurture women's involvement. We want women to be treated as valuable members. Women want to be here playing this sport, so let's try to find ways to make that happen. We're making plans for more women's only tournaments this season, but of course our success comes from the success of every individual team's recruitment and retention. We want women's involvement to be successful, so if you have feedback or questions or concerns, I encourage you to reach out to me or another board member. Again, just like any other recruitment, this is something that goes on the entire season, goes on an off season. So reach out. Yeah, we're gonna try to make this the second year of the women's division more successful and really start setting things up. So stay tuned for that.
Catherine, one thing that I wanted to kind of emphasize as well is how important it is to start a women's dodgeball club specifically at your school. If you wouldn't mind just like improvising some ideas for how to get that going and why it's important.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously with your existing pitch teams, you have some, there's some policies you have with like the rec sports department, but you're ultimately getting funding and resources as a club. So ideally, we can get something set up similarly for women's teams where they're getting, their own set of funding, and their own set of leadership and organization and communicating with the rec sports departments. It's kind of difficult when you only have like 2 women on a team, but I mean, the resources are just so beneficial if we can get that going. Again, if you have questions on that too, we can help you work on that. It's just like starting a new club, except, I mean, if you're already an active pinch member, then you kind of already know the ropes there. So that is one of our long-term goals, having like a pinch team at your school and a women's team, but as like 2 separate clubs. And again, you can participate in both, and be involved in both, but just kind of making that distinction.
Yeah, I think you said funding is a really key point there. I don't know how much funding everybody gets from their own schools, but if you have 2 dodgeball clubs, then you get 2 times the amount of funding. So just really something to think about. It just takes one member to be interested and reach out to sport clubs and say, hey, I'm interested in starting a women's club for our sport. How may I go about starting that, and what steps do I need to take to get that off the ground, and they'll help you. If they say, no, it's not possible, then I don't know, hopefully they don't.
Yeah, sorry, another point on that, I don't know why I missed this. When you have your own club, you can also get your own practice times. And so if we're trying to push a no-sting league, then separate practices for no-sting specifically is gonna be your best route to get better as a team and improve and grow the sport. So that's another huge reason. It's really hard to practice no-sting with a pinch team that already has like pinch practices. So just one more benefit to kind of making that a separate thing.
Any of you guys have tips that are really effective at recruiting women and stuff? Let us know so that way we can relay that message to all the teams in the league. I think that's the biggest thing. There's not one strategy yet that we found that's really effective. So if you do have strategies that work, let us know.
We also have a women's channel in the Discord, and you only have access to that channel if you are a woman. I don't see that chat used very often, and I think it's just, I'm not I'm not too sure why, but I would like it to be used so you guys can kind of communicate with each other and talk about specific strategies for recruiting women. I think it's a really good resource and something that we don't emphasize enough. So as we get more women into the league, I would like to connect you all exclusively together, and that space exists for y'all to do that.
I know we have, we created like a group lead for women, so that gets used a little bit more than the women's instead of Discord. I don't know how, it hasn't really been active lately, but we do typically just use group lead instead.
Gotcha, that's a good thing, I forgot that exists, thank you. That's Rennie, by the way, for anybody that.
And that is probably a really helpful resource for any one that's like, there's one or two women on a team that are trying to get it as like its own club. Which, like, going back to that point, the way that this actually is gonna take off is once the women's clubs are separate, because of the funding, because of the recognition as its own thing. We all know that if it's a women's club, you're gonna be way more successful recruiting more women and getting them to stay than if it's just the overall full club, for a number of reasons. But like ultimate frisbee, for example, I always like compare us to that sport. It's a similar sport, but they're farther along than us. Their national tournament has like, every college has a men's team and a women's team. They're separate clubs, but they're going to the same thing, the same nationals and all that. None of them have trouble recruiting women's teams because they're their own thing. It's not like, they're not getting held back in any way because there's a men's club. When we get to the point, like, we're eventually gonna get to the point where every school has a women's team and a men's team. They practice at different times, and like the women's team can thrive and continue to grow without getting held back in any way or losing playing time or any of that. And we're not there yet, and I really think that the biggest thing is once we get a couple women's clubs or a couple teams to form those women's clubs separately and be able to have that while also like those players can practice with the men as well. Especially in the first handful of years here. But once that happens, then they can be the resource to help the next like wave of a couple of teams get to that point. And then from there, it's gonna snowball effect. And we're not there yet, but I mean, the men's dodgeball club, or the overall dodgeball clubs had to start at some point. And those clubs formed in over, whatever, 10, 15 years, we're at as many schools as we have now. And it's been a slow build. That same exact thing can happen with women, but it can be even faster. But yeah, I think the key is the teams that have a lot of women, Michigan State, Akron, CSU, those teams, if they can create their own separate club and be recognized as that, and be able to set that blueprint for everyone else, that's gonna make it so that 10 years from now, you guys are setting up the groundwork for 10 years from now. There's gonna be a women's national championship with 32 teams in it, and it's gonna be on ESPN and all that. It's gonna be just as legitimate as whatever the open format is, so.
It is inevitable that women's teams exist in the future and have separate clubs. So how much of a head start do you want your school to have in that realm? And I think that one of the things that is overlooked is that having a women's team benefits the men's team as well. I feel like a lot of current teams don't have any interest in starting a women's club because they're not going to be the ones playing it. But if you are a man, it is very important for you to recruit women as well, because having two separate clubs and just getting more people playing the sport will recruit more people in general. And I think it goes without saying that men would like to play on a team that also has women on the team, because then you get to meet more people for obvious reasons.
And you have that built-in support, like a brother-sister team type thing, where like, when you have games, you're gonna have that support from other teams and all that, and that's
huge.
That's what Ultimate Frisbee has, and it's like, they're separate clubs, but it's like that brother-sister type thing, where they're their biggest fans at all of their games, and at nationals, both teams are there, they get to cheer each other on anytime they have a game off. And that's the vision, that's where this is gonna go. It's just a matter of how long it's gonna take to get there, and we need to set the groundwork so that 10 years from now, those people are gonna benefit from what we're doing right now, so.
The
You don't have to be a woman to be on the women's committee. Right now, it's exclusively women, but I guess that is something that I shouldn't declare at this moment. If Catherine, who was our female engagement director next year, feels otherwise. But if you want to help out, there is space for you to help out in general.
Oh, do we have any other thoughts from the people on Discord or any of the ladies that are here right now on all the stuff we said, or if we missed something, because we definitely did.
I think it's important, obviously, yes, to continue to grow like women's noticing, I think it's so important, but, also for teams who are recruiting women to give them the chance to try pinch. Right now, while that's an option, cause I think there's teams who don't really give their girls that chance, teams that have a lot of girls and who beat teams by a lot of points and don't put their girls in. I think it's really important to do that and give them that opportunity, because some girls like pinch better. And then, or they might realize they hate pinch, they wanna stick with nosing, and they wanna help grow that, but I think it's important to keep pinch as an option.
Yeah.
And promote it at schools for girls.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that firsthand by all the women that played in the tournament yesterday too. Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks for adding that.
Any last comments about women's engagement, starting clubs and stuff? All right, Catherine, would you like to continue on social media?
Yeah. Cool. So social media is pretty much the league's best resource for literally everything. So whether that be Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Discord, GroupMe, some teams have their own websites. It's a huge resource. It's a recruitment and retention tool. It brings awareness to others about our form of dodgeball. Other people will find our page and start developing teams with their school because they're interested. It's a really good way to stay in contact with alumni, but also it's free. So just really trying to capitalize on social media. You go to the next page. Sorry, Akron, this is an old picture. You guys, you're already up to like 500 followers, so it's kind of cool to see the growth from last year. But I like to use Akron's page as an example because it's super well organized, and I think they do a lot of things right. So as soon as you click on the page, you see the club info. I know they have a placeholder right now for their practice times, but then they also have a bunch of highlights from nationals, different tournaments, rankings, other fun stuff they're doing as a team. But we can use social media as a way to post about individual players. I know you guys mentioned kind of like, your team's personal player of the month or rookie of the month. Making highlight reels, posting event info, other social events, even stuff like fundraisers or community involvement that your club is doing. You want to keep these professional, but also still kind of unique to your team, a little bit personal. But really, this is a great way to engage with other teams, your school, your own teammates, alumni, friends and family, people you're trying to hold on to. Giving people that recognition is huge for retention. I'd encourage, posting before and after tournaments, during the off season, like we talked about. And then also, as we talked about, we really recommend you designate a social media chair for your club, just kind of running things and maintaining that. So that's pretty much it. You guys have any questions on that?
Yeah, I have something to say real quick. Just the social media chair thing is just another example of an E4 position that is good to add for your club if you don't already have one. If you follow JMU on Instagram, I think they do a really good job at having executive board members just for all the different options that are available, and social media is one of them. And one thing that I like about JMU is that they have like 20 women that are involved in the club, but they are not active players. They are just a part of like the team in social settings, and one of them, or a few of them, are e-board members on the club, including the social media chair. So just another example of how to get more people involved into the club, even if they aren't players, because they like to just participate with the team even though they don't play.
Yeah, we're just someone that's not a great player. Like no chance of ever making like the roster, but they, like, we all love them and like they're super fun to be around and they wanted to help with like social media and they would travel to all of our tournaments and stuff and film or like post updates on Twitter and all that, and it's so helpful and it takes more strain off of like the players that are playing in the event if you have that sort of thing too. So creating that atmosphere, whether it's with, like you said, JMU has a bunch of women that might not even play in any tournaments, or it's just someone that isn't on the varsity roster, that's so helpful for a club and like their social presence as a whole.
I really like the, like, player standout articles, such as like Rookie of the Month, because then that's another way to get to know them.
Yeah.
And I would love seeing more articles just around the league, like rookie articles, because then it'd make voting easier too.
Yeah, and people getting recognition that early, and then they're bought in, and like, it also adds a like level of legitimacy where like,
And
I can
social
share
media
this
is
to all
the-
my high school friends that know that I went to this school, but they don't know I'm part of this, and now I'm pumped about it. So there's so many benefits to it, but the rookie, like, yeah, just like spotlighting your rookies in different ways is so huge.
I thought the opinion articles were pretty cool. You know, it helped get some names out, and even the Jersey one, that one was cool.
Yeah.
It makes people look more into what's going on. It's like, oh, this is the highest rated jersey in the league. Okay, that's cool, let me take a look, see what I think. I think if we keep coming up with more stuff like that, it'll help more engagement.
Yeah, the Jersey article was really good because the opinion was really bad, so it caused a lot of conversation.
Well, that was also Michigan overtime 6.
Yeah, I'm just kidding, yeah. Sorry, Catherine, I feel like I interrupted. Anybody else have anything to say about social media?
You get other
Alright.
clubs to like your stuff. YouTube, we were able to get.
Hold on.
It's super easy to film, if you have someone that's not playing, to just film and get a couple highlight clips. Okay, that's nice.
Catherine, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Rennie just mentioned, trying to get, in communication with your club sports people, because they can also try to find a way to, well, one, help you run it, or two, kind of share your posts,
Yeah, I can speak on it first if you want. I was sort of eating.
Yeah, go for it.
So BG had it sort of really easy with everything. I worked with marketing for BG club sports, but we'll write, like, I know our school will write articles for like the clubs, we'll post it on our own social media, like tag, whoever runs the NCAA Instagram account or whatever. I try to tag it as much as possible, and some of the people who've like been walking around that know that I help run the account and everything, they would like come up to me and ask about it. Some of them didn't follow up, but some of them ended up like coming a couple times to practice and then already had this horrible at BG, but, like, it's a great way to like, even if you have if your relationship with club sports off isn't great, but you begin with the club sports marketing team, that'll actually help you like get in and like get better practice times, all that stuff for clubs, as long as like it's not already scheduled. Like other clubs have it scheduled already. But I know that at least like we're required to have communication with the marketing team. It's just easy for me to do it with me, but that helps.
Yes. I also just, last thing I want to say about social media, Cloud has joined us, and it made me think of Penn State's Instagram. They do a really good job of adding their like schedules for upcoming tournaments. It's a great way to get people engaged that are following and get families to understand when events are happening and make some cool animations on their page. So just another way to keep people involved with what the club is actively doing is huge. Any other comments about social media? Catherine, are you all set?
Yes, I am here.
Alright, Kevin, you wanna go over live streaming?
Yeah, you can start it.
Okay. Live streaming is important for a lot of reasons. Honestly, like, it just feels so self-explanatory to me why you should live stream all of your games that I don't even know how much in depth I should cover, or how in depth I should go on this. If you don't already watch film of your games, you're missing out on a very important aspect of growing your strategy and growing your team. Ohio State every year, or every tournament, will have team dinner a few nights before the tournament to watch their previous film. They'll watch games of opponents that they recently played to kind of get a feel for what is coming up the next weekend. And none of that would be possible if we didn't have teams live stream. And if you don't already do that, then you should start. EWP has done really well. WMU has streamed several times last year.
As long as we got internet connection.
Yeah, and it's very hard for all of the staff members in the league to live stream themselves. And we need to have more teams utilize this resource and just stream their own games. If we have 3 courts at a tournament and you're hopping around between courts, it's hard for a viewer to flip through the screen to then go to whichever respective court that team's playing on. If I'm a parent and I'm 60 years old, I don't want to browse through the internet to find out which link is correct and watch a game with no scoreboard and watch, you know, something that may have fallen on the ground or something that you cannot hear. Imagine what this league will look like in 20 years. You know, how many people watch sports on television, just at all? How much better of quality is like an NFL broadcast or an MLB broadcast versus what dodgeball is right now? How fun is it to just watch a football game on Saturdays? Dodgeball is going to be like that eventually. It's just how quickly can we get to that point? And we're not going to get to that point if people don't help stream and don't put an emphasis on the importance of streaming. It's going to help us get more engagement. It's going to help teams get better. It's going to help your parents be more involved. You're going to be able to show the footage to your kids in 20 years and say, this is what I did in college. I just got 7 people out and I was an All-American in this league. But if we don't have live streaming, then none of it will ever exist in the future. Go ahead.
Would something that would be beneficial to the live streaming just be the people who have done it and are very knowledgeable on the subject and how they like to run it and how they've made it more efficient? Maybe educating some of the teams who don't live stream, aren't constantly doing that, or don't necessarily have the setup, so that anytime a viewer turns into or tunes into an NCDA live stream, it's gonna have a very similar setup.
Yeah.
The people running it will know what they're doing as well.
Yeah, we have like an old how-to, we need to update it, all of that, but that is key, and I think that one of the barriers is that people just don't understand how to get into it. But if they realized how simple and easy it is to set all of it up to look like a legit stream, like the ones we did yesterday for NBA, it's just through an app on the iPhone, and it's so easy to actually use it. And yeah, we need to create like a how-to thing that step by step on how to set that all up, but yeah, like it's far easier than you would expect, and like I can personally say I would kill for if the games that I played back in the day were all like streamed the way that they are now, and there was footage of that. And it's like trying to find footage of my playing days is difficult because it just wasn't a thing back then, and like you'll be so happy you did it 10 years from now. And also it's gonna benefit the sport a lot, and that's the other side of it that we talked a little bit about, but like if we're gonna eventually get sponsors, if we want someone to recognize this sport as something legitimate enough to like potentially throw on ESPN at some point, or some other big company wants to partner with us, we have to present it in a way that we're treating it like a sport. And if it's just a Facebook Live with no scoreboard or anything like that, we can do that easily, that doesn't take very much effort. But putting in that little bit of extra effort to make it look legitimate is gonna be so beneficial for a number of reasons. You're gonna be so happy that your team streamed every game with like the scoreboard on it and all that. Yeah.
So with that, do you feel like, having some sort of like small workshop thing, like just with, say, like the captains for a team, like after a tournament, so you know everyone's gonna be there for the tournament itself, with the captains meeting, you just have like a quick 5-10 minute run through where you're like, hey, could you guys, choose somebody from your team who seems interested in it, like who maybe really likes streaming or thinks, and show them like this simple walkthrough. Like you said, it's very simple on the phone, so it's not a lot to learn, but then everybody would have it, and then you'd also give them like things that we should have before we go to every match that we have, like rosters for us, rosters for them, so when we talk and like talk on stream, it's not just, oh, no, this number did this number did this. You can kind of get some sort of form of connection with the players and kind of make it more of like you guys were talking about, more of a serious league thing where everybody's always talking, like using last names, using reference points, so people who tune in multiple times see streams that look the same regardless of who they're tuning into, and then they can recognize players rather than just different streams with crazy setups that aren't always like looking the same.
100%.
You just summarized this section of leadership conference.
It also makes it easier for commentators that are streaming, if I know all the names.
We have rosters that, with numbers and names, so the big thing, what really needs to help us is more teams getting their jerseys to match our rule set that we have. It's really frustrating when you have teams wearing t-shirts from Acton Finch or something, or sweatshirts, and there's no numbers, no names being on it. So if we can get that, we have rosters that you guys submit for every tournament that we have for streams. And I really like the idea that we'll probably maybe do in the future, just a meeting for each team to come on and say, this is how you use this app, and this is how we update. We'll probably do that in the future more than likely, but that's definitely what we're trying to do, I think, so.
Yeah.
Need more jerseys with names and numbers in the back, that'll really help. Even, I have rosters, but it does no good when I don't have numbers for them, so.
Yeah, last year when I gave this, when I presented this section of the leadership conference, I was trying to like talk about the future and the expectation of what live streaming will be, to try to motivate everybody for what the future will be like, to see why it's important. But I think that it's more so important now to just start at the ground level and say that you need to have a camera as a stream at the events, and then that's it. We don't need all the fancy stuff right now, we just need to have more eyes on the game. And we're trying to make it more accessible for all teams to do it themselves, and we'll get to that here in a second.
It'd also be kind of cool if we talked about requiring refs to have a person to move the camera during the games, because we do get a lot of times camera setups happen and no one moves the camera setup. So there's a bunch of teams who they technically have recording of their game, but you can only see the neutral zone because no one ever moved the camera. And not every team at every tournament has enough people to have someone move the camera when they're on the court. So if we can have someone from the repping team have a person moving the camera, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it needs to be a requirement. You get a yellow card otherwise. This is just an example of a futuristic thing that may happen in the league. All right, hey Peter. Yeah, this is something that would be really cool to have, and why good film is important, because if we had a highlight reel with ball tracking, it would make highlights very easy to understand versus the large court things where there's 7 things going on, you don't know what's happening. So just a cool highlight thing, something that I had. This is a bad example of a stream, so just be cautious of where you're putting your setup if it is not in the center of the court. If you are, a lot of the times we'll have a staff member that has it set up with a scoreboard at the center of the court that's rotating that has commentators. But it's very highly encouraged that every team brings their own setup aside from this, just so you can get a different angle of viewership. And for example, family can watch the stream and not have to go through a couple different links to figure out which court they're playing on and follow the schedule. So this is an example shown to just be cautious of where you're putting your setup. And if you are a player on the court and you know there's a stream happening, don't do this. If you're a ref and you know there's a stream behind you, don't stand in front of it, because this makes viewership impossible. People are going to leave and it's gonna make the recording worthless. But
Another thing is, when you do, like, whenever, like, there is a commentator in some of the camera, make sure, like, they're actually, this should just be a given, but filming what is the actual game, because, like, at nationals, someone was, my parents were watching and they said that people were, like looking at the camera, making funny faces, saying some stupid garbage, and not actually, like, filming what we're supposed to be filming. So that should just be a given, but make sure, like, that actually happens.
yeah, be a professional. Don't treat it as a joke. We're here to grow and make the league look better. Don't make us look worse. Starting a stream is very simple. You need a tripod. Optional really is a long extension cord, but those are also very cheap. You can download a scoreboard app for your phone. ScoreCam on iPhone. If you don't have an iPhone, SportCam is also a very good resource. We're actually talking to SportCam right now to get free premium accounts for every single team, and that is something that will 98% happen next year. So if you don't have a premium account, you're gonna get one for free through the NCDA. And that's just an easy way to put a scoreboard on streams. All you have to do is have somebody flip up or down to add scores and download logos, which we will make available to everybody. It is just a very simple thing to do. OSU bought a GoPro to carry with them specifically for streaming, and we have a streaming manager, and they keep all the streaming equipment, and their job when they get to a tournament is to set up the stream, and they carry around their tripod with them, just to get everything on film, and they have an app that runs through the GoPro that puts the scoreboard on it. The negative of that is that since OSU has a good setup, they are most of the time required to just stream an entire court, because the NCAA relies on teams to do that if we don't have enough volunteers to do it on their own. And we don't want to have them stream other teams' matches and not their own, because the point of having a streaming setup is so you can film your own matches. So the more streams we have available, the more likely it is that we can have teams stream their own games and not be required to stream for the rest of the league, because it is a burden, as UWP also knows. You guys have to stream every event, especially in the central region, because UNL doesn't have stream, and it's the time just you guys playing. So help other teams out as well. But streaming manager is important, and a YouTube channel is free, and I'll get to it later, but the NCAA also has the ability to make every team a Google account through our platform, and that gives you infinite storage space and a free YouTube channel, which is, I guess, no different from a regular Gmail account, but the infinite storage space is just a huge thing. We'll get to it.
Also, if you film all your games, you can make highlight videos, or just like game highlight, which could be like 2.5 minutes worth of every cool play that happened in that game. How many people have used like iMovie or something similar to that? It's so simple. If you have the whole game downloaded on your device, you just go through and cut the good clips, and it takes like the same amount of time as watching the game. And then you can throw music over it or whatever, and then you have a highlight video in a matter of hours. So yeah, that's another thing that we definitely don't do very much. But every game that gets filmed and someone has it on their device can turn into a 2 or 3 minute highlight video, or just a condensed game thing. Like, I don't know if people have seen the NBC one, Michigan State against Grand Valley State. It's like 10 minutes long of every like kill that happened in the game. stuff like that takes the same amount of time as filming, or as watching the game through. So if you're gonna do it, you may as well turn it into like highlight video, and then you have all those clips for social media as well, and there's just endless benefits to having the game filmed by you and having the footage from it afterwards, so.
I think we're gonna start having our individual players send us clips.
Yeah.
Because it'll also force them to watch the whole game, and then.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Give us like a timestamp, and then hopefully we'll have some of that put into a highlight.
Yeah.
Just more things that we cover a little bit. Just get prepared to stream at the event. You know, ask the host, what is the gym layout like? Where's the best place to put my stream? Ask them, how can I get connected to the Wi-Fi, or have them log in for you on your phone. I think Wi-Fi is one of the biggest issues with streams. Akron is a terrible place to stream, for example. So try to figure out maybe an alternative solution to using Akron's Wi-Fi, because it doesn't work. During the event, obviously dedicate somebody to operate the camera, or ask the refs if they can give a player to rotate it if you're streaming one of your own games. If you have a bench player do it, that is also fine, but in the future, hopefully, every repping team will provide an additional member to operate the camera. Commentate games as well. If you're a bench player, you can do that. It can be fun to commentate your own team versus having no commentators. Obviously, if it's like on one of the public locations, try not to be too biased toward your team if you're commentating. Yeah, volunteer to stream other matches. Obviously, sometimes the NCAA will ask teams to stream full events. You guys are well aware. And then I'm just gonna skip the last part. You don't have to send us your footage. It's on YouTube. Everybody has a YouTube channel. Anyway, my goal for 23 and 24 is to have every match streamed with a scoreboard. Last year, my goal was to have every match streamed. We hit like 85%. Sorry, East Coast, but you guys were the biggest, they didn't stream every match.
Perfect.
Yeah, going into some resources, this is a QR code for the Discord. Don't scan it, because you guys are already in it. If you don't use the NCDA website, you should. There's a lot of resources there. If you haven't just explored the website, you should do that, because there are more resources available than you may know of. And some of those resources are hidden within the hyperlinks on pages. So if you just go to the website to find a rule book, then you're missing out on a lot more resources that are available to each team. Each team has their own page. You want to try to get every team's roster on those pages as well.
You can see who's all registered with your team already. So when I annoy you guys with registrations all the time, you can go look there. You can see who's certified to ref already. It's on the website there. If you're looking for the rules exam, it's right there. So just take some time to actually go over the website and find those things right there. So help us by just doing a little extra research on the website. There's a lot of stuff out there. We're always working to update it, so we're trying to get it more user friendly for you guys.
I talked a little bit, and Dylan did as well, about the Google Workspace account that the NCDA has to offer. If you have a Gmail account already, you are aware that your drive has a limited amount of space. The NCDA is a nonprofit organization, and through that we get benefits from Google to have infinite storage. So if you want a place to store team pictures or game film that require a heavy amount of storage space, you can do it. You can store an infinite amount through the NCDA's workspace, and that is only if you are using an NCDA branded account. So akron@ncda.dodgeball.com. And this is something that I am working toward in the offseason to get everybody an account set up, and you can easily transfer information from your previous account to a new one, or you can use them in collaboration. More on that at a later time. If you have any questions, or if you want an account ASAP, just reach out to me and I can get everybody set up. It's a very nice benefit to have, and it's free, and it's a resource from the NCAA and we can manage it if needed. We can't see all of your information, but if, you guys forget a password, for example, we can reset it for you, so you don't have to have 5 Instagram accounts. Sorry. Anyway. More resources on our website. Everyone's in the Discord. You should reach out if you want a workspace account. Stick lunch? Just kidding, I guess. Kevin jumped the gun on it, and we got pizza early, and recruiting went for 45 minutes longer than it should. Anyway, so Hunter, who is the current director of records, has pre-recorded some these slides, so we're gonna pull them up, and Hunter will virtually talk to us from the past. Let's see how this goes. I'm mostly just concerned for the virtual people. If you cannot hear or if something is messed up, please just like send a message. Give me like 30 seconds. Does anybody need time to like use the restroom or something? Do we need to take a 5-minute break? No? Okay.
Hello, everyone. For this portion of the presentation, Hello, everyone. For this portion of the presentation, we're going to go over budgeting and fundraising and what steps you can take in order to help achieve financial stability for your club.
What? What do you say? I hope this auto plays.
No,
Why not?
if you minimize it, you just keep clicking arrows.
That works.
For those who don't know this mysterious voice, my name is Hunter Ford. I am the former president of the NCDA, and I also formerly served as the president and captain for the BCU Dodgeball Club. In order to share a little bit about myself and explain some of my experience in this field, I wanted to give a little bit of background knowledge so you know how some of the information we will discuss can help your club. Prior to me becoming the president for the BCU Dodgeball Club, our club had no saved money from the previous year. We only received $500 in funding from our school, and my freshman year, we only played 10 matches, while also only playing 17 my sophomore year. Once I became president of the team in 2017, I did a lot of different things to help our club. This included opening a club bank account, raising over $6,000 for that season alone, got our club to play in 39 matches that season, with only 6 of those being at home, and we were able to save $2,000 for the following season.
I need to fix it for virtual. All right, here it is. Oh, sorry, same one.
In my opinion, there are 3 steps you'll need to take to make sure your team's finances are in order. Number 1 is create goals. Number 2, create a budget to support those goals. And number 3, fundraise in order to support your budget. So to start, we'll talk about goal creation and a tool that I like to utilize called SMART Goals. For those who may have not heard of SMART Goals, it stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. You may be wondering why you should set goals, and maybe even more so why you should be using the SMART goal method. And in my opinion, having SMART goals has many benefits, but specific to our topic, I see it being helpful in two important ways. Number one, it gives your team a good benchmark for success, so you know when your group is performing well. And number two, it gives you the ability to create a concrete plan in order to make those goals achievable. So let's take an example for what a SMART goal might look like. Using the following statement, our club wants to play 10 games in the first semester. You can make sure that it clearly highlights all the different parts of a SMART goal because it is specific, because it's clearly defined and easy to explain. Measurable, since we have the 10-game requirement. Attainable, given our standards. This can be achieved in roughly 3 to 4 weekends. Relevant, obviously, because it involves playing dodgeball. And time-bound, because it gives a specific time period in order to accomplish this goal, 1 semester. Take some time with your team to come up with 3 different SMART goals that you have for the year. And if you want to, feel free to share with the rest of the group.
All right, let's make it just a couple minutes. Just talk about your teams, think about a goal for next year, and then we'll discuss it. We're gonna keep this real short. If you're online, just think about yourself since you will.
We don't have any money. Watch the
If everything works out, we'll play like $600. That's a movie.
So basically, I think the main thing for our goal should be to have some sort of savings financially going into next season, whether that be jerseys, for whatever that we need to have some sort of baseline that we have saved, ready to build to introduce that.
We need, like the USA, they have meetings. I'll learn more about it at the Western leadership thing in my August. But if we do everything with WSA,
yeah, but aside from just WSA. Yes, aside from something that we know very little about.
WSA.
I think fundraising is very good.
Assuming we make $0 from this, we need to have some sort of.
Obviously, if you roll it, obviously,
Yeah, we should do that. That's really not asking that much.
no, it's actually crazy that we did it for our.
I actually did good. Right?
The year is coming that positive.
But this year, back, nobody is allowed to play unless they pay. There were at least like 20 kids who came to a tournament and didn't get out.
Oh,
No, found that.
You know, but last time I didn't react, okay?
I'm getting used to it.
Don't go well.
They like to see.
I'm so glad that you wrote down the smart goals.
I try to have Randy,
This format.
have a time limit. Yeah, first has to be.
That is the only thing I'm trying to
This one
do
feels very
right now.
organized.
Make it one single. Exactly.
Even if it's can be.
At least.
$25 and then if they go solo.
Yeah. Emily got some kid on.
Not a week before we see
Speak to restaurants around here, there are a lot of places will do fundraising. Advertise for that on campus.
Breaking my fingers.
Yep,
That's a big one, but it's all in our.
Then we could have-
I really wanna get. I
I
saw this presentation.
tell them, like, bring it all, hang it up so people can see it, put it on our screen.
I'd like to say at least
Yeah, like we could do something where you communicate with me, like, hey, if you guys promise to do X amount of events for funding for us throughout the semester, we'll hang it up at every match we play.
Give me that back.
We could also say like next year, or what year that would be curious, like we could speak to companies who we've done stuff like that in the past, and be like, hey, if we have more local managers for the season.
What is Kent State?
Smart goal that you wanna do a certain event, like whether it's probably not gonna be straight up and sponsor right away for social sponsor.
Well,
they don't know
I
about, like,
guess
they're willing to do
personally
it,
for me is
just
to
with some representation.
get us to be in the top 10.
I think that would give us a foot in the door to make it stand up.
It is specific, there's way measures.
Is it attainable?
I think it is attainable.
I agree.
I think we got, if we can recruit.
He might just got,
But yeah. Relevant, well, yeah. And before I graduate.
like, you,
So that's-
like,
And you graduate this year.
like, they
I have 1 year left to graduate.
money set.
And then after that, it's like no one graduates the following year.
Like, you go to Walmart and
Yeah.
You guys about ready to start up?
Absolutely.
Let's start.
On the spot, and you can order snacks or whatever for your team.
Like, emailing a lot of people's like customer service places or like companies would be a very good start, just getting paid to be during the event, like to talk to about like receiving content from the club.
I tried to bring it up.
There's
There's
like,
never
a lot
an
of,
fourth time or something. You know what?
especially those places are very into that, like games there, they travel baseball, one of my friends, he was family, and they sponsor their entire baseball team.
He's not the boss, maybe I have one that I sent you, I think I was gone, everyone that doesn't make it.
Let's get started.
That's just, I don't know the actual logistics.
I think we're trying to have that, but I think that would be.
Is anybody on?
Yeah, I'll talk to them.
Comfortable
I need to get-
share some snorkel?
Mason, I think, I see his number, so I'm gonna follow him.
I saw your manager's name profile.
Who?
Your manager.
Oh, yeah.
Just wanna go through it quickly. Would anybody like to share, the goal they made up with their team?
So one of ours is, last year, one of our goals was to get a full roster of 12 people at every single tournament we went to, and we achieved that. And so this year, we're gonna try and get 14, so we have 2 subs at every single team.
Nice, I like that because it's growth as well. Yeah.
Last year, Akron, I feel like they do a lot of fundraising or like enough fundraising, so we wanna work with, there's a lot of restaurants on like Exchange Street right behind campus, we wanna work with one of them and like do like if you say like you're with Akron Dodgeball or something, then we get like part of the money for that night or something.
Is your goal measurable? Do you have an amount that you want to fundraise?
We need to figure out what our budget is first, and what we get from the school.
We're all very new to the leadership position, so.
It's perfectly fine, you're here learning. Point. All right, let's go on. Good work. Oh, this is the same one?
Take some time.
Take some more time. Okay.
So what's next? Now that you have some goals in place, this will give you a better idea of what you'll need in order to achieve your goals. For example, if your goal is to play in 3 tournaments in the fall semester, you can now budget appropriately for how much you'll need in order to get there. One big step that I also wanted to talk about is that a big thing that I recommend, which is getting a club bank account. There are many benefits to this, but some of the major ones include being able to use your money without restriction, having 24/7 access to your money, getting a club debit card to be able to use on all of your trips and in case of emergency expenses, and one of my favorite things, which is being able to gain interest on any of your unused club funds. club bank account may sound,
Does any team in this room not have a bank account yet? Do you all have bank accounts? Perfect.
there are a couple things to keep in mind when opening an account. Make sure you check with your school for permission. Now that you've got your goals in place and your bank account all set up, let's talk about how to make your budget. For this, there's really three things that you'll need to consider.
I totally dismissed, like, I'm sorry.
I mean, I think we can.
What your expense items are, which include stuff like balls, uniforms, cars, etc. The approximate cost of those items, and then the quantity and frequency of use for those items based on the goals that you wrote. You should keep a couple different things in mind when making your budget. For one, not all budgets are created equal. Your team may have a vastly different budget from another team for a variety of reasons. Additionally, make sure to account for roughly 10% of added cost to your expected budget in case you run into unexpected expenditures. And then lastly, make sure to utilize past expenses and information to help give you an idea of what to expect for the upcoming year. Now that you've got an idea for how to set your budget in place, let's talk about what it takes in order to fund your expensive dodgeball habit, fundraising. In general, most teams are going to have three primary sources of income: club dues, allocated funds from your school, and money earned through fundraising. Club dues have some good benefits to help get your team off the ground. For one, it's an effective tool for getting early season commitment from players, as someone with a financial interest in the team is more likely to stay invested compared to someone who has put no money into the club. Additionally, for the most part, dodgeball is a relatively inexpensive sport compared to many other club sports, and is a good recruiting tool for students who may be split between you and another club. For the most part, club dues are how a majority of teams often finance their annual activities. Allocated funds are funds that you receive directly from the school. Typically, you get assigned a set amount at the beginning of the year through an application process. These funds are helpful for subsidizing some of your club's fixed expenses like league dues or nationals fees. However, one big downside is that you can only spend what you already have, meaning that you'll likely need to pay for something in advance, such as gas, in order to then be reimbursed for that expense. This brings us to fundraising, which is an effective but often underutilized way for orgs to help fund their team. The majority of fundraising activities can be categorized into 5 groups: sponsorship, special events, crowdfunding, sold goods, and rebates. Let's start with the first one we mentioned, sponsorship. Sponsorship is any time an outside organization provides funds to help support another group. The main reasons a company might provide sponsorship include promotion, tax deduction, and direct access to new customers. You can leverage yourself to gain sponsors in these 3 different ways relatively easy. For promotion and advertising, you can help boost a company on social media platforms, put their logos on your apparel, or even spread their information on campus by flyers or word of mouth. If you register your org as a nonprofit, any payments to your team becomes tax deductible, which provides a strong financial incentive for the sponsor. And then lastly, your team represents new customers for the sponsor. When they provide your team financial aid, they're also hoping that members of your team and your close followers will regularly use their business.
Do any of you know if your clubs are registered nonprofits? Oh, that obviously that is.
In order to attract sponsors for your team, make sure you understand what the business is looking for. your selling point should be how you can add to their business. For example, a larger chain has less need for promotion since they're likely well known, but they do have a desire for tax benefits and a boost to their current customer base. On the other hand, a local company might have less emphasis on tax benefits, but they want to grow their brand through new promotion avenues while also gaining new immediate customers. Special events are also a great way to raise money. It involves any time your team hosts members outside of your organization to attend a physical fundraising event. See some of our examples below. Crowdfunding is also a relatively simple way to raise money with little effort. Using sites like GoFundMe allows you to share specific fundraising goals and promote it on various platforms. Make sure to include specific reasons for what you're raising money for and how you're going to use the funds.
Your alumni and parents of players are good resources to reach out to if you want to collect donations to get you to a tournament. If you live far away, like UWP, and Nationals is on the East Coast, it might cost you $1,000 to transport all the team members there, and you have resources that would be willing to help the club. And the best resources are previous club members or parents of current club members.
Parents love to want to donate, so reach out to them. Yes, take their money.
Sold goods fundraising is whenever you offer physical goods to the general public. This can include things like food sales, selling team apparel, or even things like raffles and auctions.
Also, apparel is just good because it's cool and people get to wear it, and that's free advertisement. One thing that is not on here is stickers. You get club stickers and just put them all over your stuff and when you're in class.
Again, we sold these for $2, we just had, he said, hey, here's 10 wristbands, either bring back $20 or sell them and bring back that $20. You can't return the wristbands.
We made a lot of money and all got wristbands out there.
Ohio State has a resource room where we're allocated $250 in funds to use for resources. That counts for printing papers, which we would use to distribute across the dorms, and creating posters. One thing they have available is pins, buttons that you could clip onto things, and something that I've always suggested but never happened was a pin fundraiser where we would just make a bunch of pins that said OSU Dodgeball Club, or we would design a pin that had your last name and jersey number with like your colors as the background that you could sell to students or even alumni. And you could make the pins for free and sell them for $5. They have different size pins as well. Again, we never did it, but just another opportunity that your clubs may have if you have something like that available to you. And it's free merch, free advertisement, and it just gets people engaged and involved, and you get cool stuff.
Want to talk about the raffle prizes? How that worked out?
Would you like to talk about it?
No, that was all you.
Caleb would like to talk about it.
My dad.
Oh, really?
And he donated it to our club. So
Hey,
Right.
how much?
it was like 140.
Is it 44?
Parents like to donate, so.
Yeah. No. Yeah, we had a raffle on Nationals, and we sold stuff, and people would buy them, and it was a good fundraiser for the NCAA. Your club could also do something like that. If you're hosting a tournament, and there are spectators there, you're free to do any of this for your own club if you would like to, and that's just a really easy fundraiser. If you host like the Central Region Dodgeball Cup, then you could have a fundraiser for people attending that.
Soon.
The last type of fundraising we wanted to discuss is rebate programs. This is when items or services are purchased and a portion of the sales go back to the club. You'll commonly see this in the form of restaurant fundraisers or referral shopping programs.
Eric, could you quickly talk about how easy it is to set up a fundraiser and sell apparel and get funds from that to the club?
Yeah, so, for us, for the NCAA, for our staff apparel and stuff, I've got a company that I'm gonna be talking to more here. sell. So like, for example, this here is what we use for Platteville, just an easy shirt. It's got name and number in the back, so when you're starting to recruit people, it's really easy to have them spend $20 and they're invested. They'll give you a price, and then you just ask them to put $3 on that or $5 onto that particular item. And then after the sale's done, after 2 weeks, they just send you a check. So highly recommend doing that. It's an easy way to get like a few $100 if you're needed real fast, right before nationals or even throughout the year. So definitely do online apparel stores because they can bring you in quite a bit of money. And that's why it's important to contact the parents and let them know that you have this going on because they will buy. Trust me.
Sweatshirts, zip-ups, all those types of things.
Go ahead.
Another good thing is, like, only personal places you work, because personally I work at Culver's and I was able to help, like, work it through where we got a little bit of a donation from Culver's itself, so just like talk to your place of work and see if anything can be done through that.
Yeah, for nationals, we had beat-ups be our kind of a sponsor where we got 10% or 5% or something off of a certain amount of whoever came in and said, hey, we're here to Dodgeball, we got 5% back off of the bill in the form of cash they just sent us.
Did anyone go to that? How much did we make from that? Are you allowed to disclose that?
It was not as much as we thought.
$200.
And they put our game on TV.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
And I spent like a bunch of money on that.
And you send your food back to the,
Yeah.
you don't get to that.
And then, another thing, so league dues this year, they will be 200 for this season, and that's where it more or less will likely be staying. We're trying to get more, programs and things for us to use to actually help us facilitate better interviews, streaming services, all that kind of thing. So this money brings in, really helps us a lot. It comes through Wave Financial, so if you guys don't know, that's just a software program that I use currently. When it comes in, the invoices are sent to you. If you can pay through ACH, we prefer that. It's a smaller transaction fee for us, so we save money that way. But if not, you can use your debit and credit card. And if your last option, if it's your school, they can send a check to us. But just so you're aware, suspect those to come out at the end of August or early September. We'll be sending out a form for you guys to register your teams by then, and that's how I'm gonna contact with you if I haven't already, okay?
Yeah, you can go ahead and, oh my God, thank you going forward.
Just a quick note on this, so I just talked to Steve, he's has a great store that he, for dodgeball gear. He's in the military, so he's been deployed, for the last several months here. But he said he's found a possible partner to team up with him, and he's really gonna wanna push actually getting more dodgeball gear out for us, more catered towards the NCDA. As you can see, like this here is one of the arm sleeves that he's got here. It's got great products and e-pads. Once they're back in stock, I highly recommend getting those. I use them, really nice. They don't break, they last a long time, so definitely get those there. The code is still there, so if there's anything left on the store currently right now, you can put that code in, get 5% off your order. But he's really working to get it going because, these guys, he has a business partner and a community partner with him, so.
Do you have any idea when the knee pads will be back?
He has a.
What's that? Do you have any idea when the knee pads will be back? I was looking like before last national.
Partnership with him.
And stuff,
Oh,
so-
okay. He's trying to get him to help in, because he's got a business mindset to really start pushing it, because he's so busy doing it and stuff, so.
He's wondering when there might be more knee pads available.
I'm going to ask him there, they're having some issues with their, manufacturer. So I'm gonna ask him again here the next couple days to see where he's at with that stuff, so. Yep, and then I'll let you guys know, so. I like to post in Discord or something.
How much are the knee pads, are they expensive?
Like, I'm on the side now.
Yeah, it's.
Knee pads are like $25.
Yeah.
It's pretty cheap.
All right, we're gonna do a group activity first. Do we wanna take a 5-minute break to the restroom or anything? Is everybody good to keep going? Okay, break out into groups again, please different than before, just to get some variation. And just read the questions on the board and talk through them. Breakout people, go ahead and go to voice 2, and myself and Kevin.
Yeah.
Questions are on the screen.
We do not.
I will just look at them now.
So you know, there's a, I didn't even say there's a, and basically we, every now and then we'll be like, hey, go here, and like, I try and help through covers and over donation.
Yeah.
And then we did the charity.
We have a lot of things.
4 years ago.
Yeah, we have a lot of meetings.
We made it with money my first day.
It was, I think it's
Oh,
really good.
they got, if you just get it on.
We did everything, and now plays
Wrestling and wrestling,
And-
20% of the sales from every mobile.
like everything except
So I'm not sure.
We would do like Super squares and brackets.
I would run a large company, so they.
I don't, did we do
work
Super
from like
squares this year, or was that
specific
just?
school where they're gonna have like a large.
We didn't sell it,
based off of.
Yeah. Yeah.
They benefit from that as well, so if you only have 20% of some stores that day.
Yeah, we definitely
You,
do
that's
that.
not really that way to manage them, so I feel like. I don't know if you guys have done something similar with your grades, but I feel like that would be a good way to get a little bit of funds without much extra.
Well, that's what I was trying to, I was hoping to have it.
Is that what you usually
But I think
do?
like there's this, well, our vice president at the time.
I was gonna ask,
So
yeah,
there was-
I wasn't sure what.
That's like a lot of communication session, I feel like you need to.
Yeah, I mean, like, veteran dodgeball club, and then like, if they order a t-shirt or whatever, get like a portion.
Yeah, so I think you wanna have like a specialized thing where like you're only advertising the items that are like gonna give you guys money, so like if it were like say Culver's Night or something, a percentage of their custom sales, like I'd be advertising $2 ice cream night at Culver's, mention your club, and get a 4-pack for $16, you get 4 like 4 packs of ice cream, and we're gonna get like, that's pretty much paying above the price of your ice cream program, and you get like a snack. I feel like something like that would be very beneficial. I don't know exactly how to set it up.
I would have to like, actually sit down with my boss and just figure it out.
Like,
Did we hear that?
we went through this,
Say that again, 'cause we're hosting that, right? We're hosting the
I don't think I've heard of that.
it was strange that we just give them a bunch of rewards, and then they didn't take the more people, and they take like, I think a fifth for every year or something. Yeah, it was a little, like, I don't know, I wasn't like a big fan of it, but just being, I think we should look at
Yeah, we were just talking about how, we have like a shop that we don't make money on it, so.
Yeah, I put.
So it works, I guess, I mean, I was only really with like 10 of us participating, like it's hard to fundraise.
And how do you,
Just.
I put in like, I think that's hard, celebrity emails, fake emails. So you really. Know who to put.
yeah, at least for me, I just feel awkward about this stuff, like, asking people if know them for emails and stuff, if I know them, I don't really have marketing sales stuff.
That was what I didn't like about it, but I was saying,
Yeah.
I need a lot of money, so.
Like,
we did.
Yeah. Akron hasn't done dues for 4 years, is what Eric just said, so that's why we're trying to gauge cost.
We did a lot of fundraising that freshman year, and it's just kind of lasted us.
Based on its.
Yep.
You don't have to do that, just give us that amount.
Give it cheap.
There was a,
We didn't.
I think of the figure, fundraiser should now have a
short.
So every year when CSU does their
It's
fundraising, they
actually
have to
happening,
do so much
it's
time
happening,
to earn it
but I just
and
wanted to
fundraising.
get them like right
Or
after
certificate
the
money, but you have to do so what, like a certain percentage of fundraising. So they got 6,000 last year, they had to do
So
$800
as far as like,
fundraising.
I feel like
Well,
fundraising,
that one
as far as like the
thing
communication
was
efforts, you know,
$1,200, so we didn't have to pay.
business and
Yeah.
you guys
They
were
just
doing
had
it.
$12 worth of fundraising
How
from
would
that
this be
money.
about building interest in this and like leading up to your fundraising, like, making sure people who are actually on your team are
And
seeing that, okay,
Yeah.
I need to do
So,
more
like,
than just
in
donate,
like,
like, I wanna push it.
there's like,
Get more people there,
we
so
have,
we get.
the argument over like how much is
Oh,
too
this is
much.
happening,
And one of
and
them,
a
like,
few people go who know
My,
about it, on the dot,
last year,
we would have had more money if we just gave a trade.
60
Well,
volunteers.
I guess, cause it could also be
Jerseys on
used,
top of that.
like the fundraising could also be used partially as a recruiting tactic as well. And like, hey, if dodgeball's a thing, you have them on here and you can really help out and then maybe like join
More
or
about it
whatever.
while you're here too.
Yeah.
Or no.
Cause then if you have like more people, you don't have to be there the entire time for a fundraiser, but if you have like people on the dot team who are there, or like you have people,
Like they can,
like go for this hour, this hour.
cause they can do like that, cause like when we do after play nights, we have after day, fundraisers, like they volunteer to have, you know, wear our jerseys, wear the apron, and then like, and then they, if they wanna talk to us, we talk to us.
And it's like, they were just fully invested at that point, so I'm not saying no to that.
That kind of connects it
Some
to
people
the
say,
program,
putting
so
money
it's
in.
like, if you're going in and somebody doesn't sell next to your jersey, they're like, hey, why are you wearing a jersey? Oh, if you mention this, you get drugs, you get, or we get a certain part of the proceeds. So like, I don't care how much you pay, what it's worth, or what it is anyway.
Yeah.
Like, okay, they're in a tournament, you're determined for it,
Yeah, well,
Honestly, like,
we do, because,
like, if you have a track like that, and you know, Tuesday, Thursday, and then like, after that, it's back to like our normal practice schedule.
But then if
Um,
you're building about how you're actually doing that, your players not,
They were.
make sure they know
You
that
pretty much
you
start collecting,
be
you
like,
know,
this will help out the team, like helps out you.
People who
What do you mean you have to
You have to spend that
We would start.
You have to try to stop, if you have any money left over,
like,
dues could be cheaper, jerseys could be cheaper, it'd be less money per video, if we have that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's the
because
point.
like, most of nationals and when we get to nationals, a lot of that is out of pocket, we don't have.
Oh, okay.
So, like if you can have, yeah.
And on some different levels, that's exactly what we're talking about. How does your reimbursement from the donors, this is my first year on that.
There's another thing that I do.
I don't know how,
So-
what costs can you have reimbursed?
So you can, so we'll like, talk about how we do it is, depending on what we have for funds, but we can get reimbursed for meals and for gas. All you have to do is you have to keep all your receipts, you gotta say how much, you gotta like add it all up, this is what I'm asking for back, send it to the receipts. And then, like a month later or something, you'll get a leverage check or you'll get a direct deposit. But,
So that's just easier because we do a like the short with bank account set up for the dot.
So they would get that hurt.
yeah, it'd be more of a question for like your advisor,
That's why
like they get,
But, so it doesn't have to be that much, but
I'm not
that's
gonna
definitely, getting them like some form of, even like a.
yeah, well,
If you have like,
How do you feel like
like,
it's hard?
guys who from teach that staff under this model, you take off people, if you just ask questions, people find like person for like.
somebody's gotta know.
What you can do,
Because I figure
top three,
a lot of
Western
Westerns
you
show
know,
money.
I think that where you want to try and collect these earlier, you definitely want to have these. Yeah, you want to get people on the phone, and then you want to collect these early, but don't have this short window, give them like 3 weeks. Start collecting like when you should be just say yes, and then we can definitely.
Because if there's like you're saying, like some sort of percentage thing where you can like advertise for how much you want, just genuinely start that. I feel like I should change it at that when we're doing the funding for our club. I just don't
It also depends
know.
on your percent.
If I work on the night, we do the fundraising night for Culver, like I'll get paid, and Dodge will get paid, like when the.
And your advisor, that's what I was thinking, if you were to figure out where.
Still like the cheapest possible.
Yeah, so I feel like it'd definitely be very.
Yeah, what are your, do you have an executive worker, $20?
I have very, I'm not sure, Ryan, you know, outside.
do you get a jersey on top of that, or is that fake? Well, I think your club, you come in with
Yeah, turners,
they
don't have to always,
need.
if you're up, you think that, you have no idea what to do, how much stuff is coming to, for like, for semester, that's your advisor, so like,
Yeah.
you can just ask people questions, I know, like, middle of the year, like, even if you know, I look at the whole thing, like, this, business that's on campus, I was actually like, I want to do this thing, is that possible? Most of the time, they'll find ways to make it work, there's people out there.
There are people like regular campus that
Why
go
would
to
you
them all the
trust
time.
me?
Do they deserve this?
Yeah, no, it's like,
Yeah, they give them more money to, they don't use it, make them.
campus walk, something like that, it's like, it's just a place that students go to, so it's so relatively cheap, and it gives you like $2 per order or whatever, for something to do it, and you're just.
Like Domino's, like order a large,
Order a large, pizza.
Yeah, I would like, we never said.
Trust me, I am the first time, if I don't.
Something
I'll kill
where
it.
it was like, if we could get a lot of volume for, and just like very small price per order, but because it's something for college, and work class, like, something they'll probably get anywhere. I feel like that would be a very, hard market for you to try to.
I think it's.
Yeah, 'cause like whenever I always see like, there's at least
We should do that.
10 people I know that come in, like from school. Yeah, they just,
And if you're not.
like I said, you know, recruiting.
Exactly, because then you're like, oh, I come here all the time, I didn't know that was a thing, and then you like have a conversation with people, like, oh, I see this person every day.
Right,
It's like,
right.
so you're conversing, and then also I am now part of the
I'm gonna become treasurer so I can just say who's first.
And if they show me interested in it, that's
Okay, like,
great.
so.
Even if
we
they
have
don't
club,
return, then that just spreads the word.
That- yeah, that's what it is.
And they might become a viewer or something, like they see a big stream, and like, oh, I remember seeing something like that from the clubs when I was like, back or something.
It's like literally at our stuff.
Regardless of the area, they actually expand the team, I feel like. it's
40 mailboxes and it's literally just for clubs. So put like, hey, the super back.
Did we?
Yada, yada, yada.
Oh, and then, well, I mean, you guys never really do fundraising, but do you have like plan to have a certain number? Because typically our vice president is the one that handles all of the fundraising.
So we don't currently have a member solely responsible for fundraising, I'm more so doing the recruitment and,
Also, your team's more likely to be
interested in
graphics, because if we're,
retaining rather than
just follow our
just
standards.
having people come to practice.
We don't wanna be on draft.
But I feel like the
We'll make our own
fundraising
draft.
is
I'm pretty good at
solely what I do more so. I feel like that's a lot of time and dedication with people.
Okay, so like what we, like what the vice president does, like, he helps set them up. Then, like a lot of the board and some of the like
Yeah,
more
so the behind the scenes, you're
Yeah.
actually planning the stuff while.
Yeah, like with the donation, like he's the one, like I got the info, I gave it to him, he planned it for them, I don't know what they did before,
Yeah,
then we got like $200.
so it's more so just like the interpersonal communication.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. And also like, he like talks mostly with like our advisor and everything and figure stuff out, so yeah, but I don't know, we typically in our board, we just have the main stuff, you know, set fundraisers, set recruiters,
Yeah, I definitely, will be more active in the Discord talking about like teams don't get your wanting to fundraise and stuff for people who've already.
Right.
Cause I'm assuming most of the stuff that we're gonna plan to do this year is like either entry level stuff like merch sales.
We started school in
Fundraisers that physical cash. I feel like it's stuff most people in these are in charge of, so getting input on them, from them, how they do it, and what we generally do and like why, what has failed for people in the past would be a good thing for them to know. Cause I feel like if you're gonna commit all this time to doing like a bunch of all this planning, communication, fundraising,
might as well like do it
might as well do it right.
And that's like watching.
Doing it, if there's a lot to be excited about, it,
Yeah.
cause I feel like it's a lot mentally to prepare for and like trying to advertise for it, just not having it
I remember that happening.
I think we really pretty much did everything, but
I think just in general, communicating. Very important, and we still love.
Oh, yeah.
Getting into, communication, actually, open about the issues we're having. where the best person to talk to all those issues would be, rather than just kind of, it's not a big issue.
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's so weird. And my group
Coaching
really
your
does,
own sport,
we were talking about
we're
this,
just by an age
how we all started out, and I think
Oh,
the
so
first
this-
couple
yeah,
weeks
that's
I
what
had,
we're
like,
doing.
get coaching
Actually, I
on,
did
and
lose
didn't
my
learn,
Say you're
I
leadership.
within
I didn't learn how to actually.
I break recently.
So
I
I was by an 18-year-old.
I said I break easily. I broke my finger yesterday.
Broken finger.
That was, yeah, chaos.
Just stay away I don't know.
Possibly.
I was like, I think I went for a dodge, but still like ended up breaking my finger.
Yeah.
I did the same thing, I don't know the point, but I broke this finger at the Grand Valley tournament last year.
Dude, I think I either fucked up a tendon or something this finger when I was reffing in GV versus MSU, like the championship game. I was counting, shot it, when I got a ball that hit from the side and just bent it.
What'd you say?
And I was
So
like,
you rotate
to my left.
Well, cause, so,
It's very comfy.
I don't know for a fact that it's broken, but
These are my-
when
what's wrong with
I
your shoes?
got like a
These are
couple
my
weeks
favorite
similar
shoes.
to when I broke down, and I know I fractured this one.
At least fucked up.
Yeah, like it's bruising, so like it's, so I got a bruise for a bit, Walgreens, $10.
Very minimal. Just
We're going to do
Well, that's what I did, like, when I first got it, body tape them,
Yeah.
and then I was like, alright, I'm ready to play again, and then,
Yeah, I do that every time in dodgeball. I'm like, alright, I'm not ripping well, but you tape the two and then it works again. I'm like, alright.
well, cause like, the only thing I really use this hand for is to hold the ball to grip it, and then this hand is useless.
Yeah, like parents, so we send that out, like, so that, especially, I think we typically try to plug.
Yeah, I have a tendency to get, I'm like the one that gets hurt the most on the team. And they're like, what do we say about getting hurt? I'm like, when do I ever listen to you?
Yeah, for the Christmas present. Because I mean,
Because
like, some, like the sweatshirt.
I jammed my thumb like 3 times.
Yeah.
Broken this finger, broken this finger. I have messed up wrists, and like, I get hurt all the time.
Injuries suck, and it's like, a lot of the time, I'm just like, why do I get injured? So, like, the most random stuff, and then I'll do some crazy carry where, yeah, basically, I'm like completely fine.
Yeah, like, you could do like, where you should have gone.
I just
No,
don't
I
think
then
it's
catch
so
it, and
much,
then you land like on your shoulders, and like shred, and then pull it, and it's like, I feel fine. And then ball next to ball,
So I've
I
been
kind of
away
like,
every weekend for the past like 5
Like when I broke this finger, I was like, I just know, I really don't know what happened. I just remember my finger hurt. And that was it. And then I continued to play for the rest of the day.
at least for me, that's how I feel a lot of my injuries that are like more serious, like, I don't notice them originally, or like, if I get a hard cut or something, I don't even get it the second later, I feel like,
The school for the position that's like.
Or like you're bleeding and then you're like, oh,
yeah.
They're trying to build it into the budget.
Sometimes,
So that we,
definitely not great
clubs
inside.
don't actually have to pay for.
I understand.
So.
Are you guys good to start?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And for
Let's go.
$4
Shit, my.
Yeah,
I was all
Four for those.
I don't know where I got it. Where'd you go?
That's like
eight local, so.
I'll just like run
I think I got it.
outside for like 2 minutes and then the next one passes.
Four logos, that's 16 logos.
Just leave it.
I'll just stay here.
It's like dreaming of
You are now part.
25 consecutive.
Well, after hearing all their ideas.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I want to be a part of it. Actually, I probably should have said it.
Pattern of the ball.
That must have been an aggressive move. Typically we try not to throw at you.
Oh, yeah.
I do watch out for when I think people are. Because
I think I was sitting there not punching it, looking like the other direction.
Alright, let's start. Who wants to volunteer first to share something that they may have learned or a good fundraiser their club's out there? Go
I
ahead.
learned that we should collect dues.
Yes, good.
That's good.
You're next.
At Plant Little League, meet up with a local business, they sell popcorn, and as long as you mention Dodgeball, you go buy it, you've made like $100 off of that in a day. It's really easy to do, so think about doing that for fundraisers as well.
Western just needs to become a lot better about communicating with their advisors and, just being able to understand what funding we have, rather than just not knowing the fact that we have a bank account and not looking at it. Like, we just need to be a lot more present and,
You didn't know we had it?
no, I'm not speaking about me, Matt. I'm saying, I know we have one, but no one looks at it and speaks about it. This is knowledge to me.
Something that I enjoyed in my breakout session with Cloud from Penn State and Rennie from BGSU. Cloud shared that Penn State does a stadium cleanup as a fundraiser. They go to the stadium after a game and they all help clean up. And he mentioned that they're all just kind of miserable together. So it's a really nice like group bonding activity, and they make $1,000 each time they do it. So it's a really nice fundraiser and a really nice to stay connected as a team. So that's a really good fundraiser that they do.
We had that here in North too.
It's a chore for sure.
We do it for like hockey and basketball. We try to do it.
Any other people want to share? Have any of you done apparel sales online and got a return from those? And the UWP has done that,
I think they were, you guys were talking about they wanted to do a markup on it, or see if that was available.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause we have a store, but we don't get money from it.
Gotcha. Eric, you have done this a couple times. Could you, because Cloud had a question as well, and you can answer it well. Could you share how easy it is to make a store and how you get the money from that store as a reimbursement?
Yeah, so a lot of times it's just whoever your provider is, for apparel and stuff, reach out to them and ask them if they have an online option. When you do, give them the options of what kind of materials you want, like shirts, long sleeves, sweatshirts, etc. We kind of have a wide variety of that, for us. Then we tell them, give us the pricing of what it comes out to, what they would sell it at normally, and then we ask them to put a $5 charge up on that. And then when they put it online, it comes in as that price. They purchase it, and then you have the option to have them mail it to the people that make the purchase for you. And then after the store is done, after 2 weeks, typically is how most of these places do it, they'll send you a check in the mail to wherever you need to go. It's a really easy fundraiser. We try to do it around the holidays, just because it's a great time for, gifts and presents and things for like Christmas and things like that. So, it's a really easy way to make money. So definitely just put in effort, and it can just be your team shirt that you already have. It doesn't have to be anything difficult or new, whatever.
And what was the company you went through?
RBS.
RBS?
So I could always send you guys a link. They're really great customer service. I like them a lot. They have like different product brands you can go through. So
Pretty good
if you have
quality,
any
too.
restrictions, they can work with you with that. So
Nice. Do your clubs have fundraising chairs, like as an e-board position?
Platteville, we give that role to our vice president.
That's good. If not, you should consider that as a role, or you should consider that as a responsibility for a current role, like what you would do. All right, moving on. I'm honestly just gonna skip this. OSU requires, some community service, so our club will do that each year. An example of one of our community service events was reffing a charity dodgeball tournament. Somebody reached out to us and we did it, and it was a yearly thing for a few years, and then we don't do it anymore. I don't know why. We also did a campus cleanup thing, which also served as a fundraiser. So we cleaned up a street on campus and gained like $100. So it's another way to just have a group activity and serve the community. Do any of your clubs require community service? No? Okay. Ours does?
Yeah.
Gotcha. What is something that you guys have done?
Typically every year, we're required to volunteer for a 5K that goes on.
You guys run in it, or you?
We run the whole, like, we don't run in it, we run the show, to use a for word for that.
That is great. All right. Yeah, moving on. Betty, you're up.
Take the sunglasses off.
No.
Not even his.
So, hopefully you've all have voted on the rule changes, so we're just going to discuss this briefly as the rule proposals are due tonight at midnight, so if you haven't, then submit that please. Overtime rush is currently not 404, but we want it to be 404, someone does? I don't know. That would just be for overtime specifically, so there'd be 8 balls instead of 7 balls, and they would all 4 would be on each throw line. Team catch currently brings in a player from the outline. This proposal would only save the player at risk from getting out. Traps, so currently trap is when you catch the ball with something dead, so either the ground or a unlive ball, and at the same exact time. So physics says that this isn't really possible, so we want to remove trap from the rule book, as it's just an easy way for refs to say, that's a trap, instead of making a difficult ball. The legitimate attempt zone, currently in the rule book, if a player's on his knees, is the legitimate attempt zone is still 7 feet, 8 feet up in the air. It's 6 inches beyond the reach of your outstanding hand. So someone on their knees, you can throw the ball way over their head and it still counts the throw. The proposal was to lower the height to still 6 inches above the player on the knees, but from that instead of on the front.
And just a spoiler, these all have a good chance of passing. Everyone that we're presenting.
Team yellow card for negligent roughing. So if a ref is not paying attention or is making terrible calls, not counting, doing something that's disrupting the flow of the game, the teams participating in that game have the option to assign a yellow card to the refs for not doing a good job roughing. That yellow card would carry over to the refs next game. I don't know how that would work if we had an alumni ref. So we haven't really thought about that. Just did that.
They get kicked out.
Yeah.
They move some.
Go ahead.
Hey, what if it's the ref, like if the ref doesn't have a game after?
Even if every yellow card currently carries over to the next game, no matter if it's that day or the next tournament, whatever it is, carries over to.
If they get one, the last match of nationals, it'll be next season.
What if they graduate?
It's for the team.
Oh, it's a team. Yeah, my bad, that was a dumb question.
The entire team is gonna graduate.
Do you think that's gonna discourage newer players from wanting to ref because they're fearful of other teams?
So the process is supposed to be logic based, like both teams would have to both agree. So if I'm playing against UWP, I'm a captain, I'm gonna approach Eric and be like, hey, I feel like this ref has done a terrible job. Can we give them a yellow card? And it's not gonna be like, we're gonna use our logic as captain to go, your first year player,
I completely understand the reason for wanting to have it as like the team's playing, so you have some sort of say if you feel like the refs are making a large difference, but at the same time, like, as a new player coming into the league, reffing alone is just a very anxiety-inducing thing with how much people yell at you and are confrontational, so I feel like.
It's gonna be very obvious if they deserve a yellow card, and the board has to approve it. You can't just come together as a team and say, hey, let's just give them a yellow card because they play so-and-so next, and it'll boost us in the rankings.
Yeah.
You have to have a valid reason, like they showed up 20 minutes late, our match got delayed, the tournament ran over, or they were on their phones the whole time, they were eating a sandwich, or they were talking to their family, or
Sitting down.
Yeah, like this, it needs to be something like that, this should be a thing that maybe doesn't even get used at all, or happens like once a year.
Yeah, I
It's
see
like
this,
someone doesn't show up on time,
For
that's the one time.
It basically is because we had a team not show up till 15 minutes late at nationals, first round of nationals, and we didn't have a punishment for them, so.
Yeah.
Like, the games couldn't start because we had no ref for that game.
This shouldn't be used as, oh, I didn't like those calls that they made against us throughout the game. That's not what it's for, it's for,
I was just looking for a bit of clarification, because I definitely see the reasoning for like needing it. I was just saying, like, as far as new players, if it were to get out of hand, I can see where it would make sense.
Well,
yeah,
if
if
we're
it gets
being-
out of hand, they just
Yeah,
get
for sure.
rid of it on us.
If we're being honest, it's mostly a thing to just threaten.
Yeah, just precautionary.
Well, mostly like list these the reasons why, like, I mean, bad play calling happens all games, but like, it's not like most teams are intentionally trying to do bad calls. They
Yeah.
just may not be good repping, so like, it's not to punish a team that has to rep the best teams in the league, but they're not the most experienced team, they get punished for that, because they're, both teams, usually the best teams are always complaining about the rules or like the calls, because they don't believe they should win that way, so.
I don't think that bad calls will even get approved by the e-board if that is presented as a yellow card reason. If they are intentionally making calls or negligently making calls against the rule book because they don't know the rules, then that may be a valid reason and the e-board still has to approve it. If it's an unclear rule, then maybe we'll deny it. But if they make a bad call against the rule book and you call them out for it and they say, no, this is what I'm calling, then you can submit a reason for a team yellow card there.
Okay, so the yellow card, currently, you get a yellow card, you're out for the current point only, so you can't be caught back in. So if Eric gets a yellow card, he's done, my team can only have 11 players on the court, just for that specific point. This proposal is to have that extend to the next point, so you're out for this point, you can, and your team can only start with 11 at the start of the next point. Next one, reduce the player threshold from 5 to 4 when the shot clock changes. So right now, once you get 5 players on the court, your shot clock changes from 15 to 10. This makes it so that happens at 4 players instead of 5. And the last one, change of format, start up from 3-4-3 to 4-2-4. That's just the ball orientation on the court. So there is less people in the center getting run into, basically.
And again, reiterating that these are all most likely going to pass.
This was supposed to say policy change, but this is whatever. Right now, we have a longevity clause where you can only play 6 years for an institution, unless you started before 2018, I think. And these two proposals both want to remove that clause, so people aren't no longer grandfathered in. One has the date for the cutoff being next summer, and one has it being January 1. So, and then with that, they have the ability to apply for more years playing. So it basically, this next rule kind of invalidates the reason for playing for only 6 years, as they could just apply, and there's no real reason that they would get denied. Trophy events, bids, right now, in our Michigan Dodgeball Cup, MSU hosts every year, and it's not a problem. But in Ohio, there's just no real structure for who's gonna host, they just all kind of agree on it. There hasn't been a problem yet, but for two teams that want to host at the same time, and there has to be a reason, or a way to decide on who gets to host that event. Forfeit rule, if you forfeit with more than 4 minutes remaining in the match, all the rest of the games would be forfeit in that day. We have that option. And there's one that was different. Just trophy events or non-trophy events.
These are both options on it.
The next slide, that's it. Right now, if a team backs out or forfeits a game, the team that they play against gets a forfeit win against a ghost team that has a Gonzalez rating of 40. This proposal is that the ghost team win that they get has a Gonzalez ranking equal to the team that forfeited. So it might be more or less than 40, which would affect your rankings in a different way. Right now, maximum nationals modifier for games played is 2 times for your ranking points. You want to reduce that to 1.5 instead of 2. And the last one is a hosting nationals process where each different region would get priority for hosting nationals in the upcoming year, and that would rotate throughout for each year. The region would be offered the opportunity to have someone host it, and if none of those teams wanted to do it, then it would become an open bid. But this is just a idea to make nationals not always in Ohio or Michigan, and be elsewhere.
Voting is due at midnight. There are still 3 teams left to vote. The only one that is close to not passing is this last one. Sorry, UWP. So we'll see what happens with the last few votes, but most of them are passed.
Was there any questions on the proposals? Great. Reffing, we're gonna just go through this quick. I hope you all know how the reffing process is. See what's happening on the court, make sure you're in a place on the court that you can see what's going on. Be moving down, up and down the court, don't be just a statue. It's easier to see the play as you move with the players, you know. Recognize what happened, in the order of things that happened. Think about what that means according to the rule book, and make a call according to what you saw and your knowledge of the rules. And when you make a call, as we all know, make sure you stick with it and don't question yourself, or the other teams are going to just start attacking you and claiming that you don't know what you're talking about and you didn't see anything.
It is okay to call an official timeout to discuss an uncertain call with the other refs. Obviously, it's not encouraged to do that every single time there is a close call, but if you're truly uncertain and you're not able to make a confident call, take some time to talk with the other people from your team who are repping to make sure you get it right. And if you have teams all up in your face, just tell them to back up. Be confident as a rep, and it's really hard to do a good job when teams are in your face. So keep in mind to not get in their faces and make their job any harder, because imagine yourself in this situation.
When you do those official timeouts, though, like, don't make it take 7 minutes.
Agreed, yeah.
Then everyone clicks off the screen.
Talk about the call, make a decision, start the game.
Big recommendation, repping, even if it's a catch, like every catch, just make the motion that it's a catch, even if it's obvious. Ground every time, just for every throw that you're looking at, point, just go like that. That way you just get kind of rhythm, it forces you to be confident in your decisions. And then the teams that are playing just know that's how you're doing things. It really helps you kind of be active all the time.
shows that you're actually paying attention to the game too.
Pop quiz, what's the hand signal for a team catch? Wrong. Crossed arms. Just catch.
That's what I did, you just didn't see it.
Oh, yeah. I saw your.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's it.
It's returning the punt.
That's one that I know.
Okay.
Okay, practice is important to make your team better, right? Some good ways to structure your practice. If you have a whiteboard in your gym area, taking time at the start of practice to maybe review some specific areas that you wanna focus on in the practice that day can go a long ways. Don't make it super long, you can waste court time that way. If you want, you can get like classroom space and start practice at the classroom a couple minutes early. Review stuff that you wanna work on, specifically, certain areas. Don't try to do too much in one practice, but just slowly work on things that you notice in game film or in practice. Drills, you can isolate specific areas of concern and work on catching, work on throwing. You can start super basic, like have a line of people work one side throwing, one side catching. And then throughout the year, you can build, you can have someone crossing on the thrower, you can have someone blocking for the catcher, someone blocking for the thrower. Slowly build up into more game-like situations in your drills. And then scrimmaging. At Grand Valley, we basically scrimmage like 85% of the time. You could do regular games, just playing regular points, following by the rule set, or you can do slightly adjusted rules, like if you get hit, go do a couple wind sprints, and then you're back in. You get hit, do 20 push-ups, and then come back in. Catches, they gain you an extra life instead of getting someone back in, or both. It's a way to kind of change up play. You can play medicine ball, you can play medic, you can play jail ball. We did a thing where you can only run on the lines, like, make it fun, do whatever keeps people interested. And then Kevin was talking about tournament practice, so that's a way to have like each captain be an ownership of a smaller group of people. Like I would make a different group chat for my specific team, and I'm like, hey, you gonna be there? Like show up to practice. Like, cause if 4 people don't show up, you have to play 6 on 8, and it's not fun. Your team does much better if everyone's there, and then that keeps these people coming back to practice, keeps them involved and competitive. And then, I think Eric mentioned this, offer additional 1-versus-1 time after practice. If one of your players wants to really work on one area of concern, then just like work with them on their mechanics, work with them on catching, work with them on throwing, whatever they want to do. If they want extra time, give it to them, help them out.
One thing I used to do in practice was just pull my players aside during our matches. If they made a mistake, I would just call them out on it and say, here's what you could have done better. Here's what to look forward in the future to not make this mistake. Like one-on-one communication and
constant feedback. You would also stop points, just, there'd be something I would see something like, everyone stop right where you're at, and then talk it over with the entire team, and then boom, everyone has that knowledge that is in your head because you played for 3 or 4 years, but not all these rookies. And like doing stuff like that, quick, 15 seconds, all of them kind of get it in that moment, and then you're back to playing again. It's not like, you're just standing there at the whiteboard, just talking, and it gets monotonous doing it that way. But those quick stoppages when you see something is helpful too. Another thing that isn't on here is like the warming up and stretching and all of that is important. Like the simplest thing, but it has a big impact, is instead of having people warm up by throwing at a wall, warm up by throwing to each other, and you get, over the course of a year, just thousands and thousands more reps, seeing a ball in and catching it, and throwing to an actual target instead of just aimlessly throwing at a wall. And those are the sort of things that end up making a difference in a game between, you know, being able to reset a shot clock or missing it altogether, and throwing a catch or, you know, dropping a catch. So it's like the simplest thing, but have like a seat, have all your upperclassmen be on one side and then all the younger guys and girls on the other side, and just throw back and forth to each other instead of just throwing at a wall constantly, because it builds your skill even while you're warming up. As dumb as that sounds, it makes a huge difference.
Group stuff.
Yay.
Yeah.
Last group discussion?
Yeah, may I have 2 volunteers to join a virtual session in the hallway, please? First 2, probably one from Akron and the UWP. You guys are the most representative.
You're still real for that.
Do you mind
Oh,
going
yeah.
to your laptop?
Yeah, let's set it up for me though, I don't know how to do it, go and fucking stuff.
All you do is sit down, we'll go back
Trying
to
to
this.
do this one. I'm coming over there.
Ryan has a nice presentation for us. I have a great presentation that I it's like anything.
Well, yes.
But my rec center is kind of not nice.
All right.
You always do.
No, I mean, the people aren't that nice.
Oh,
They-
yeah, that's her.
Yeah, I was very ambiguous.
This doesn't seem a lot of time, they don't like that.
Oh, it certainly does. Oh, 100%.
6:20.
First day.
I just don't
You know,
have one.
it's not like
Right down.
Yeah, like, there's a lot of us that get there early. I think 5:35. Yeah. So
My name is
6 o'clock,
Nick.
we go, but then there's another hour, but stroll in at 6, and then we're
Oh, is he Mitch Porter? This card has both. He doesn't have authority.
Okay, I just wanna make sure, so
Yeah.
we have to.
accustomed to it, we have.
Yeah.
It's like, obviously, you're gonna start with this many.
He's mine, I'm president.
To like,
Okay.
once you have that solid crew.
Alright.
I don't know what that was, but. That's my presentation.
So, what about the drills do you guys do? Opposites?
The
drills are
basically.
What do you guys kinda do?
Where you line up, everyone on the team except for one person on the 3-point line, that's the 3-point line. And then you take turns going down, throwing at the person in the middle, just open hand, just to warm up catching. And we have what we call outlet drills, where you pick a spot on the board, this is warm up. You should like an outlet,
Oh my
something
gosh.
specific that's low to the ground. And you just try to consistently hit that at one spot.
We do something kind of like that, where we get this side here is where
Well,
we throw.
because obviously we're
Stick
supposed to have people.
Now he's
wall,
just-
and have to come down
It's
here.
not, it's not being fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the stage that most of us would like to.
I like that, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the return.
Oh, okay.
Very believable.
Sure, I mean, as the season goes on,
One sleep roll.
Why do you do that?
He
Just
doesn't
catches
know.
doing some weird things.
Then he's happy, still with the one sleep roll.
I can't believe you turned yourself into a meeting. The sunglasses, I haven't been staying, it's just. It wasn't,
The
there's like.
sunglasses is so funny. I can't look over your general direction without seeing you and then you looking like you would kill yourself.
I said it like, we're gonna be red. When I say red, you're allowed to turn around, but you can throw a ball, so that they can't see what I just see them before it actually gets held, and I just react. But then you also get a very assignment that they turn around.
Oh, these are so dirty.
You you signed in, like, plus your time, so. You got it, it kind of just makes them think, oh, I need to show. One of the we do is
as part of
put
our
someone on
roster
this line
selection,
and
we incorporate.
we might just, we might just throw on the cabinet as well. Figure out your timing, so that.
Yeah,
especially
they did.
So.
Parents been taking notes.
So
So we'll incorporate.
So I think that's kind of what we do there.
Because that
Catching
also
is
tells us
part
our
of the
schedules.
So
Sometimes all I'm saying right is if you order the shorts, we're gonna have more conflicts than NCAA's ever seen.
Well, if that's your problem,
If they have
challenge.
challenges
So we're
right now,
compression
like
like
you can't.
all practices.
Yeah.
Well, we.
Yeah, compression leggings are the only thing saving this world from foot slip.
And I wear the only if you have.
Another girl, I worked a couple times.
I have those, but it has an elephant trunk. on
We
it. It has an
go up,
elephant
as a pair from each line, so one line would go up and go over to the note line. And then, there are about partners blocking for them, and then the first line direct counters them. So then they go counter and just back and forth and go in pairs, so one person's blocking the session going.
Oh, so that.
Which seems like a good drill, but honestly, most of the time, the point that you show is that library is used to a lot of athletic experience.
Yeah.
I'll yell.
There's a fine line with like,
what that
like running a tight ship like that and it being a clutch sport.
Your county knows what the texture of that is.
It's not like it's a Division I sport, they're all getting scholarships and stuff.
Figure out
It's
how
solid,
to-
they get easily.
You confirm your brand.
So if they get these people invested in it.
I was looking worse for no.
But it's, of course you did.
But there's a fine line, obviously.
Know how to.
I think we've had
Something like that.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Girlfriends.
Another one I like that we do, it's like just simple, I think just simply just, which doesn't,
Whoa.
yeah, NCDA, it's still.
What?
Whoa. When did I just check that?
If you break it into
How many top
If people
second
get
players have
one or
I
two
would
rolls, and then the other team gets like a ball.
Our captain like last right now, last like that, like.
You do try to see how long you can possibly last.
Last year
Usually
falls
is
in
some goal put in place.
Just
Survive
said
on
he's
that
gonna
one.
say something sexist because you want.
Yeah.
He was just trying to work.
Like early.
Yeah, like,
That
it
could be tweaked, I don't know.
motivation.
So
was better.
I say sex things constantly.
But our home tournament, we denied him a starting spot, even though he would have gotten it, like skill wise.
Like, it's mostly just, honestly, it's mostly fun. My parents come like, I will let that stuff and scaling wise.
So we told him, sorry, this is, we're
I can't.
sticking to it, well, that was just enough.
That sounds like
motivation. For next
Yeah.
semester.
So how do you?
Yeah, as long as you don't blindside people and you communicate it, like, be upfront about that's what it's gonna be.
Right, so we, yeah, and we just didn't want, because that's like when our throw. I think it's so important to have that, but then you that, and they feel like you're trying to slow that up. I stuff like, let's always take two to reiterate the goals, and yeah. When they throw you, then you talk about, I'm just, talk about, what gets the next balls, and then, yeah. Can't be right.
Oh, yeah.
The person who won the one scenario, it's also really good for basketball teams to know how to close out points when you have advantage. That's something you see as you start to go out, is actually focusing on the advantage we've got. Like, you look into having both of the once in a while, and having like players that we just like throw catch after catch, and half our team doesn't know how to counter at all. And they just get free like resets, and some people just be staying up at the half sleeve or not.
Sometimes drills, what do you mean drills?
I don't know, it's irritating, we do so
The only drill we know is the drill that half our team uses as an excuse. That's like practice.
Drill I know is, there's not some face head tier, like that good drill where they, survive, the two people inside.
They get like,
You just enjoy it. Yeah, it's kinda cool. That's a good idea.
it's fun, it's more fun than, I think, it's hard.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's useful.
It's hard to
Yeah,
say.
it's good to mix it up.
Yeah, they're not
Something that's fun.
I think
They
a
kinda
fun
do like
incentive
catching.
corporate
Yeah.
cafeteria.
Well,
Face shots.
so these actually.
Oh, yeah.
Take turns.
Yeah.
He's kind of just
Eric works out with them.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Like, you know,
Head of some ball.
square.
They're just gonna.
Give them the hard hat. And I think that's.
Yeah, that one, I've seen like videos of that one. I think Cincinnati's done it too.
But like we said, if we don't.
Are you actually doing the
We
construction?
also-
I will do
Oh,
it if you're not.
even if you
We
are,
could both do it, cause we could do it with
Tuesday
different
through
colors.
Saturdays.
Then they can wear it.
And then
Then
call,
you get like the
try and
next two.
figure out.
And then they gotta have a
on
head
the
ball.
left side.
Yeah.
So
And
that
then
way,
honestly,
get the throw set up, and these two over here are
any
talking.
tournament
If you
goal
know,
team has one by one.
sorry, wouldn't actually have it in game, but it's the idea that.
The setup is emergency, we can keep score.
I got it, it's something else that.
I'm thinking to go with like acting colors, the old type.
I also like ones where you just like say, you do like, how many people do you guys have in a practice usually?
Well, that's
18, 10,
2 years ago, it was 5.
yeah,
It's usually around 10 now.
10?
Okay, what are we getting, what are you
Like 8 and 12.
8 and 12.
Not good. 12 is definitely the
Yeah, hopefully that's higher next year.
Last year we got,
If I could do it,
back
that would be the most disrespectful question in
practice that we all.
Work on it.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
For next year?
Like by,
Last-
by my
Oh.
last tournament, I
So
would
what is
flip
that?
a backflip and then like send somebody off the cliff.
Only the
Since
one,
you're
the
a
one
time
video, the
student,
guy who's
like,
on
you
board.
want that? That was kind of.
That's
Like imagine not only can you work that, but you
Yeah.
can hold the ball
And,
and through somebody else.
that say like every other week, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
You know what the people are running video games specifically play?
Yeah, I like also ones where it's
That's what
like
I wanna do, but with.
a small amount of people versus
Actually,
everyone else.
true. That might be
And
my
if they,
goal.
like the small amount wins,
I don't want
they
to
can last like 4 minutes.
I didn't.
And then like that also forces the big teams, even though it's easier, they have more people and all that. They have to like rush to like just create team
Getting
throws
those
or whatever,
fire
to like get a
breaks
point quick, because you're gonna have a lot of
Those
like
reactions
between,
are just.
like at the end of the
Those
half or
10
something,
people
to
that are
try
like,
and
damn,
win
that was
points
cool, that
quickly.
would take 2 seconds.
Is different from just the regular standard
And then
speed
we
of
just
the
got like
game.
random guys.
So those are also fun, and it's just a good change up, so it doesn't get monotonous.
If you lose the left, if you lose the left, you're
Small.
gonna be 90
You gotta get the MLG
Yeah.
highlight. So
wanted to add
really
lines.
can't go right stuff.
Yeah.
Have,
Because then I'm gonna
you kind of done that, to just increase reaction time.
That's it.
I'm gonna give my cousin.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have me film my.
I've been trying to get
It would be like a smaller box.
Yeah, like volleyball court
If it was like
maybe.
an actual.
It, I think it's a volleyball court size. It has all the
I wanna see if we can somehow find a way.
not this past year, but 2 years ago.
Because the numbers.
So they get like some video targets, and then you go on,
And I know there's people on we have CTV, they're a whole, like, they do.
We almost
Yeah, but doing that cuts down on the running and you still get a lot of reps. So, oh yeah, I like that.
I agree. Like, I feel like if there's just something that right, just be like, this is a great opportunity, something on a resume. I worked with the sports team. Especially if you're in a
Practice, as long as you can get enough people, it's huge though, because then like, everyone feels obligated to show up or else they're actually letting down their team.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm the same way with soccer.
Good to know that. Like, series that I can present.
Yeah.
So they follow us around throughout the year.
Or like, and it's also good for throwing.
I feel like that'd be nice to have actors.
Getting into the player.
Wrap it up, please.
No.
The line and nobody.
I leave now.
Oh, you good?
I can swear.
I hope so. We've gone for.
I think average ones, yes, so we have little cones, and we just tell them to aim for the top of it. And then that's their goal, is anchor shots.
All right, somebody please share a drill that they've heard, somebody else tell them that their club does that you found interesting, not your own team's drill.
A drill where you play a skirmish, but as long as you reach for a catch, you don't get out.
We do.
Great. Yeah, I was a part of your group, I really like that one as well. I always tell my teammates to just always go for catches, even if you have to reach super far for them in practice, because then in games, you'll understand what your limit is and how far you can go for a catch. And, this is Akron's drill, they do this where they obviously reach for a catch, even if they drop it, they don't go out. And it encourages people to go for catches, because one of the biggest reasons you don't reach for catches is because you don't want that risk of elimination and you don't want to stop playing dodgeball. So you can,
Like, that encourages people to reach
I think that it allows people to learn their limits.
Practice like you play.
Akron's not a detention team.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I get that aspect too, but if it's a drill that's not like commonly used, I just think it's important for people to know how far they can reach for a ball, especially in certain situations.
So even with that drill at Akron, it's like only within like a certain, like reasonable ones where it's like, those ones where like in a game, you might be like 50-50 whether you should go for it. It's not like it's thrown over there, if I like go like that and drop it, like, the people still go out for those ones, so it's just like kind of that like tentativeness to get some more, like you're saying, get more confidence and like going for those low ones, or even like the ones where you are holding the ball and you have to like immediately drop it to catch another one.
Right. Right, next person share something they enjoyed from somebody else.
UWP uses like cones for accuracy practice, which I thought was interesting.
They're like little cones about yay high, so you aim for the top of the cone, and if you hit the cone, we incorporate like running a lap, cause you gotta aim for the top. Like, cause it's like the ankle shot.
Like,
And you have not your person that's in between.
Oh yeah, we put people between the cones,
And then run.
cause we have 3 cones up, so we put 2 people in the middle.
I like it, accuracy practice.
What I always spoke about, but Western doesn't do much, is having, 2 lines on both sides and having one person on the baseline. And then you have 2 different colored balls, and then you both team throw at once, and then, either the person who's on the baseline picks out one of them to catch, so you at least get the catch out in the scenario. Or you can have somebody say which colored balls, so they aren't predetermining what they're gonna do off of just the people throwing, and they have to make that decision as both are coming to them. So you're not just getting it out on every team throw, you can still kind of maintain having people in.
Like, at least one more. This conversation is great.
One thing we do in practice that isn't at all beneficial, but is fun, is if it's someone's birthday or they're graduating, we run the gauntlet, so everyone else on the team has a ball, and the person has to run through the length of the court, and everyone else is just teeing off on them, like 20 feet away, yeah. Just really builds team spirit, maybe
I like that. I feel like that's like a send-off thing, like the last practice for a senior, like everybody just has to throw it.
Yeah,
Like,
4
shots.
Good for vibes.
You're not even gonna try to do it.
Especially if you have something
The
to say.
CTE.
Or you really hate that guy.
I'm sure you guys all do some sort of catching drill. At the beginning of every single practice, Ohio State will do the drill where one person's on the baseline and the rest of the team takes turns throwing at them. Just to, as Kevin mentioned earlier, just giving you more reps to catch a ball.
Come in.
How to be involved with the NCDA. If you're not familiar with these already, I'm gonna just go through them quickly. Join the content team. It's really nice to get your team a representative in promoting content for the league. It's very hard for our volunteers to make content for teams that are not on the content team because, sorry, but I don't really know much about Penn State, for example. So if I were to try to write a couple paragraphs about their team and how they've improved and their star players, it would be hard for me. But if we had somebody from Penn State or from some of the other teams that be on the content team and write those specifically, then it really helps us. And last year we had more representation from the East Coast join, and that's been super helpful. We have a member from, I think, do we have a member from every school in the content team right now?
No.
Sure.
No.
No chance.
Yeah, the smaller schools certainly not.
Saginaw.
Saginaw, no.
Grand Valley.
Actually, Owen Israelis is trying to join.
Oh, nice.
Well, trying to join I mean, he talked to me about it, and he wants to join and write articles next year, so.
It's really helpful, and we can produce more content for the league and make it more interesting for everybody. If you're interested in joining, please reach out. There is an infinite number of stuff to do, and you just get more resources available to you.
And you can work on just one thing. If you're an article person, write articles. If you like pictures, taking pictures, that's your thing. Find something that works for you.
If you like editing articles, Eric is a full-time editor.
Is it like spelling words weird sometimes?
Jokes on you guys on the video.
There's also a rulebook committee. If there's ever a question about an uncertain rule in the rulebook, that committee will discuss it. Dylan, you want to plug this? You're the leader of it.
We basically just meet like twice a year, go through the rule book, see if there's any problems, and if someone finds a problem throughout the year, bring it up and discuss it, and come up with a conclusion of what should have happened, what happened, and what we can do to avoid it in the future.
Our ambassador committee is full of people that are trying to help the league grow. Eric, for example, is trying to help start a school at RIT. If you are interested in traveling to other schools, or if you are from a faraway state and have a university near you, and you're interested in trying to get that local university into the league, please join the ambassador committee where you can help do that, and we can give our resources to you to assist you in the development of those new clubs. It is arguably the most important thing for the NCDA and to grow is just having more ambassadors trying to start schools at new clubs at new schools. So if you're interested in helping, please join that committee. We need website developers. If you have seen our website, it is not great. It is like 9 years old and outdated, and we need it to be a little bit better. If you're interested in helping, or if you want to learn anything about web development, please reach out and join. Literally, whatever you want to do, if you're interested in helping the NCDA, or if you just want to learn more about whatever you're studying in school, join our committee and we can make something up for you. And
Stats, anything.
yeah, no matter what your major is, there's just always something to do for resume building purposes.
Besides like zoology or something.
I don't know, we got some animals.
That'll be one of the content articles.
Yeah.
Pick a player, animal are you, with your spirit animal.
I don't say, but you can.
Yeah, put quizzes on the website, what kind of cheese.
Which color ball are you? Which color ball are you?
Yeah, if you are graduating soon, or just if you want another few spots on a resume, just being a part of a team in general and collaborating on some content or something at all, it looks really good. How many of the people in this room have used your leadership position or used Dodgeball at all on a resume, or have you talked about that in an interview? Pretty much everybody, right? So this is just another resource to add to your resume to talk about, to say you have this experience, and we can fine tune whatever position you want to be specific to your major and what you want a full-time job in. Yeah, so this is we're getting near the end of everything. This slide exists to have you guys give feedback on nationals, if you think that there is anything that can improve, if there's anything that you liked and want to see more of, if there's anything you hated. Just general thoughts about nationals. Go ahead.
About next nationals, I saw we were running the shot clock experiment there, with the digital ones. Do we have any idea of progress on that, and if it would possibly be something that we want to implement by next nationals, or not there yet?
It is a large conversation surrounding that project. We would like to have that implemented into, a few games here and then next year, but it will be an experimental thing. you all are aware. So if we are to implement a digital shot clock, which we plan to eventually, that is the future of the league. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. It's just a matter of when. If we do implement that, then the rule book has to change, and that's going to be a bit of a process. So it's gonna take a lot of testing, or we might need to ask some teams to volunteer to use it at their practices, or use it in a tournament, or maybe during a scrimmage to see how that goes, see how many seconds will be good to use, real seconds, will be good to change the shot clock to. I will say with almost full certainty that it will not be used at nationals next year, because it will not be perfected in time, and it changes the game a lot. I would love for it to be, but it's gonna change the game. People are going to complain.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna be a process. Would you like to say anything about that? You're involved as well.
Yeah, it's not gonna be next nationals, maybe 2 nationals. Maybe. He hopes to have a working prototype at the end of the summer with a scoreboard. So the one at nationals only had the shot clocks. So this one will, the prototype will have the scoreboard, shot clocks, and the time clock on it. So it'll be an all-encompassed game running unit, and which is gonna be amazing. And we'll see where we go.
Yeah, Adam Fliss, Andrew Fliss from Ohio State's team, they are grinding on that project. And it's gonna be really cool, really soon. And we hope that teams are open to it in the near future. We would like that to be at every game, always, for the rest of the tournament.
I feel like it just adds a lot more consistency, and like there's way less room for human error and shot clock error, just like yelling at shot clockers. And then it just, like you said, there's adjustments that need to be made to the rules, because it's like actual set seconds, and there is that consistent aspect. But in time, I think it'll definitely make it a more serious thing where there's less human error and actual right of it.
One of the biggest concerns that I have for the project right now, and that the people developing it are working on, is user control of the shot clock, making it as easy as possible for somebody to shot clock and pick up the controller and use it. Because it's gonna be a learning curve, and not everybody likes to read the rules for things, or read a user manual for stuff. So it's very obvious that somebody's just going to pick it up and not understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's just gonna take a while.
For sure.
It's happening, it's gonna be awesome. Any other national thoughts, ideas, improvements, hopes? Yeah.
I think definitely next year it would be nice to do, the women, I mean, it's hard because there's so many people there, and it was hard when we had the OU tournament with also having the women's, because it's hard going back and forth with pinch and no sting, but I know there was talks about having the court set up for no sting, and that was sent in the women's group me that there were gonna be no sting courts set up, and that didn't happen, which I don't know if I would have had time to do it anyways, but that would have just definitely been a cool thing to have.
I certainly agree with you.
If we get to like 5 women's teams that are at least at whatever threshold minimum we decide they can have to count as a team, then we'll have a women's tournament.
Yeah, I guess it would be a lot easier if you don't have to combine schools, that makes scheduling
Right.
difficult.
Right. Yeah, we have to figure that out. I really hope that we can get to the point where we have a women's national title tournament once we have enough teams. Hopefully that happens this year. It very well can. I mean, Michigan State went from 0 women to whatever they had, enough to do it full teams.
We need clubs to help us recruit women for their teams and create women's teams. And it's gonna be very hard to get it off the ground if we continue to see lack of effort, I guess, in getting women involved. So, we're trying to give more incentives to recruit women, and that will be coming in the future. We'll talk more about it. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, as far as positive feedback for the nationals was, I really thought that that strongest arm thing, I thought that was pretty cool, because, it gave spectators a kind of, like, wow, they're throwing at, these speeds, and it was pretty cool for, I know at least a couple of spectators I talked to, and then, you know, builds a little bit of confidence with some of the players such as myself.
Kind of going off of what you said, I think we should do more events somewhat like that, where it's more of like, less about like the actual like competition, more fun for the players, so when they're not on the courts playing, going against other teams, they can just relax, do something fun while they're waiting for their next game.
You want to watch golf? You suggested?
Not at the moment, no.
You mean like dodgeball and skills events, or like have like Nintendo Switch, you play Smash Bros?
Like-
What?
That would actually be so
Like,
fun.
reached out to us and asked that.
I guess both.
So you want like a hoop, you get free throws, and if you throw through the hoop, you get something?
Sure.
Would you
Like
pay
that.
$5 to do that?
Get one of those baseball nets that have the 3 nets built
Right,
into it, and if you make all 3 or something, you get
Yeah,
thrown
just
into
like
a drawing.
farm
out of it.
The biggest struggle with having more events is requiring more volunteers.
Alumni.
That's self-explanatory.
I would love for our alumni to participate.
All right, any more national stuff? Kevin,
Golly. What do you want me to say? How many people here played in the tournament yesterday? How many people here didn't play in the tournament yesterday? I'm actually curious. Yeah, so every single person. Okay, so we don't have to cover NBA.
can you talk about?
I would say try and get more people on your teams involved. Honestly, like, that is another cheat code to getting your team to be very successful, is to have people play in the summer circuit of dodgeball in between seasons, especially the younger players on your team. And like, for example, Grand Valley used to convince like a lot of the freshmen and sophomores after like their first or second year to even do that. And they would take huge leaps before the next season of dodgeball started. And it's like playing against better competition, a bunch of them are alumni, and like you saw the competition yesterday was higher than NCBA matches because you have a lot more experience on the court. So I think it's really, really helpful for each club to try and get as many of their players to play in these matches, and maybe you don't have room on the team that you're on, but you can help guide them into forming a team, and it's a really simple process. Obviously, it's not like there's a lot involved in that. So try and facilitate that. And if it's a team that's Akron and Kent State and Cleveland State combined, try and facilitate that, because obviously it's not like every school can create a full NBA team off of their roster right now. That's actually unrealistic, because a lot of them, like a lot of the best players are on teams already. So I would just say try and encourage more people to do it going into next year, and get out ahead of it now that we've announced this league and all of that, and it's up and running. We have way more time to plan that stuff out. East Coast especially, I don't know who's on the online thing, but it would be great for more of the East Coast teams. But yeah, it helps you as a dodgeball player, and it's gonna help your teammates going into the next NCAA season. So that would be NBA. We're really excited about it. I think it's a good, sustainable future for post-college dodgeball, and I hope that all of you in this room continue to play it as you like to. Other options, coaching, as we had talked about a bunch already, we don't need to cover that, but I think that people would probably be surprised by how fulfilling coaching is. And Eric, I know you've talked about it, how you're at the point where you enjoy coaching more than playing now because of all the different things, how fulfilling it is for you and all that stuff. And I think a lot of people would really enjoy it if they just dive in and try it. Officiating, that doesn't sound like fun at all, don't ask me about that. Content team, we've talked about that. Content as well, like writing articles, commentating matches, all of that stuff. Once you get involved and you feel a little bit more comfortable with it, I think that if that's something you're interested in, I would say definitely don't hesitate to reach out or try and start doing it. Create content on your own, whatever it is, because if you love dodgeball, I think that that's another thing that would be fulfilling for you post-college, to continue that passion that you have for dodgeball. Starting a rec league or a community league wherever you're at is also like, we need a lot more of that. I think that that is huge for like the sustainable growth of the sport as a whole. And we don't have that much of that. It's not like basketball, there's pickup basketball everywhere. There's like beer league, softball everywhere. But dodgeball doesn't have enough rec leagues and all that, and, there's no better people to start that than people that just graduated after playing dodgeball 2 or 3 times a week for 4 years of their life, so, yeah.
Don't be afraid to try other formats of dodgeball as well.
Yeah.
You can still get better playing those formats because you're seeing different players and with people with different experiences, and you can learn to maybe catch a certain way, how to dodge a certain way because you tried out a different format. So we'll be open to that as well. So
Yeah.
this is Northern Invasion, is that what they're calling it there? Yeah, that's gonna be November 4th and 5th. That's like no staying clocked and opening half. So like it's a different format, but you can try something else out to see if you like it or not too. So.
Yep. The NDA obviously is just that one main format, that's the focus of it. But there's so many other opportunities, the USA Dodgeball tournaments, or, trying out for like the Team USA, stuff like that, if you like those formats, but I would definitely encourage everyone to at least try it at some point if they're interested. But this is the best version of dodgeball, so you don't have to if you don't want to. But yeah, as someone that's played all the different formats, you gain skills from playing different ones and different perspective and all that. And also it's fun to play in tournaments where it's new people that you haven't seen in the NCAA and get to experience that, and connect with those people as well. Women's players especially, I think that there's a lot of benefit to that too. So, yeah.
That is officially the end of the presentation and the conference. This last slide is just for questions about things we may not have covered, or, comments about the conference, or just anything else that you would like to say.
What was the best and worst part of today? Anyway, go ahead.
I just kind of have a question about one of the rules about changing the LAZ height for when you're on your knees. So if you're thrown standing and then you drop your knees, does it follow with you, or does it still stay up there?
So currently, the LAZ is when the wall is moving, so it would be 1 inch per second. If you're standing, then it's still, 9 feet up, so.
You drop that,
It's up there and follow with you.
That's.
But if it were to change, what would
It
would it follow?
would just be when the ball's released.
Okay.
So if you drop your knees after the ball's released, then
It's still up there?
Yeah.
When the rule is written into the rule book, it'll be very clear, and it'll be highlighted as a new change, so. Read it, well.
Another thing that I think going forward as a league, the reffing part of it needs to be more active in the sense of like you're following the game. There's too many refs that just sit at half court.
Yeah.
It's like the game's not there. If the team's pushing up all the way to the attack line, that's this much space that you're not really paying attention to. I mean, obviously it's gonna be harder for the one ref that's got the counters and the out about the jail, but the other ref, I'd like to see more movement. And I think that just needs to be addressed.
I'm right there with you. Trying to figure out how to inspire people to be better wrestling. Like, I don't know how you guys do it, but all your people seem to like care about wrestling, but like no one else does. Besides me. Do you have some advice?
Next, on deck.
What's the best contact for if you have questions after this?
Just reach out to one of us on Discord, you can DM us.
Post in the leadership conference Discord channel too.
If you would like to send like a more official message, eboard@ncadodgeball.com is our email. But just DM one of us.
I know voting is due tonight. Do we know probably where nationals is gonna be?
No.
Take a guess.
That's that guy.
Probably gonna be KU. I guess.
That's a bad guess. There's a good chance it's Ohio State, but I'm not saying anything officially until tomorrow.
That's why we need that other.
Anyone else?
Yeah, like you said, feel free to DM anyone on each Okay.
There's two Kentons there that said these things.
Well done, thank you guys all for coming, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt, for hosting. Oh wait, you left.
He had to work.
I really appreciate you guys staying a whole nother day after the tournament to stay for this, like, seriously.
Anything for you handsome lads.
It was valuable. That's okay, we got next one for this thing.
I'll be honest, I was worried. But we did.
Yeah, I was tired.
Oh, that last, I was just gonna block so I forgot that my
Whoa. You grab my.
Likely reach out.
Mike,
Whoa.
Oh.
That's an out.
I'm gonna enjoy my
Scotty,
12
you
minutes.
can show that.
I don't know, it looks like bound for you.
Trap.
I certainly get it.
Boss.
I'll be down on camera for sure.
True.
You waiting for him?
Contact.
Goodbye, Dylan Critter.
Goodbye.
Whoa,
Goodbye.
Whoa.
I'm waiting for you.
I don't know how I ended up.
Thank you for coming.
I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is.
Oh no, it's a PowerPoint already? I made a PowerPoint already.
Yeah, I'm. That takes a lot of work, bro.
Go.
When we do a thing.
So much work recording something.
Google it, find something. You can try to find something so much. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I won't put any effort.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, obviously his arm's broken, so he's as good as he can be. He's still a bit out of it as of this morning.
Very nice. Why is he angry?
We don't know.
He just looks angry.
He was
Didn't have to
probably,
at all. I think Adam said that.
one of you
last night,
guys was probably talking too long.
On the drive, Adam's driving his car back. Cause he drove up here by himself.
Who?
So,
Very nice.
The guy that broke down.
yeah.
Oh, jeez.
That's why I drive with my legs.
This man is bored.
But he's in good spirits.
Yeah. Anytime there's a road that's not like particularly bendy, I don't use my hands. I just drive with my knees.
I don't even,
We share that
I don't
with
think
the
I
entire
think I'm
CCA.
great.
Oh, yeah. So if I randomly just go paraplegic in only the arms, I'm gonna be fine.
What?
I'm talking about how I practice driving with my legs, so if I don't use my arms, I can still drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
I drive with my knees like 80% of the time.
Oh, yeah, me too. Me too.
And also.
Time for a 3 hour drive.
Time for a 3-hour drive.
Just 12 minutes. Drive to Chicago? Did you plug my computer?
I'm more like 2.5 hours.
From the D.
Hey, you know, the best
I'm
moment,
gonna hate on you. if
the
you're-
best moment of the whole thing was when Dylan said Eric needed a full-time, editor for his articles.
Nobody says anything.
That was brutal.
My favorite part was where I got to in conversation call Eric annoying to his face and him just go, yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, you were sitting next to me. It was when we were sitting in this little circle.
What did you say to him?
That he was talking about how you should be persistent with people, and I was like, yeah, Eric is the most annoying person I know, so I can always get back to him.
Yeah, how
Here,
dare you
Les,
say
I
that?
can't believe you said that.
Not, not to my coach. You said that about him too.
Yeah, you're right. My favorite part was